Good morning, guys. Thank you again for believing and coming. What do you think? Can we do ancient, medieval, and art and culture in one day? You believe? Very good. Yes, we can. We definitely can, provided that we follow a framework, which we are going to do. Are you people comfortable with economy now? Yes. Are you comfortable? Yes. Very good. That is all is economy. Okay. Don't try to overdo it. How to build competencies to solve more papers. If you want to build more competency in economy, don't read more books, solve more papers. Take any institute papers and keep solving. When you keep solving, then you will come across maybe new concepts, or then you will come across those concepts that I have taught, but much greater in depth. Okay, but there is two things: knowledge, competency. Knowledge can be given in a classroom by a teacher. Competency cannot be given by anyone. Competency has to be developed by you. And that competency you will develop only by solving more tests. I hope you are understanding this. So knowledge, everyone is after knowledge. They want to garner more and more knowledge. That is why they are taking different courses. They are going to different teachers because they want to garner knowledge. But knowledge has to be finite. Competency is infinite. You keep building, you will keep coming across new things, and that will help you. If you go after knowledge which is infinite, you will never clear this exam. Because this exam requires a blend of knowledge and competency. Knowledge will come from courses and teachers. Competency will come from tests. Okay, so once you develop some amount of knowledge in any subject, your job is to then stop knowledge and go for competency. And the competency will be built through tests. Okay, so that is one thing. Let the door be open. Excuse me. Let the door be open. Let the door be. Yeah, thank you. All right, so let us start off today. Okay. From the first minute till the last minute, listen and enjoy the class. Yes, you are going to come across a lot of facts. I am not going to deny that. It is not your objective to buy out all the facts by the end of today. But it is your objective to be aware and exposed to all the facts that we are going to talk today. That is all. Just enjoy the class, learn the facts, put it in your notes, and then when you revise 3, 4, 5, 6 times, you will definitely get these facts in your fingertips. Because if we are able to teach ancient, medieval, and art and culture in one day, that also means that you can revise ancient, medieval, and art and culture in one day. Just like how you are able to revise economy in one day, in the same manner you will be able to revise ancient, medieval, and art and culture in one day. And you will not have that fear because it is a beautiful subject again. But we are missing out on it because we are overly focused on facts. Okay, facts are there. I am not going to deny that. But don't worry about the facts that will eventually come. But understand the framework. From that framework, if you revise the facts will automatically come. You don't have to worry too much about it. Okay, next, we are going to, this class, whatever we do today, it will seem like a geography class. Okay, why it will seem like a geography class is, we are going to learn history through geography. We will be drawing a lot of India maps. Okay, and many of you are my students before, so you people know how to draw the India map. For those watching online, try to draw the India map as quickly as possible because I will not be able to give too much time. Okay, so I will draw the India map along with you and we will map out all the places. But as we finish, I'll move to the next one. So online people, if you feel that I'm going a little quicker, you can take the screenshot and keep. But make sure that you draw it. Okay, don't just keep the screenshot. You have to, under any circumstances, draw it. Okay. Now tell me one thing. Why do you think in the GS1 of mains paper, why do you think in GS1 of mains paper, they have included history and they have included geography? Is it randomly that they have put these two subjects in one paper? Why do you think that they have included history and geography in one paper? Because both the subjects were born together and both these subjects are interrelated. That is why they have given this together. So whenever they ask geography question, you can definitely put historical context in it. Whenever they ask history question, you can definitely put geographical context in it. What does it mean? It means very simple. See, at the end of the day, our job is to analyze a phenomena. A phenomena can be anything. A phenomena can be Battle of Panipat also. The phenomena can be Buddhism also. The phenomena can be, Shankaracharya as a personality also. Phenomena can be anything. Phenomena can be this classroom also. Okay. If you have to analyze this phenomena, I can analyze the phenomena in two ways. One, I can analyze this phenomena temporally, and the second is I can analyze the phenomena spatially. The moment I analyze any phenomena with time as the parameter, then that becomes history. If I take any phenomena and analyze spatially, that means space or region as a phenomena, then that becomes geography. So at the end of the day, both these subjects are interrelated and correlated. That's why they expect you to always learn geography from the angles of history, history from the angles of geography. Why am I telling you this is how we are also going to learn. We are going to take the history, we are going to understand the timeline of the ancient, medieval and art and culture, and while understanding the timeline, we will go into the geography and see the spread of that phenomena in different regions. And that is how it should be read. So, if you can manage this equatorial climate, okay, for the next 8 hours, and if you sit, what I can promise you is ancient, medieval art and culture will be very easy for you. Are you ready for it? Yes. Alright, let us start off then. Okay. Now, okay. I want you to, the first 5 pages of your book, okay, the first 5 pages of your book is something called temporal analysis, okay. Temporal analysis in simple words is what is called as timeline. Temporal analysis, or in simple words they are called as timeline. The first 5 pages, don't touch anything and add only when I keep adding into it, okay. This is what is your schematic. This is what should give you the schema of the entire ancient, medieval and art and culture. The moment I say ancient, medieval and art and culture, in just 5 minutes, if you glance these 5 pages, you should know the subject. That is why we are keeping this as schematic or temporal analysis. The first 5 pages, we will keep adding. First I will add something, I will go and explain something. I will come back here, add something, I will go and explain something. I will come back here, add something, go and explain something. So while I am adding, you add it here. While I am explaining, don't write anything here. You go back to the explanation there. So I hope you got clarity of what we are going to do. This temporal analysis is very sacred for this subject. So please make sure that you respect it and write it properly. Don't scribble it here. Okay? Everything and anything that we do today for 8 hours can be revised in 5 minutes if you have this written properly. So very, very important this is. Okay? Alright. So the first one that we are talking about is prehistoric period. Okay, the first one we are talking about is prehistoric period, or this is in many textbooks known as, yes, Stone Age. This can be divided into Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic. Okay, Paleolithic is 2.5 million years ago to be specific, it is 11,400 years ago, but, and one more thing, okay, the dates I will use will always be approximate. Please don't worry about it, okay, no one went there, saw that it is happening and came and told us, okay, it is all approximate only. In history, everything is interpretations, okay, here and there, let us say that, if I tell that Mauryans start from 180 BC, you don't come and tell, sir, no sir, in textbook they have given 185 BC. There is nothing like that. I am going to use approximates, so don't worry about it. Okay. Paleolithic, here you have Mesolithic, and then here you have Neolithic. 10,000 to 4,000 years ago. Okay, 3,000 years ago. Okay, so write this in the temporal analysis. Now we will go to the explanation and learn in detail. Okay, but this is the temporal analysis. Okay. Lithic means stone. Always in economy I told you, in history I told you, in any subject I told you, learn to understand the hint given in the names itself. You will understand the names. Okay, lithic means stone, paleo means old. Lithic means stone, meso means middle. Lithic means stone, neo means new. Okay, so Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic. So let us understand the Stone Age. Okay, before I just go to the Stone Age, I will just show you how things work. From Neolithic starts Metal Age. Post-Neolithic starts Metal Age. And in Metal Age, we all know about Chalcolithic. Now understand that Chalcolithic are contemporaries in North India with Indus Valley civilization. Okay, and then in South India, they are contemporaries with who? Megaliths. How do we know that they are contemporaries? Because Chalcolithic, there is a Ganeshwar, there is a civilization called Ganeshwar. It used to supply copper to Indus Valley. In order to make bronze, do you need copper or not? Who used to give copper? It was Chalcolithic. The sites of Chalcolithic they used to give for them. And Chalcolithic and Megaliths, how do we know that they are interrelated is because of, there is a site called Piklihal in Karnataka. Piklihal of Karnataka has hints of Chalcolithic and it has hints of Megalithic. It has hints of both Chalcolithic and Megalithic. That is why we know Chalcolithic and Megaliths are contemporaries. But how do we know Megaliths and Indus Valley civilization are contemporaries? We know because Megaliths were the one who supplied gold to Indus Valley. But understand that this is bronze. This is bronze culture. This is bronze culture. This is copper culture. What about megaliths? They are, look at this, they are iron culture. They knew the art of smelting iron. But understand that though they knew, though they were contemporaries of them, these people did not have an idea about iron culture. They only knew about bronze culture. That is the difference. But were they contemporaries? Yes, they were contemporaries. Okay. So understand this timeline. So you have 3000 to 2500 years ago. Here you have 2500 years ago to 1500 years ago. Okay. Here also it starts 3000 years ago only, and I will tell you where it ends. Okay. So understand the schematic properly. This is what is Stone Age. This is what is Metal Age. I am going to come back to this table only after I complete the explanation of everything. Okay. So understand the temporal analysis, what we are doing. Okay. Why do they call it prehistoric period is there is very less written records about this. Why do they call it historic period is because there is written records about this. Okay. That's all. That is why they call it prehistoric and historic period. Shall we start? Are you ready? Now leave those 5 pages, come to the next explanation part, and in the explanation let us start with Paleolithic. Let us start with Paleolithic. Okay. Understand that Paleolithic overlaps with the Pleistocene period. See, this is where geography comes. Paleolithic overlaps with Pleistocene period. What is Pleistocene period? Yeah, very good. 2.5 million years ago to 11,500 years ago. This is Pleistocene period. Pleistocene period, as someone told, is what is known as Ice Age. But when I say Ice Age, don't think that the earth was completely covered with ice. That is not called Ice Age. Ice Age was because they were undergoing glacial and interglacial periods. Glacial and interglacial periods. So there was glacial period also. Most of the earth was covered with ice, and then it was melting also. Most of our earth was covered with ice, it was melting also. So during glacial periods or interglacial periods, will there be smaller animals or big animals? Very big animals. So this particular period had big animals. It had big animals. Okay. Now 2.5 million years ago to 11,500 years ago is a huge period. So in that period, on the basis of stone tool technology, they have divided these periods into lower, middle and upper. When I say upper, this is what will transition into Mesolithic. Don't forget. This is what will transition into Mesolithic. So on the basis of stone tool technology, they have classified into lower, middle and upper. Lower, middle and upper. Please come. Okay. Now, why are they classifying it on the basis of stone tool technologies? Because they start using different stones. Look at this. Here they use what you call as core stones, or it is just called as stone tools. Okay, they use core stones or stone tools. Here what they use is they use flake stones. They use flake stones, or it is also called flake tools. Flake tools. Upper Paleolithic, they use what we call as bone tools. Upper Paleolithic, they use what they call as bone tools. You can't see, you can come to this chair. There's a empty chair here. Bone tools. Okay. Now understand something. All these are different types of stones only. Okay. What is core stones or stone tools is there was a big rock. That big rock only was sharpened like this. That is what is called as stone tools. So they were using that big rock itself to hunt. Okay. Then what they did, they told that big rock is not that flexible. So what they did, they took that big rock, they broke it into small pieces. They broke it into small pieces and made it more sharper. When they broke it into small pieces and made it more sharper, flake means fragmented. The name of flake means it is fragmented. So they broke that stone and made it small and they made that sharp. That is what is called flake culture. Then they understood that these stones have less flexibility. They will break very easily. They don't have flexibility. That's why what they told, they started using bone tools. Bone tools advantage is it is flexible also, it is hard also. So they can easily kill the animals. That is why they started using this. Now, these people, whoever were there in the Paleolithic, I'm still talking about Paleolithic, these people were nomads. They did not have a settled life. They used to go from one place to another. Why they used to go to one place to another is, the reason is because they were hunters and gatherers. As I told you, they did not have the scope to settle. There was ice age, there was interglacial period. Ice age, so wherever they try to sit down, after a few years again there will be ice age, there will be no food. Again they have to go somewhere else. So that is what pushed them to migrate from one place to another. That is why these were nomads and they were hunters and gatherers. And because they used to always hunt and hunting was always becoming more and more difficult. With more and more ice age happens or glacial period happens, animals will keep dying. When animals keep dying, I have to make sure that I improve my weapon. That is why you are seeing the improvement of weapons like this. Okay. So you understood what is lower, middle and upper. Don't get confused. Now see, in the lower period, mainly they are called as Homo habilis. Homo habilis. In some textbook they give Australopithecus africanus. It is okay. Okay, they can call it Homo habilis also, Australopithecus africanus also. Don't worry about it. Okay, they were mainly dominated by Homo habilis. Okay, in the middle Paleolithic they were Homo erectus. They were Homo erectus. And in the upper Paleolithic they were, very good, Homo sapiens. Upper Paleolithic they were Homo sapiens. Okay, so Homo habilis or Australopithecus, Pithecus africanus, or Homo erectus, and you have Homo sapiens. Okay, now all these three people in the night time they have to stay somewhere. So where they used to stay? They used to mainly stay in caves. These are natural caves, not man-built caves. Don't get confused. The cave architecture that you come later is different. These are natural caves. Okay, so they used to always stay in caves during the night times because they had to protect themselves. And when they used to stay there, it is in the caves that they used to make these stones. Okay, whatever stones that we read, these stones were actually made in these caves. That is why these caves are also called factory sites. They are also called factory sites. It is also called factory sites. Okay, so that you understood. Now understand, Homo habilis started migrating from Africa. The entire human civilization started evolving from Africa. That is why they call it Australopithecus africanus. That is where the entire human evolution started. Okay, so from Africa they were able to migrate to different parts of the world. Now they did not have ships. So how did they migrate to different parts of the world? Because two continents are divided by water. Then how did they migrate from one continent to another is because glaciers. When the water freezes to become glaciers, the glacier itself acts as a land bridges. And it is mainly due to land bridges. I am talking about the lower Paleolithic. It is mainly due to the land bridges that is formed by the glaciers. They were able to migrate to one place to another. I hope you understood this. Now, why am I telling this story is, when they started migrating from one place to another and when they went towards the European continent, in the middle Paleolithic, this Homo erectus will encounter one more species. One more species is Neanderthals. One more species that they will encounter is Neanderthals. Now understand that when they encounter Neanderthals, they will also look more or less like humans only. The only thing is they have a little bent neck like this. They have very hairy eyebrows and they have a blunt nose and they are much more broader, except that they are more or less same as humans. But what you should also understand is Neanderthals were more intelligent than humans. Okay, they were more intelligent than humans. So, when there is one more species that is more intelligent, there is one more species that is competing for the same food, will there be competition? There was competition. So, when there was competition between Homo erectus and Neanderthals, common sense says because they are highly intelligent, they should have won. But actually, Homo erectus will win. This is the difference. Why do you think Homo erectus won this competition here? Neanderthals after middle, by the time you come to upper Paleolithic, they are extinct. They are almost extinct. Why do you think Neanderthals lost even though they are intelligent? Because Homo erectus develops something that Neanderthals cannot develop, and that thing that it develops is what is called as community and collective living. Community and collective living. That is why in the middle Paleolithic, if you go to their caves, you will see a lot of paintings of community dancing around the fire. Have you observed this? Now that community dancing around the fire becomes explosively more, that painting becomes explosively more in middle Paleolithic. In upper Paleolithic, if you see the diagrams, or not the diagrams, if you see the pictures in the caves, it was mainly animal. There was one animal like a donkey or like a cow or like a, some animals were there. But the moment you go to middle Paleolithic, you are seeing people dancing, holding their hands. That shows that they developed that ability of community or collective being. Okay, now when we all stay together and go and fight against someone, Neanderthals do not stay together, they are splintered in different parts. Who will win the game? Humans will win the main. That is the main reason, because they started the collective being or community development. It is the Homo erectus that will emerge victorious compared to Neanderthals. Now, if they ask you, has there been any evidence of Neanderthals interbreeding with Homo erectus? Yes. If you take the genetic setup of European population, the genetic setup of European population has Neanderthals DNA. Very less, but it has Neanderthals DNA. That shows that interbreeding has happened. Okay, that shows that interbreeding has happened between Homo erectus and Neanderthals. I hope you understood the story. They started as nomads. They started moving to different places in search of food. With that, they started seeing that hunting is becoming more and more difficult. They made flake tools. Along with that, they came into the competition with Neanderthals. They won that competition through the art of community development or collective being. And from there, they moved or evolved to become what you call as Homo sapiens. Did everyone understand what is the lower, middle and upper? Now, why is from exams perspective Paleolithic important is obviously there is very less scope that they'll ask you this. But what they will ask you is the Paleolithic sites. Why are we studying this from exams point of view is mainly for Paleolithic sites. Now, draw the India map. Okay. You have Sohan Valley. This is also part of India only then, but just for modern India I am drawing like this. Sohan Valley. Then you have Bhimbedka. I am going to draw in different colors. I will tell you what is that next. You have Belan Valley. You have Vindhyas. And then you have Bhimbedka only. Bhimbedka. Next is you have Unsgi. You have Karnool, and then you have Bhimbedka. So, this is upper this is middle and this is lower. Okay. Belan Valley is in UP. Vindhyas Bhimbedka is in Kurnool and Unzgi. Okay, you have so Bhimbedka, as you can see, you have all the three, lower, upper and middle. All the three is there in Bhimbedka. Sohan Valley, Didwana. This is Sohan Valley, this is Didwana, this is Bhimbedka. Sohan Valley, Didwana, Bhimbedka is lower Paleolithic. Belan Valley, Vindhyas and Bhimbedka is middle Paleolithic. Bhimbedka, Kurnool and Unzgi is lower Paleolithic. Okay, that's what I told you. Don't worry about biating the names today. Understand, learn. Then once you understand the entire framework, learning this becomes very simple. Okay, don't worry about it. Just make sure that you keep collecting and be aware of these places. Okay, that is enough for now. Did everyone understand what is Paleolithic? Okay, now if I go to the table back, look at this. So we have completed Paleolithic. Okay, I'm not going. Don't write anything. We'll not write anything until we complete the entire thing. I'm just showing these tables for you to recollect. So 2.5 million years ago to 10,000 million years ago, Paleolithic. You understood what happened? Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo sapiens. There was Ice Age. So there was period of glacial and interglacial period. Now comes Mesolithic. Okay. Now let us go to Mesolithic. So you have Mesolithic. Understand that climate change takes place. When I say climate change takes place, it means Ice Age ends. Climate change takes place, Ice Age ends. The moment Ice Age ends, you are going to see two things. One, you are going to see abundant forests automatically because glaciers were covering it. Now glaciers are not covering it. Glaciers used to have cold climate. Now it is warm climate. Warm climate means obviously you are going to see forests and pastures. You are going to see forests and pastures. The next is, during glacial period there are big animals. Now there is not non-glacial period. So you are going to see smaller and faster animals. Smaller and faster animals. So these are the things that you are going to see. Okay. Now why am I telling you all this is? It is because here if you take Homo sapiens, look how they will start evolving. Now because they are smaller animals and faster animals, the stone tools will also become smaller, will become sharper. That is why, because they become smaller and sharper, Mesolithic is also called microliths. Mesolithic is also called microliths because the stone tools become smaller and sharper. Okay. Now they are still nomads only because they don't have idea about agriculture. But if they ask you in exam, they are nomads. They are nomads. That means they keep migrating from one place to another because their main job is hunters and gatherers. Their main job is hunters and gatherers. Okay. However, they will develop what you call as semi-permanent settlements. Semi-permanent settlements around river banks. They will start developing semi-permanent settlements around river banks. Now, when they settle for some time, because there will be very heavy rainfall, they cannot migrate, then they will settle for some time. They will start observing these animals. Amongst these animals, there will be few animals which will always come towards the settlement and they will start grazing the forests. With that, there is now hints, they don't start, there is hints of domestication. There is hints, they do not start domestication, there is hints of domestication. Okay, or you can say idea of domestication. This is where they get the idea of domestication. But domestication has not yet started, they just get the idea. The second thing is, when they are sitting at that river banks, they are observing the crops that are grown. They will go and see that there will be few crops that I can heat directly. There will be few crops that I cannot heat. So with that, they will start identifying what you call as, again, idea of food crops. They get idea of food crops. So these are the things that happens during Mesolithic. Okay, again, Mesolithic settlements have not yet come. There is no, but understand something, hunting becomes predominant. Hunting becomes predominant. How do we know hunting becomes predominant? Is because paintings, and you see that the bows and arrows develop. Bows and arrows develop, and you can see that the tools will become more shinier. The tools will become more shinier. When do you polish your tool? If you are polishing your tool, what does it mean? What is your interpretation? Your polishing means it is shining. Okay, sharper is different. Your polishing means it is shining. Why are you polishing your tool? It means you are giving more priority to. Why are you liking your tool? You have the time to polish it, means you are respecting it. You are respecting it means you are using it for hunting purposes. That means hunting has taken priority here. Okay, that is how you have to always interpret in history. History is nothing but 70% interpretation. Okay, all right. So these are the things that happened during Mesolithic. Everyone understood what happened in Mesolithic? Now let us draw the, again from the exam's point of view, what is important? Sites. Okay, let us draw the India map. Draw the India map again. Draw the India map again and draw the important Mesolithic sites. Langanaj, this is Bagor, this is Ajamgarh, this is Bhagalpur, this is Rajgir, this is Palamu. This is Palamu. I repeat again, Langanaj, Bagor, Azamgarh, Bhagalpur, Rajgir, Palamu. These are all important Mesolithic sites in India. You can again say Bhimbedka. Even Bhimbedka was there every time. Mesolithic site. I'll repeat, Langanaj, Bagor, Azamgarh, Bhagalpur, Rajgir, Palamu, Bhimbedka. Draw bigger maps, don't draw smaller maps, because when you see, we should be able to grasp the names. You should not see it 3 times like this. Okay, the moment you turn the page, you are seeing the map, it should register in your eyes. Okay, let us say you have seen it 10 times. 10 times also you should register. If you are taking that extra effort to look at it like squinting your eyes, it will not come to your mind. Okay, let it be very soothing. Okay, draw it properly. Don't worry about the page, I will buy you a new book if you want. Okay. Shall we continue? So now, if you go back to the timeline, you understood what exactly happened in Paleolithic, what exactly happened in Mesolithic. Now let us come to why do they call it Neolithic. Okay, let us talk about Neolithic. Give the heading as Neolithic. So you have Neolithic. Again, this is Stone Age only. This is Stone Age only, but still they call it Neolithic because new things come into picture here. One, I told you that they had the idea of food crops. Okay. Now, because they had the idea of food crops, they thought that why should I go hunting when I can grow the crop here only? Hence starts what you call as Very good. Agriculture starts now. Okay, they start cultivating their own crops. Cultivating their own crops. Next, when they saw that there are few animals, I don't have to go and hunt them. They only come near me, which I can use whenever I want to. Okay, then starts domestication of animals. Then starts domestication of animals. Okay, if agriculture and domestication has started, let us say that I have taken this plot and I have sown the seeds. Can I go somewhere, or should I have to wait there only and watch it? I have to stay there only because I have to protect it. Because if I go, someone else will come and destroy it. Someone else means it can be animals also. So I have to stay there only and guard that entire settlement. So because I have to guard this agriculture, what happens? Very good. They start what you call as permanent, very good, settlements. So this is in other word called dwellings. Dwellings. Okay. Now, when I grow agriculture, I will grow, let us say 100 kgs. In that 30 kgs I will use. I will always have surplus. If I have surplus, I have to store that surplus somewhere. So then comes pottery. Yes, you call red and blackware and all this thing is there. That is not necessary now. Okay, anyways, red and blackware. Okay, pottery comes into picture. So you understood that pottery also came. Okay, now obviously if there is a settlement, there are many people who are going to stay together. Why are they going to stay together? Protection. Okay, so when there are many people who are going to stay together, automatically those people have to talk with one another. Now comes what you call as development of, very good, development of language. Development of language. Obviously, if you people are going to stay at one place for a long period of time, some people will become aged and they will die. When they die, what should you do? The next comes burials. Look at this. Everything is interrelated. So all these things happens in Neolithic. Okay, because all this thing is new. That is why they call it as New Age in Stone Age. Okay. However, it is still dominated by Homo sapiens only. And again, as I told you, the important thing here is mainly sites. Okay, let us draw the India map. Neolithic sites are also very, very important. You have Mehrgarh. Again, all these were part of India only, but modern map I am taking, that's all. Then you have Burza Home. Then you have Koldiva, Saguara, Devojling, Aiding, then you have Sarataru, then you have Gagon Sason, then you have Payampalli, Alur, Maski. This is Galabai Sason, sorry. Gala, G-A-L-A-B-A-I, Galabai Sason. I'll again repeat: Mehrgarh, Burza Home, Koldiva, Soguara, Devojling Aiding, Sarataru, Galabai Sason, Maski, Alur, Payampalli. Again, if they say Bimbedka, you can add Bimbedka. Bimbedka is there everywhere. Okay, so you understood agricultural revolution happened here. The first agricultural revolution of humanity happens in Neolithic. Domestication of animals, permanent settlement, development of language, burials, and what was one more? Pottery. Okay, and pottery. That's why you should always remember the cause and effect, then you will understand. Anyways, so this happened in Neolithic. So coming back to this, you learned what is Paleolithic, what is Mesolithic, and what is full clarity. Okay, now Chalcolithic. Before these two comes, the first comes Chalcolithic. Okay, give the heading as Chalcolithic. Give the heading as Chalcolithic. Okay, right on. Chalcolithic is the same as Neolithic. Chalcolithic is same as Neolithic. Chalcolithic is same as Neolithic, but they have developed the art of smelting copper. They have developed the art of smelting copper. That's the only difference. But they have developed the art of smelting copper. Okay, when I say they are the same, it means all these things are same. Agriculture is there, domestication is there, permanent settlement, pottery, development of language, burials, everything is happening. But along with that, they develop what you call as copper smelting. Okay. Now, next point. They are contemporaries with. They are older contemporaries with, because they are older compared to both. They are older contemporaries with one Indus Valley civilization. One is Indus Valley civilization, in bracket write down, supplied copper. Ganeshwar supplied copper to Indus Valley. Ganeshwar is in Rajasthan. Ganeshwar supplied copper to Indus Valley. Okay, that is the evidence. Okay. Now, second, one is contemporary, older contemporary to Indus Valley. Next, megaliths. The next is megaliths. Megaliths, in bracket, Pickley Hall. P-I-K, Pickley Hall. Pickley Hall. Okay. Is a site that has evidence of both megaliths and chalcoliths. Pickley Hall is a site that has evidence of both megaliths and chalcoliths. So that is how we know that chalcolith is older contemporary of both Indus Valley as well as megaliths. Okay, so this is enough. Now, give the heading as sites, chalcolithic sites, and draw the India map again. Chalcolithic sites. Online guys, please don't take screenshots and keep it. I don't mind you taking screenshots, but you drawing it matters. If you don't draw, you will not remember. You have the famous Ganeshwar culture. Then you have Kayata. Then you have Orve, Inam Goan, Alamgirpur, Pickley Hall. Okay, you have Ganeshwar culture, Kayata. You have Orve. You have Inam Goan. You have Alamgirpur. And 6 you have Pickley Hall. You can also write 7 Banas culture. 7, 8. 7 is Banas, 8 is Ahar. Okay. All these are chalcolithic sites. If you can see, they are mainly concentrated to the west. Okay. Why? Because this part is taken by megaliths, this part will be taken by Indus Valley civilization, which we are going to speak next. Okay. That is why the leftover part is mainly taken by, and this part is also taken by megaliths only. I'll talk about that. But the leftover part is taken by chalcoliths. Okay. But I'll remove this. I hope you understood why they are only concentrated in the west. Ganeshwar Kayata, Orve, Inanguan, Alamgirpur, Piklihal, Banas and Ahar. Okay, before we start with so again going back to the timeline, we are done with Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic and Chalcolithic. Chalcolithic is also done. Let us now, before I go to Indus Valley civilization, let us touch upon megaliths. Okay, give the heading as megaliths. Megaliths. Write down. They were mainly concentrated in South India and Northeast India. They were mainly concentrated in South India and Northeast India. Next one. They are mainly famous for their burials. They are mainly famous for their burials. They are mainly famous for their burials. Third one, different types of burials. Different types of burials are, you have dolmens, menhirs, cysts, laterite chambers, pit circle graves. Pit circle graves. You have dolmens, menhirs, cysts, laterite chambers and pit circle graves. Pit circle graves. Okay. These are, see, that is why they are called megaliths. Why are they called megaliths? Is because, see, lith means stone, mega means huge. They always keep huge stone next to their burials. That is why they are called as megaliths. Okay. Now, just one word about what these dolmens. Give the heading and write dolmens. Dolmens, two huge vertical rocks. Two huge vertical rocks with a capped horizontal rock. Two huge vertical rocks with a capped horizontal rock. With a capped horizontal rock. With a capped horizontal rock. Okay. Next, menhir. A single tall rock. A single tall rock that is aligned with celestial bodies. A single tall rock that is aligned with the celestial bodies. Aligned with the celestial bodies. Next, cysts. These are stone coffins used in burials. Cysts are stone coffins used in burials. Stone coffins used in burials. Laterite chambers. Laterite chambers. Coffins made of laterite rocks. Coffins made of laterite rocks. Next, pit circle graves. Pit circle graves. Stones that are arranged in a circular form around the burial. Stones that are arranged in a circular form. Stones that are arranged in the circular form around the graves. Around the graves. Okay, next point. Pit circle graves, one speciality is you can open the grave. You can open the grave and bury. And you can open the grave and bury people belonging to the same family. You can open the grave and bury people belonging to the same family. People belonging to the same family. Okay, so you understood what are megaliths. You can see that they mainly emphasized more on burials. Now, features. Give the heading as features. What can we learn? That is what is features. What can we learn? One, they were agrarian society. Megaliths were agrarian society. They were not urban society, they were agrarian society. Second, they mainly farmed on hills and not plains. They mainly farmed on hills and not plains. Why do you think they farmed on hills and not plains? Can anyone tell me? Its plains is more fertile. So common sense says that you have to, farm on the plains. Why are they farming on hills? Because security. Okay, they were not war people. Okay, they lacked any type of army. Okay, they were lacking security, and because of that, they were usually growing in higher altitude. Okay, because of security reason, they used to farm on hills. Third, they had the knowledge of smelting of iron. They had the knowledge of smelting of iron. They had the knowledge of smelting of iron. How do we know this? In burials. Okay, there is evidence in burials. Okay, there is evidence in burials. Third, they were in contact with IVC. How do we know this? They supplied gold. They were in contact with IVC. Gold. They used to supply gold to IVC. They believed in life after death. They believed in life after death. Again, evidence is burials. Evidence is burials. Evidence is burials. Okay, so you understood what are the features of megaliths. You understood why are they called megaliths. Again, coming back to the exam point of view, the sites. Draw the India map. You have, I'll write this as 1, 2 and 3. 1, 2, 3. You have Dima Asau, Asanpur, and then you have Nartihang. Nartihang. Okay. Then you have Thrissur, Adi Chennallur, Brahmagiri. Look, Chalcolithics were here. That is why megaliths are occupying the other place. Who will occupy here? Indus Valley civilization. So if you put everything, then everyone will cover everywhere. Okay. Shall we continue? So, if I go back again to the timeline, we have completed what is Paleolithic, what is Mesolithic, what is Neolithic, what is Chalcolithic, and what is Megalithic. Let us come to the Indus Valley civilization. Let us come to the Indus Valley civilization. This is something that everyone would know, but let us touch upon it. Indus Valley civilization. Okay. First is township. First is township. Okay, write down, put an hyphen and write. They were the first urban society civilization. Township, put an hyphen and write. They were the first urban civilization. First urban civilization. Second, the settlements were divided into two parts mainly. The settlements were divided into two parts. Settlements were divided into two parts mainly. Settlements were divided into two parts mainly. You have one side is citadel and the other side is lower town. Citadel lower town. Citadel and lower town. Citadel was always there on a platform. Why do you think they was always there on the platform? Safety. Okay. They will always be in a platform because you have to climb and come. It will give you time to take precautions. Okay. That's why they were always there on the platform. Next, who lived here? Agricultural population or non-agricultural population? Okay. It is mainly non-agricultural labor force. Non-agricultural labor force, or you can say specialized occupation. They mainly had specialized occupation. It can be priests, government officials, you can have artisans, traders. All these people were located in this citadel. Okay, understand that if this is citadel, someone has to supply them food. Who were supplying them food? The lower towns. Lower towns basically was in iron grid pattern. Lower towns was in iron grid pattern. Why do you think they are iron grid pattern? Because of efficiency, best, all those things. Iron grid pattern was basically in order to keep control of the people here. Okay, because it is these people who served these people. Understand that Indus Valley civilization is highly stratified civilization. There was a lot of stratification there. How do we know that there was stratification there? Through burials. Okay, in burials, you will see some burials that will have enormous amount of semi-precious stones and gold. You will have some burials that will have nothing. That means what? That means that they are stratified. Okay. Anyways, so iron grid pattern, lower down. The next is this mainly add agricultural population. This mainly add agricultural population. Do you think agriculture was advanced or primitive? Understand this? Yes, agriculture was advanced. Only because agriculture was advanced, they could have, because they had agri surplus, this surplus could be supplied to the citadel. And only because that surplus was there, urbanization was possible. If this was not surplus, urbanization cannot be possible. Understand that. So, agriculture population, the agriculture was advanced. How was it advanced? It was advanced in the form of irrigation, seeds and reservoirs. The plough has not yet come. Plough is there, sorry. Wooden plough is there. Not iron plough. Wooden plough is there. Okay, wooden plough, irrigation, seeds, reservoirs. Okay. So, this is how the township is there, the settlement is there. Now, coming to the socio-religious life. Give the heading there only. Socio-religious. Socio-religious. Understand one. There was a social order in the society. How do we know that there was social order? Whenever there is uniformity, that means there is social order. If all the societies have the same type of buildings, if all the societies use the same type of seals, if everything is happening in an order, in a uniform manner, then by default we know that the society is following a social order. If there is no social order, there will not be economic order. That is why I told history is nothing but interpretation. Okay. Anyways, first there was social order. Second, there was a social stratification. There was social stratification, but not Varna system. Don't get confused. Varna system has not yet come. I am only telling there was a social stratification. Don't get confused. Okay. There was a social stratification. Third, men and women. Men and women, both. Men and women, put an hyphen, both used to wear makeup, ornaments and fashion clothes. Men and women both used to wear makeup, ornaments and fashion clothes. And fashion clothes. And fashion clothes. Okay. Next, I'll talk about the religious. They practiced primitive animism. In bracket, very simple, primitive animism means nature worshipping. Primitive animism or nature worshipping. Nature worshipping. Next, Phallus worship was observed. Phallus worship was observed. Phallus means linga. Okay, phallus worship was observed. Third one, mother goddess was worshipped. Mother goddess was worshipped. Last one, they were superstitious. They were superstitious. Next one is they were superstitious. How do we know it? In bracket write down, they used to wear seals as amulets. They used to wear seals as amulets. Amulets means yantra. Okay, seals as amulets, which showed that they were superstitious. This is the socio-religious aspect of it. Then economy. Give the heading as economy. Economy. They were mainly trade and commerce based community. Trade and commerce. Trade and commerce. Next point, they exported textiles, mainly cotton. They exported textiles. They exported textiles, mainly cotton. Mainly cotton. They imported minerals and semi-precious stones. They imported minerals and semi-precious stones. Barter system of trade. Barter system of trade. Their seals acted as mark of authenticity for trade in Mesopotamia. Their seals acted as mark of authenticity for trade. Mark of authenticity for trade in Mesopotamia. In Mesopotamia. Okay. Important shipyards. Important shipyards were Lothal and Kuntasi. Important shipyards were Lothal and Kuntasi. These were the two important ports of Indus Valley civilization, Lothal and Kuntasi. Lothal and Kuntasi. Okay, so overall you learnt what are the different features. Now, as I told you, sites. Okay, let us talk about the sites. Let us talk about the sites. Okay. See, conventional sites are, everyone will know this, Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Dholavira, Lothal, Kalibangan, Raki Gaddi, and Banavali. These are normal sites that are there in every book. Everyone will know this. But that doesn't mean that you should not know this. But if you are learning this, you have to learn something in depth. Because UPSC has already asked surfacial questions. You should know a little bit in depth. But unconventional sites, these are conventional. Let us talk about unconventional sites. Okay, so you have one, you have Kuntasi. Two, you have Babarkot. Three, you have Vijalka. Four, you have Bagatrav. Five, you have Ropar. 6, 7, you have Farmana. You have Tigrana. 8, you have Aknur. 9 you have Alamgirpur. 10 you have Daimadabad. 10 you have Daimadabad. One more I forgot here, I'll write 11 here. Desalpur. No, I'll write it as 1A or A. I'll write it as A. A is Desalpur. Why I'm writing it is because all this thing are in Gujarat. This is in Punjab. This is in Haryana. This is in Kashmir. This is in UP. Daimadabad is in Maharashtra. So look at this. Chalcolithic, Megalithic, Indus Valley civilization. Desalpur, Kuntasi, Babarkot, Vijalka, Bagatrav, Ropar, Farmana, Tigrana, Aknur, Alamgirpur, Daimadabad. These are non-conventional sites. Again, I'll repeat. Desalpur, Kuntasi, Babarkot, Vijalka, Bagatrav, Ropar, Farmana, Tigrana, Aknur, Alamgirpur and Daimadabad. As you can see, Alamgirpur served both as a Chalcolithic site as well as a Indus Valley site. Clear with this? Okay. Now, obviously, when they ask non-conventional, it will always be superficial. You don't have to worry, just know this much. But when they ask questions on this, it will obviously be a little in depth. So you should know a little bit in depth. So let us go one by one. Give the heading as Mohenjo-daro. Give the heading as Mohenjo-daro. Mohenjo-daro. Put an F in it, right? The mound of the dead. Mohenjo-daro means the mound of the dead. The mound of the dead. Excavated by R.D. Banerjee. The mound of the dead, excavated by R.D. Banerjee. It is on the banks of the river Indus. It is on the banks of the river Indus. It follows triad system. It follows triad system. Triad system. Triad system, put an hyphen, 2 citadels and 1 lower town. 2 citadels and 1 lower town. Next, findings. The next is findings. Great bath. You have great bath. You have great assembly hall. Great bath, great assembly hall. Next, you have granaries. You have granaries. Priest king. The statue of priest king was found here. The statue of priest king. Bronze dancing girl. Bronze dancing girl. And a bronze buffalo. Bronze dancing girl and a bronze buffalo. These are all found in Mohenjo-daro. Next, Harappa. Oh, Harappa. Harappa, excavated by Daya Ram Sahani. Excavated by Daya Ram Sahani. Daya Ram Sahani. It is on the banks of river Ravi. See, this is all geography. This is on the banks of river Ravi. It is on the banks of river Ravi. Granaries are found outside the citadel. Granaries are found outside the citadel. Granaries are found outside the citadel. Next, nude male torso. Nude male torso. Nude male torso. Made of red steatite. Nude male torso. You have seen that red color statue or stomach like thing. Okay, that is found here. Nude male torso made of red steatite using lost wax technique. Using lost wax technique. Using lost wax technique. Third one, Kalibangan. Third one is Kalibangan. It was excavated by A. Ghosh. Kalibangan, excavated by A. Ghosh. A. Ghosh. Next, it is famous for bangle factories or bangle manufacturing. It was famous for bangle manufacturing. It is found on the banks of the river Gagra. Don't confuse with Gaggar. Gagra is not there now. It is found on the banks of the river Gagra. Gagra. Okay. Next one, fire altars. Fire altars were commonly seen in this settlement. Fire altars. That Omakundi, you remember? That is what is called fire altars. Fire altars were commonly seen in these settlements. In bracket, fire cults. That means there was followers of fire. Fire cults. Evidence of ploughing can be seen in Kalibangan. Evidence of ploughing. Evidence of ploughing was seen in Kalibangan. Okay. Next one. Give the heading as Raki Gadhi. Raki Gadhi. It is the largest IVC site in India. It is the largest IVC site in India. Next, evidence. Evidence of domestication of dog. Evidence of domestication of dog. It is found along the banks of Gagra Akra river. Gagra Akra river. That is also not there now. It is found along the banks of Gagra Akra river. Gagra Akra river. Next point. Budget 2026-27 as announced. Budget 2026-27 as announced. Put an hyphen. Raki Gadhi and Lothal to be developed as. Budget 2026-27 as announced. Raki Gadhi and Lothal to be developed as tourist destinations. Raki Gadhi and Lothal to be announced as tourist destinations. There are several others they have announced, but along with that several others, these are the two IVC sites. Raki Gadhi and Lothal are two IVC sites that are announced. Okay. Next, give the heading as Banavali. Banavali. The settlements are arranged in the form of spiral. It is not iron grid here. The settlements are arranged in the form of spiral. They are arranged in the form of spiral or radial. Spiral or radial. It is along the banks of Saraswati river. It is along the banks of Saraswati river. That is also not there now. Saraswati river is not there. It is along the banks of Saraswati river. There is evidence of barley and mustard. There is evidence of barley and mustard. Barley and mustard. Okay. Next, Lothal. Give the heading as Lothal. R.S. Rao. R.S. Rao excavated Lothal. R.S. Rao. It is on the banks of Bogava river. It is on the banks of Bogava. It is on the banks of Bogava river. Bogava river. in Banavali, did I say mustard and barley? Okay. It is found along the banks of Bhogavar River. Rice, evidence of cultivation of rice. Evidence of cultivation of rice. Next, terracotta toys depicting shipbuilding. Evidence of terracotta toys. Evidence of terracotta toys depicting shipbuilding. Shipbuilding. Evidence of chess. Evidence of chess. Senior, evidence of chess. And obviously it is famous sport of ancient IVC. They used to trade with Mesopotamia. All this is English that you people will anyway guess. So this is Lothal. The next is Dholavira. The next is Dholavira. R-Bisht excavated this settlement. This site, sorry. R-Bisht excavated this site. Tropic of Cancer passes through Dholavira. Tropic of Cancer passes through Dholavira. The site can be divided into three parts. The site can be divided into three parts. Citadel, Middle Town, Lower Town. The site can be divided into three parts. Citadel, Middle Town, Lower Town. Citadel, Middle Town and Lower Town. Next one. It is famous for dams and reservoirs. Dholavira is famous for dams and reservoirs. Dams and reservoirs. Next one. They practiced megalithic type burials. They practiced megalithic type burials. They practiced megalithic type burials. Again, what it means is it shows influence of megaliths. Okay, they practiced megalithic type of burials. Okay, so this is with respect to the sites. The last one is with respect to art and culture. Art and culture. So broadly you can say in art and culture what they practiced. One, they used seals. Okay, next they made bead making. Next they made ornaments like bangles, combs, jewelry, okay, all these things. Then you have pottery, again red and black ware. Then you have sculpture, you have bronze sculpture, and steatite lost wax technique, and the last is terracotta toys. This was mainly made by common man in lower towns. It was not made in citadels. That is why the toys are very abstract. Abstract means it does not have good finishing. It is very, very abstract. Why? Because it was made in lower town by common man. These things, bronze sculpture, for example, dancing girl, priest, torso, all these things were made in citadel. That's why you can see fine finishing. Okay, it was made by specialized occupation. So overall, these are the important art and cultural aspects of this thing. Seals were used for education purposes also. They were used for trade purposes also, and they were used for superstitious belief. Superstitious belief. That's what I told you. Amulets. They were used as amulets. And two important, imprints on the seals were one Pashupati seal. Pashupati seal, and the next is unicorn seal. These were the two very common seals that were found in across the settlement. Across the settlement. That's all. This completes the Indus Valley civilization. Okay. Now, did everyone make a note of this? Now, what I want you to do is take 2 minutes. Look at this timeline. Take 2 minutes. We have done Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, Chalcolithic, Indus Valley civilization, and Megaliths. Take 2 minutes. Browse through the entire thing. Don't try to grasp the words. Don't try to memorize. Just browse through the context for 2 minutes. Then we'll move on to the next timeline. The hard part is done. The next part is all interesting. Two minutes, just glance the story. You should understand the story. Don't worry about the names. Last minute. Yes. IVC civilization is? See, IVC civilization in most of the textbooks they will say it is urban society, it is mainly focused on trade and commerce. But if they have to focus on trade and commerce, someone has to feed them. Okay, so it is an agricultural surplus society, but they are dependent on trade and commerce because until then, if you take the Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, Chalcolithic and Megaliths, no one participated in trade as much as these people did. And no one participated in overseas trade. Third, it was an urban society. Urban society means it's a specialized population which is not taking part in agriculture. If it is not taking part in agriculture, it is mainly taking part in trade. Okay, that is why the emphasis is on trade. If they ask you in the exam, you should tell yes. It is mainly focusing on trade and commerce means yes, there's nothing wrong with it. Okay, but you cannot say that that society did not have agriculture. Without agriculture, nothing can survive. Shall we proceed? Okay, again, we have Paleolithic, Mesolithic, I'll keep telling this 1,000 times. Okay, keep listening to it. Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic. From there we came to Chalcolithic. From there we went to Indus Valley and Megaliths. Now in your timeline, continue this. So from Indus Valley and Megaliths, where do we go? This is North India, this is South India. We should always trace both together. Okay, I will go to the next page, but you can follow it here. So you have IVC and then you have Megaliths. Okay, this is where what happens is there is something called Aryan invasion. There is something called Aryan invasion. Again, they will not ask you a question about the Aryan invasion because that is again interpretation which is controversial. They will not ask anything controversial. Next, why did Indus Valley decline? It is also controversial. Whenever it is controversial and interpretation is still different interpretations, they will not ask all those things. That is why don't worry about those things. But what you should understand is IVC declined and a new civilization came with completely new set of practices. That is why, that is for sure. Whatever comes after IBC is completely new set of practices. Okay. So then after the IBC comes, the next one is Vedic age. 1500 to 500. We are still in BC. We don't say BC. You can say BC, not an issue. Before Christ. Okay. AD is Anno Domino. Okay. Now what we use is BC or years ago, or we use CE, that is common era. Okay, I will tell you that, but 1500 years ago and 500 years ago. So this Vedic age can be divided into, you have early Vedic period or Rig Vedic period, here you have later Vedic period, or so this is 1500 to 1000 years ago. This is 1000 years ago to 500 years ago. Now Ars has come. Until now I have not spoken about Arses. Don't get confused. Okay, now comes Arses. Vedic age is also known as age of scriptures. What are the scriptures? I will talk later. Age of scriptures. This happens in North India. Okay, we are talking about North India. This happens in North India. In South India, the megaliths continue. In South India, the megaliths continue. This is South India. Megaliths continue. Shall we start? Okay, now come back to the explanation page. We are done with the Indus Valley civilization. Now go to the next one. That is the Vedic age. Vedic age. Okay, before I go to the early Vedic period, some introductions I want to give. One, write down. They are nomadic pastoralists. First one is, they means you can say Aryans. Okay, Aryans or the Vedic people. Aryans or Vedic people are nomadic pastoralists. What do you mean by nomadic? That means they don't have a settled place. They go from one place to another in search of pastures. Next, they are mainly horse-driven community. They are mainly horse. That's why they are nomadic. They take horses and go. Horse-driven community. And why are they searching for pastures? For cattle. Okay, not for their horses. Third one, cattle is the main wealth of this community. Cattle is the main wealth of this community. Cattle is the main wealth of this community. Okay. Now, these are common. Now, write down. Vedic age can be divided into early and later Vedic period. Vedic age can be divided into early and later Vedic period. Early and later Vedic period. Now let us talk about the early Vedic period. Let us talk about the early Vedic period. Okay, understand this. First of all, everything will come from the society. If you take the economy, if you take the polity, if you take the religion, everything comes from the society. Here, so early Vedic period, if you look at the society was at the basic level, the society was Kula. What is Kula? Even today, Kula is known as family. And what is family? Family is the basic unit of society. Even they were the one who brought that Kula. Now, when many Kulas come together, that is when you form what is called as Grama. When many Gramas come together, that is when you call as Vis. When many Vis come together, that is what you call as. What is Jana? Jana means clan or tribe. Understand this. Janapada means Pada kept by Jana is Janapada. That is territory. Janapada means territory. Jana means people. Okay. Now, my basic unit of the society as the highest allegiance to the territory or people here. In this early Vedic period, the basic unit of the society has the allegiance to a territory or people. People. That is why, see, at the top I am putting Jana. I am not putting Janapada. Why not Janapada? Because these people did not have any territory. They were nomads. They used to go from one place to another. So how will their allegiance be to the Janapada? I hope you are understanding this. That is why their allegiance was always to the Jana. That is the tribe. Okay. That is why early Vedic period is known as Jana period. That is, the highest value was given to the clan or tribe. Did everyone understand this? Now, okay, are you writing this along with me? Keep writing it. I'll dictate only the technical parts. These are purely English. Okay, there's nothing to dictate here. So you have Kula, that is the basic unit of society. Grama, Vis, Jana. Okay. This as the highest allegiance. This has the highest allegiance of the people, Jana or a tribe. Now obviously, if these people are believing in the clan should have a leader, yes or no? So now this is a society. Now I will talk about the polity here only. How is the polity means the power game. Okay, how is the power arranged in the society? Now this Jana is led by a leader who is called as Rajan. This Jana or clan is led by a leader called Rajan. Is led by a leader called Rajan. Is that Rajan hereditary or elected? That Rajan is elected. That Rajan is elected. Can that Rajan has standing army? There is no standing army. If you have standing army, then why will you wait for someone elect you? You will become hereditary. Okay, there is no standing army. The people themselves will fight. Why will people come and fight? Because their highest allegiance is to the clan. So people only will come and fight if there is any problem. That is why he has no standing army. Can that person collect tax? With that money, I can keep a standing army. So you will not be given tax, only gifts. Voluntary gifts. The two voluntary gifts. No tax, only voluntary gifts. Okay, and as I told you, it is non-hereditary. This is how the power is, and decisions were taken by Sabha and Samiti. He is just a leader in the war. The decisions are not taken by the Rajan. It is taken by Sabha and Samiti. Okay, now what's the difference? Sabha is elite assembly. Samiti is general assembly. Sabha means elite assembly. Elite there means seniors. All the seniors will come and take. Elite assembly. Samiti means general assembly. All the people, Grama Sabha, today's Grama Sabha like that. Elite assembly. Okay. If you want the analogy to today, if you take all the MPs of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, then they are Samiti. You take only the ministers, the executive, the ministers, then that becomes Sabha. So elite, this is general. Okay, you understood this. So the polity was like this. Okay. Now, coming to, we have studied then comes your economy. Then comes your economy. Your economy. One, nomadic pastoralists. Nomadic pastoralists. Second, cattle is the main wealth. Cattle is the main wealth. Wars were fought to acquire more cattle. Not territory. Okay, wars were fought to acquire more cattle. Wars were fought to acquire more cattle. There is no trade, that thing and all, this thing and all. They are very primitive. Okay. Next, if you take the religion, write down. Rig Veda dominates this period. Rig Veda dominates this period. Varna system exists during this period. Varna system exists during this period. Okay. How do we know this period only? See, Rig Veda has 10 volumes. Every volume is called mandala. So, 10 mandalas together is what is called as Rig Veda. The 10th mandala, you can write there, 10th mandala is called Purusha Sukta. The 10th mandala is called Purusha Sukta. The 10th mandala is called Purusha Sukta, which talks about the Varna system. The 10th mandala is Purusha Sukta, which talks about Varna system. Okay, so Varna system started here only. But, right, next point, the Varna system was not rigid. Varna system was not rigid and just reflected the different occupations in the society. The Varna system was not rigid, but just reflected the different occupations in the society. Different occupations in the society. That means people who are practicing agriculture are Shudras, people who are practicing merchants or traders are Vaishyas, who are fighting the war are known as Kshatriyas, who are into knowledge and garnering knowledge are Brahmanas. Just because on the basis of what occupation you do, on the basis of that the division was made. It was not on the basis of birth. Because if it was not based on the birth, was there inter-mobility of Varnas? Next point, write down. There was inter-mobility of Varnas. Inter-mobility of Varnas. Inter-dining. Inter-dining. Inter-dining and intermarriages. Interdining and intermarriages. Interdining and intermarriages. Okay. Next. Women add higher status. Women add higher status. In bracket, they were part of Sabha and Samiti. Women add higher status. They were part of Sabha and Samiti. They were part of Sabha and Samiti and practiced religious rituals. They were part of Sabha and Samiti and practiced religious rituals. Religious rituals. Widow remarriage was also practiced. Widow remarriage was also practiced. Widow remarriage was also practiced. I will tell you why women's status goes. Next, later Vedic period, why do they purposely create the, take out the status of women? Okay, but here the women's status is equal to men. Okay, next. Rig Vedic gods. Rig Vedic gods. Rig Vedic gods. Put an hyphen. Indra, Varuna, Soma, Agni. Indra, Varuna, Soma, Agni, Usha and Aditi. Usha and Aditi. These were all female gods also were there, male gods also were there. Okay. Next. Mandala called Nasadiya Sukta. Mandala means it is Rigveda only. Okay. Mandala called Nasadiya Sukta. Mandala called Nasadiya Sukta of Rigveda. Nasadiya Sukta of Rigveda talks about philosophical interpretations of life. Talks about philosophical interpretations of life. Philosophical interpretations of life. Understand that Rigveda is nothing but hymns. Okay, hymns. That means it's type of slokas. Okay, so when they say it talks about philosophical interpretations of life, it is talking in the form of hymns only. It is not explaining you. So common man when they read, they will not be able to understand because it is explaining in the form of hymns. But that philosophical interpretation comes from Nasadiya Sukta. Why is this Nasadiya Sukta is important is because Upanishads, I'll talk about Upanishads. That is nothing but philosophical interpretation of life. That takes its meaning from this only. That's why I'm telling there. Let it be here. Nasadiya Sukta is done. Next. Next one. Nadi Stuti. One sec. Nadi Stuti Sukta Mandala. Nadi Stuti Sukta Mandala. Nadi Stuti Sukta Mandala talks about different rivers. Talks about different rivers. Right, these are the 7 rivers mentioned by it. Talks about different rivers. Vitasta, Parushni, Sutudri, Ashkini, Vipasa, Sindhu. Vitasta, Parushni, Sutudri, Ashkini, Vipasa, Sindhu. Ashkini, Vipasa and Sindhu. This is Jhelum. This is Ravi. This is Sutlej. This is Chenab. This is Bias. And this is Indus. This is Indus. This is what is written in Nadistuti Sukta. This is also one mandala in Rigveda. Okay, so you understood what all happened during the early Vedic period. Okay, basically the society was egalitarian. Okay, and there was no power that is concentrated in one person. It is the people who made the rules and laws. Now comes the next one. Okay, so this is from 1500 to 1000. Okay, 1500 to 1000 years ago, or 1500 BC to 1000 BC. Anything is okay. 1500 years ago to 1000 years ago. Okay, this is early Vedic period. Now the society will change. Okay, let us see how the society changes. So next you can say later Vedic period. The society changes now, later Vedic period, that is from 1000 BC to, I will keep using BC or you can say YA. Okay, everything is fine. Okay, later Vedic period. Now look at this. You have Kula, you have Grama, you have Vis. Now this Vis will give more allegiance to, look at this, Janas Pada. Okay, that is Pada. This is nothing but territory. So this is also is known as the age of Janapada, not Mahajanapada. I'll tell you that later. This is also the age of Janapada. Okay, this is the basic unit. So this was what was the society in the later Vedic period. Society in the later Vedic period. Got this? Up to this point you have got. Now within the society only some changes will happen. Look at this, what will happen. There was Varna system. This Varna system now becomes rigid. Okay, Varna system becomes rigid. When I tell it becomes rigid, what does it mean? It means now Varna system is based on not occupation but birth. Varna system is based on birth. It becomes rigid. Now intermobility of Varna used to happen due to marriages. When someone marries of someone else, the intervarna mobility used to happen. So let us say X and Y, male and female, both married of different Varnas. Whoever is the highest Varna, both will go to that Varna. In the early Vedic period, this is how it used to happen. Let us say the girl is from Brahmana and the boy is from Vaishyas or Shudras. If there's a marriage that happens, both will go into Brahmana. So that is how the intermobility used to happen in the early Vedic period. Now they had to stop this. Who and all, don't worry. Okay, it is not about developing hatred. It is just understanding the concept. Okay, they wanted to stop the mobility. So how will I stop the mobility? I have to stop the marriages. Because of the marriages only the mobility is happening. Now how will I stop the marriages? How will I stop the marriages? Women will now be given lower status. I will stop the marriages only if that is possible, if I give women the lower status. That is why later Vedic period women will be given lower status. Now when I say women will be given lower status, what does it mean? It means women cannot participate in religious practices or rituals. They cannot participate in religious rituals. Second, they are not part of Sabha. That is elite assembly. Remember, they are not part of Sabha, but they can be part of Samiti. Samiti is general assembly. Whoever is there is there. So they are not part of Sabha. They can be part of Samiti. Widow remarriage is not practiced anymore. Widow remarriage is not practiced anymore. And obviously, intervarna marriages are not allowed. Intervarna marriages are not allowed. So this is how all this is done in order to make sure the Varna system becomes more rigid. All this is done in order to make Varna system more rigid. Okay, so obviously in Varna system, one, it becomes hereditary. The second is there is no intermobility. There is not even interdining now. Not even interdining. So this is the entire society. Now, along with this, look at this. When the entire society is giving allegiance to the territory, someone has to protect the territory. Someone has to protect the territory. Now comes the new concept called Raja. Rajan is done. Now comes Raja. Raja is the protector of Janapada. Protector of Janapada. Raja is the protector of Janapada. Now, if I have to protect that land, what will I first do? Fortification starts. They'll start building forts. Okay. Obviously, if I have to protect the forts, I have to keep standing army. Now, if I am keeping standing army, I have to give something to eat. They have to have some food. So now I will start collecting tax. That is why two terms will come now. Samartha and Sannidata. Samartha and Sannidata. Samartha is treasurer and Sannidata is tax collector. Samartha is treasurer, Sannidata is tax collector. So two terms have come now. Okay. Now this Raja, that Raja has to be seen as someone superior. So this Raja will start performing yagnas. So there are different yagnas they will perform. One is, one second, Vajapiya, Ashwamedha and Rajasuya. These are the three types of yagnas performed by the Raja. Vajapiya, Ashwamedha and Rajasuya. These are the three types of yagnas. Okay. In Vajapiya, the yagna is done after chariot racing. Okay. Vajapiya, chariot racing. Yagna is done after chariot racing between different kings to show the superiority. Okay. Chariot racing. Okay. Ashwamedha, put an hyphen. When the superiority is established, in the form of the horse, free to ride in the enemy's territory, in the form of an horse, Ashwamedha. See, if someone captures that horse, that means that you have now declared war with me. If that horse is allowed to go freely, that means you are not challenging my, that is what is Ashwamedha. If that horse goes to all the enemy territories and comes back, then yagna is, they perform the yagna telling that I am the superior. Okay, that is what is known as Ashwamedha. Okay, so all this. After superiority is established in the form of an horse, free to ride in the enemy territories. Last is Rajasuya. Rajasuya is royal consecration. Royal consecration means different Rajas of different Janapada will come and sit. That person will be shouting, Raja Adi Raja, Maharaja, they'll keep shouting like that. That person will come and sit and they'll throne him. So that entire ceremony is what is called as Rajasuya. So when other kings come and sit, that means that this person is superior to them. So all these are different things that are done during the later Vedic period. Why? To show the superiority. So broadly you have Vajapiya, chariot racing, Ashwamedha, horse riding in enemy territory, Rajasuya is royal consecration, that is throning. Yeah, royal ceremony or royal throning. Okay. So this is about the Raja. So you understood what happened in the society, what happened in the polity. But what is mainly important in later Vedic period is scriptures. From the exam point of view, scriptures become very important. See, Rigveda dominated in the early Vedic period. Now comes other three Vedas. Samaveda, Yajurveda and Atharva Veda. Samaveda, Yajurveda and Atharva Veda. Okay. Samaveda basically provides chants and melodies to the hymns of Rigveda. chants. Okay, Samaveda basically provides chants. I told you, Rigveda consists of all mantras. So, the chanting of that mantra, that melody is given by this Samaveda. Okay, chants and melodies or melodies for hymns of Rigveda. This is what is this thing. Yajurveda, it mainly talks about yagnas and rituals. Yajurveda mainly talks about yagnas and rituals. Okay. Atharva Veda talks about spells and charms. It talks about spells and charms. Spells and charms. And Atharva Veda also has hints of Ayurveda. Hints of Ayurveda. Hints of Ayurveda. So, apart from Rigveda, you have Samaveda, Yajurveda and Atharva Veda. Okay. Why is this being established is, the Varna system has become very rigid. When the Varna system has become very rigid, Brahminism or Brahminical society is trying to establish their supremacy. How are they trying to establish their supremacy? Through this. See, these scriptures, normal person cannot read. Even if you read, you will not know. See, they are establishing their supremacy. To oppose them, to oppose the Brahmana, Kshatriyas are trying to establish their supremacy. How are they trying to establish their supremacy? Through this. So, understand that there is constant tussle between all the four Varnas. Kshatriyas and Brahmanas are fighting for supremacy in the society itself. Shudras and Vaishyas are fighting for upward mobility of their Varnas. So, entirely all the four Varnas are also not happy, women are also not happy. Why am I telling this story is the next league, what happens because of that. But overall, you learnt what is happening in this. Okay. Now, along with this, you have this Veda. Now, the commentaries on this Veda. Commentaries on this Veda is given by what you call as Brahmanas. Commentaries on this Veda, including Rig Veda. Okay, including Rig Veda, commentaries on this Veda is what is called as Brahmanas. Commentaries means explanation. I told you, Vedas, when someone reads, they cannot understand. It is just mantras. What does that mantra tell? That commentary is given by Brahmanas. Okay. Again, write example. You have for Rig Veda, you have Aitariya Brahmana. For Yajurveda, you have Shatpata Brahmana. Very famous, this is Shatpata Brahmana. The next is Atharva Veda. You have Gopata Brahmana. And then you have Samaveda. You have Panchavimsha Brahmana. Panchavimsha Brahmana. So, these are different examples of different. There are many. Okay, there are many for Rigveda only, there are many. But I am just giving you one very important examples of Brahmanas for every Veda. Okay, so these are nothing but commentaries. These are nothing but commentaries. Rigveda Aitariya Brahmana, Yajurveda Shatpata Brahmana, Atharva Veda Gopata Brahmana, Samaveda is Panchavimsha Brahmana. Okay, so these are all commentaries. So this is also, one is Vedas came, another is Brahmanas came. Next, one more type of scripture is, remember the society in later Vedic period was divided into 4 ashramas, especially for men, not for women. It was divided into 4 ashramas. Okay, it was divided into 4 ashramas. So what are the 4 ashramas? You have Brahmacharya, you have Grihastha, Vanaprastha, and then you have Sannyasi. Okay, you have Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyasi. Okay, Brahmacharya means you have to accumulate more and more knowledge. Grihastha means you have to experience family. Vanaprastha means you have to experience solitude. Sannyasi is you have to try to develop or you have to try to liberate. Okay, so solitude or seclusion, that is what is Vanaprastha. Okay, these are the 4 ashramas or 4 stages of life in later Vedic period for men. Again, women have lost their privilege. Okay, women have lost their privilege. Okay, now see, why have they created this? Why am I telling you all this is? See, they have created this. Vanaprastha is basically you go and live in forest. Because this is the transition. Because this is the transition between Grihastha and Sannyasi. You go and live in the forest because that is the transition between Grihastha and Sannyasi. Okay, when you were in Grihastha, you always followed external rituals and practices. Rituals and practices. Okay, now in Sannyasi, you are mainly focusing on internal meditation. So, a person who has practiced external rituals, suddenly you tell him go and practice meditation, they cannot do it. So, there has to be some transition that has to happen before they go into Sannyasi. Sannyasi means complete detachment. Complete detachment. So, that detachment will not come very simply just by telling that person to. So, for that person to develop detachment, that person has to follow some transition that will help that person follow detachment, and that transition is what is called as Vanaprastha. Now, who will tell what is the transition and what I have to do? So, the scripture that is going to tell what I have to do here, those scriptures are what are called as Aranyakas. Those scriptures are what are called as Aranyakas. These Aranyakas are those scriptures written by forest sages. Why are they calling forest? They are also saints only, but they wrote that book after they experienced this Vanaprastha. That is, what should you do to transition from Grihastha to Sannyasi? Okay, example of Aranyakas is Aittariya Aranyaka, Tattariya Aranyaka. Again, there are many. I am just giving you 2 examples. Tattariya Aranyaka. So, this is another scripture that came into picture. So, you understood different Vedas, you understood Brahmanas, and you also understood Aranyakas. Okay, but see, at the end of the day, you understood everything, but people started asking scientific questions. These things are all telling us spirituality. It is not telling us rationality. Okay, but common man cannot understand spirituality so fast. Common man is asking rational questions. What is life? How should I lead my life? These are all moral and social questions. So, these philosophical questions could not be answered by Vedas or Brahmanas or Aranyakas. That is why the last one, the next one comes is Upanishads. Upanishads. Put a knife in it, right? It is Guru Shishya Parampara. Upanishads is Guru Shishya Parampara. Upanishad literally means come and sit near. Upanishad means come and sit near. It means come and sit near. Why? Because a person will ask a question, I will answer. You ask question, I will answer. Shishya will ask question, Guru will answer. That is how they try to give you knowledge. Next, it is the philosophical interpretation of Vedas. It is the philosophical interpretation of Vedas. Remember Nasadiya Sukta, that Nasadiya Sukta, that mandala plays a very important role in the development of Upanishads. Nasadiya Sukta plays an important role in the development of this Upanishads. Philosophical interpretation of Vedas. Philosophical interpretation of Vedas. Okay. Important Upanishads. Important Upanishads are Chandogya Upanishad, then you have Mundaka Upanishad. There are many, but Mundaka Upanishad, and then you have Brihadaranyaka. Brihadaranyaka Upanishads. Have you heard Asatoma Sadgamaya? Okay, that comes from this. Asatoma Sadgamaya. That comes from this. Mundaka Upanishad, what comes? Correct. Chandogya Upanishad, what comes? Tat Tvam Asi. You are that. You means self or Atman, and that means universe or Brahman. Okay, from this only the Vedanta, Shankaracharya, Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, Vallabhacharya, all these people will start taking these teachings and start developing their own theories. We will speak about that in Bhakti movement, but I hope you understood this. So overall, this is Upanishads. Broadly, I have written 3, there are many, but these are the broadly written Upanishads. Tat Tvam Asmi. Asmi or Asi. Okay, Tat Tvam Asmi. In school, I've studied Sanskrit as a language. I forgot this. Okay. Yes. You are that. That is Atman and Brahman. Brahman, don't think the Varna Brahman. Brahman here means Brahma, the ultimate reality. Don't take the Brahman from Varna Brahman. Brahman and you is your soul. Brahman or the ultimate reality, both are one and the same. That is what is told by this Chandogya Upanishads. Chandogya Upanishads. Chandogya Upanishads. Okay. This Upanishad is what is also called as Vedanta. Upanishad is what is called as Vedanta because it comes as the last or the final interpretation of Vedas. It comes as the last or the final interpretation of Vedas. So overall, Vedas, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and the last comes Upanishads. Okay, so this completes your later Vedic period and your, early Vedic period and later Vedic period. The only thing is you got Jana, then became Janapada. Now the Janapada, amongst the Janapada, few will grow more bigger. They will go on to become Mahajanapadas. So we are moving into the phase of Mahajanapadas. So before we move into the phase of Mahajanapadas, again we will go back to this, come from the beginning, look at this board here itself. So we started with Paleolithic. From Paleolithic, we went to Mesolithic. From Mesolithic, Neolithic. Then the Metal Age, you have Chalcolithic, Indus Valley Civilization and Megaliths. After this, there is invasion of Aryans and then starts what you call as early Vedic period and later Vedic period. So you understood what happened in early Vedic and you understood what happened in later Vedic. Okay, 2 minutes, just revise this, 2 minutes. Megaliths are still there. In South India, megaliths only are there. Unfortunately, not much research is done. So there is not much information there. Okay. Next is very, very important. We learn about Buddhism and Jainism now. Okay, now is where Buddhism and Jainism comes into picture. So revise properly. Yes. Scriptures. Exam point of view, don't study only from exam point of view, study in general. Okay, whatever I am teaching is important from exam point of view only. Okay, in Paleolithic, Mesolithic, there is less information about what they did and more information about sites. That's why I told you like that. But overall, whatever I teach is important from exams point of view. Last minute, get used to the equatorial climate. It will make you more hard. Okay, you will become more strong. By the time we finish the class today, you should be able to tell me the entire timeline by closing your eyes. If you're not able to, then I'll not let you go. Okay, know that. Alright. Anyways, let us continue now. See, now I told you that there is Rigvedic period. From the Rigvedic period, if you go to later Vedic period is the entire age of tension. There is tension between Brahmanas and Kshatriyas. There is tension between Shudras, Vaishyas and upper Varnas. There is tension between women and the society. Now, because of this tension and conflict, always when there is tension and conflict, there has to be some venting out. That venting out will come here. Here is the rise of heterodoxy schools. Okay, here is the rise of, you are writing in the timeline, don't forget. 500 BC is the rise of heterodoxy schools. 500 BC, there is the rise of heterodoxy schools. Heterodoxy schools. Okay, more than the 75 different heterodoxy schools came into picture. In 500 BC, 75 different schools came into picture. But amongst the 75 different schools that came, 3 became very famous. The first is Buddhism, the second is Jainism, and the third is Ajivikas. So 3 became very famous. Bindusara will make Ajivikas famous. Okay. Chandragupta Maurya will make Jainism famous. Ashoka will make Buddhism famous. That is why these 3 will become famous. However, there were 75 schools that came up. That is why, look at the 75 schools. They are trying to reduce the conflict. Look at this. They say, one, Varna system should not be followed. Why? Because that itself is creating the problem. Second, they say, Sanskrit should not be emphasized. Local languages should be emphasized. Why? Because no one is understanding Sanskrit except Brahmanas. Third, they will always say non-violence. Why? Because you don't fight. Kshatriyas are fighting and that is what is creating the problem. So don't fight. That is what they say. Then look at this. They'll say no sacrifices. Why? Because these yagnas undertook a lot of sacrifices. Sacrifices means domesticated animals. Domesticated animals were coming from whom? Shudras. So Shudras were giving a lot of animals for these yagnas and they were suffering. So they told no sacrifices. So what I'm trying to tell is, you see all these schools are trying to reduce the tension between all the 4 Varnas. They tell no hoarding. Why are they telling no hoarding? If you see these sects, they say no hoarding. Why do they say no hoarding? It is mainly they are telling the merchants, don't be greedy, don't try to hoard the stuff, try to give the stuff as much as possible. That is why you go to any principle of this, they'll always say no hoarding. Okay. So Brahmanas, they will say no orthodoxy, no Sanskrit, no scriptures. Vaishyas, they say no non-violence, no wars. Kshatriyas, they say no violence or no wars. Vaishyas, they say no hoarding. Shudras, they say no sacrifices, hence you can keep your cattle. And last is women. When you come to women, they allow women into their practices. They tell that you have to treat women equally to men. Whatever I just explained is English. I'm not going to dictate this to you. I hope you understood the story, why these heterodoxy schools comes into picture. They try to give all the different guidelines in order to undo all the negatives of all the varnas and undo the varna itself and to undo the injustice done to women. Did you people understand this? Okay. Now, apart from this, because Buddhism and Jainism is a recurring theme, they will keep asking one question every year on that. You have to build depth. So, let us build depth. So, let us go to the explanation part. Give the heading as Buddhism and Rise of Heterodoxy School. Give the heading first as Rise of Heterodoxy School. Rise of Heterodoxy School, 500 BC, and there the first one is Jainism. The first one is Jainism. Understand the philosophy, you don't have to read it again at all. Okay? If you buy art, you will always try to read it. First, it is derived. Jainism is derived from the word Jina. Jainism is derived from the word Jina, which means conqueror. It is derived from the word Jina, which means conqueror. Second, Jainism believes in the teachings of Tirthankaras. Jainism believes in the teachings of Tirthankaras. Believes in the teachings of Tirthankaras who have attained Kaivalya. Tirthankaras who have attained Kaivalya, in bracket enlightenment. Who have attained Kaivalya, in bracket entitlement. Kaivalya, entitlement. Okay. Next point. First Tirthankara is Rishabhadeva. The 23rd is Parashnatha. And the 24th is Mahavira. 24th is Mahavira. Okay. Now, so you understood this. Next, write down. Jainism believes in the doctrine of universalism. Jainism believes in the doctrine of universalism. Doctrine of universalism. Put an hyphen and write. Universe is eternal. Universe is eternal and is bounded by natural laws. Universe is eternal. Universe is eternal and is bounded by natural laws. And is bounded by natural laws and not God. And not God. And not God. So they don't believe in God. They tell it is bounded by natural laws and not God. This is what is doctrine of universalism. Next, doctrine of materialistic karmic matter. Doctrine of materialistic karmic matter. Materialistic karmic matter. Karma, we say karma. Materialistic karmic matter. Look at this. They have a different interpretation. Write down. According to Jainism, a soul accumulates more karma. A soul accumulates more karma. Accumulates more karma when the karmic matter binds to the soul. When the karmic matter binds to the soul. Karmic matter binds to the soul. Binds to the soul. Hence, removing all karmic matter from the soul will result in removing all karmic matter from the soul will result in salvation or liberation. Removing all karmic matter from the soul will result in liberation. Understand Sullekana? Have you heard Sullekana? Why do they practice it? It is so extreme, but why do they practice it? It is individually removing all the hairs with your hand. Why do they do that? Because they believe that karmic matter in normal Hinduism, karmic matter is abstract concept. Whereas in Jainism, they are giving it matter concept. That is, just like electrons, protons, neutrons, they say that karma also has a matter. So if you want to liberate your body or your soul, that karmic matter should wash away from your body. And they practice that Sulekana because they feel that Sulekana is a way in order to remove all that karmic matter. I hope you understood this. So, I have told will result in salvation. Next, write on. This doctrine provides 5 stages for liberation. This doctrine provides 5 stages for liberation. 5 stages for liberation. You have first stage is Asrava, second stage is Bandha, third stage is Samvara, fourth stage is Nirjara, and the fifth stage is Moksha. Asrava, Bandha, Samvara, Nirjara and Moksha. Asrava, Bandha, Samvara, Nirjara and Moksha. Nirjara and Moksha. Okay. Asrava, put an hyphen and write inflow of karmic matter. Inflow of karmic matter. Inflow of karmic matter. Bandha means binding of the karmic matter on the soul. Bandha means binding of karmic matter on the soul. Binding of karmic matter on the soul. Third one, Samvara means cessation of the binding of karmic matter on the soul. Cessation, that means stopping. Cessation of binding of karmic matter on the soul. Cessation of binding of karmic matter on the soul. Nirjara, removal of karmic matter from the soul. Nirjara, removal of karmic matter from the soul. Removal of karmic matter from the soul. Moksha, the soul is free of karmic matter and liberated. The soul is free of karmic matter. The soul is free of karmic matter and is liberated. Is free of karmic matter and is liberated. Okay. So these are the 5 stages given by this doctrine. Next, write down. Doctrine of Triratna. Doctrine of Triratna. Doctrine of Triratna. Put an hyphen and write. Liberation can be achieved through extreme asceticism. Liberation can be achieved through extreme asceticism. Extreme asceticism. Extreme asceticism. And by following the 3 jewels of Jainism. Extreme asceticism and by following the 3 jewels of Jainism. 3 jewels of Jainism. Right faith, right knowledge, right conduct. Right faith, right knowledge, right conduct. Right faith, right knowledge, right conduct. Okay, so you understood what is karma, what is liberation. At the end of the day, all the schools will talk about what is liberation. The end goal of Upanishads also is liberation. The end goal of Jainism, Buddhism, then you come across different philosophies. Mimamsa, Vaisheshika, everything you take, the end goal will always be liberation. Okay, that is moksha. So this is what is the liberation part. Now, give the heading as schools of Jainism. Schools of Jainism. Schools of Jainism. First one, ART&CULTURE school. ART&CULTURE school. ART&CULTURE schools. Anek means many. Okay, ART&CULTURE school. Put an hyphen and write. It helps us understand reality. 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 Second point, reality is very complex. Reality is very complex. Reality is very complex, and cannot be understood by a single point of view. And cannot be understood by a single point of view. Cannot be understood by a single point of view. Cannot be understood by single point of view. Okay. It promotes the theory of non-absolutism. It promotes the theory of non-absolutism. Non-absolutism, which means no point of view can derive absolute truth. Which means no point of view can derive absolute truth. No point of view can derive absolute truth. Okay? You understood this? Now, the next school is Mayavada school. Mayavada school. Mayavada school. Naya means standpoint. Naya means standpoint. Next point. This school provides a method to understand reality. This school provides a method. This school provides a method to understand reality. Method to understand reality. Next point. Reality must always be assessed. Reality must always be assessed with two standpoints. Reality must always be assessed with two standpoints. Okay. Dravyartika. One second. Dravyartika Naya. This is Prayartika Naya. Dravyartika Naya, Prayartika Naya. Dravyartika Naya and Prayartika Naya. Dravyartika Naya means substance view or static view. Okay. Prayartika Naya means dynamic view or intent view. Intent view. Have you heard, don't assess anything just by the way it looks outward. Try to assess its substance, try to assess its spirit. Have you heard this? You should always see it with substance and you should always see it with spirit. That is coming from this only. Dravyartika means substance, spirit means Prayartika. So that is what is this school telling. Okay. This is what is Mayavada school of Jainism. Okay. The last one is, so you understood Anekantavada, Mayavada. The last one is Syadavada. Syadavada school. Syadavada school. Syada means maybe. Syada means maybe. Syada means maybe. Maybe. It may happen. It may not happen. Syada means maybe. Write down. This school says that reality exists. This school says that reality exists. This school says that reality exists due to causes and conditions. Due to causes and conditions. Next point. It means reality is never independent but dependent. Reality is never independent but dependent on the context. Reality is never independent but dependent on the context. Reality is never independent but dependent on the context. Okay. What it means is, for someone, let us say that this pen will assume reality only when I start writing with this pen. So in the context of this classroom, this pen has reality. If you people are also not here, I am also not here, this pen is lying on there, this is not reality. That is what is Syadavada. It may happen, it may not happen. That may or may not, it depends on the context. So that is what is Syada, may or maybe. Okay, so I hope you understood. These are the three main schools of Jainism: Anekantavada, Nayavada and Syadavada. Okay, so you learned what is the different schools. Now, Jaina councils. Give the heading as Jaina councils. Jaina councils. First one, first council. Chandragupta Maurya. He is the patron. First council, the patron is Chandragupta Maurya. The presiding monk or presiding monk is Stalabhadra. Some textbooks give Stulabhadra. Don't get confused with Stulabahu. He is different. Stulabhadra or Stalabhadra. Okay, he is the presiding monk. Outcome. Compilation of Angas and Purvas. Compilation of Angas and Purvas. Compilation of Angas and Purvas. One more thing happens here. Okay. Due to famines, comma, the agamas. What are agamas? In bracket write down, oral tradition of teachings of Jainism. Agamas are very important. That is what will split Digambars and Svetambars. Oral tradition of, agamas are oral tradition of teachings of Jainism. Due to famines, the agamas, which are oral traditions of teachings of Jainism, close the bracket. Due to famines, agamas are lost. Okay, next point. Due to famines, Jainism will divide into two sects. Digambars and Shvetambars. I'll come back to that later. Digambars and Shvetambars. So Chandragupta Maurya will come with Digambars to the South India. Okay, that is why you should know this. Digambars and Shvetambars. So all these things happens during the first council. Next, second council. This happened somewhere in, let us say, if you want approximate date, some 300 BC. Okay, first council 300 BC. It happened in 300 BC. Second council happens somewhere around 500 AD or CE. Both are same. 500 AD or CE. Both are same. 500 AD or CE. Second council. Ruler. That is patron. Patron is Dhruvasena I of Maitrikas of Vallabi. I will talk about that. It comes post Guptas. Maitrikas of Vallabi. Presiding monk is Devardi Kshema Sharma. Next point. Outcome. 1. Compilation of Upa Angas. See, this Angas is there. Interpretation of this is Upa Angas. Compilation of Upa Angas. The second thing is what is important. Next is compilation of Agamas. This the Digambars will not accept. Compilation of Agamas. In bracket followed by Svetambars only. Digambars will not follow this. Compilation of Agamas followed by Svetambars. Digambars will say that when there was famines, whatever Agamas were lost, that can never come back. So in this council, whatever Agamas you are trying to compile is not true Agamas at all. That is why Svetambars do not follow it. And understand that this particular second council is dominated by Svetambars only. So because Svetambars are the ones who will compile that Agamas are oral tradition of Mahavira's teaching or Jainism teaching, not Mahavira, Jainism teaching. That entire teaching is gone. How can you compile it? That is what Digambars tell. Shvetambars will tell, no, we remember it, and hence they compile it. So that is where the friction happens. Okay. So understand that this is what happens in the first council and second council. So you understood what are the different councils. Now come to sects of Jainism. Come to sects of Jainism. Sects of Jainism. You have Digambars, Shvetambars. These are called sky clad. These are called white clad. Okay, sky clad because they do not wear any clothes, white clad because they wear white clothes. Okay, read on Digambars. They do not wear any clothes. They do not wear any clothes. The monks, okay, when I said they, that means monks. The monks do not wear any clothes. Second, only males can attain liberation. Only males can attain liberation. Only males can attain liberation. They do not accept the agamas as the sacred text. They do not accept agamas as the sacred text. Their sacred text is Kasaya Pahuda. Their sacred text is Kasaya Pahuda. Sacred text is Kasaya Pahuda. Kasaya Pahuda. Okay, come to this side, Shvetambars. Last point, Digambars, write down. They are mainly found in Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh. Digambars mainly found in Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh. Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh. Okay, come to Shvetambars. They wear white clothes. I mean, the monks wear white clothes. The monks wear white clothes. They believe in the authority of agamas. They believe in the authority of agamas. Women can attain liberation also. Women can attain liberation also. Mainly found in Gujarat and Rajasthan. Mainly found in Gujarat and Rajasthan. Mainly found in Gujarat and Rajasthan. Okay, so you understood Digambars and Shvetambars. Some subsects you should know in both the places. So come to Digambars. There you can write three important subsects: Bispanti, Terapanti, Samyas or Taranapanti. Samyas or Taranapanti. Bispanti, Terapanti, Samyas or Taranapanti. Okay, Bispanti, put an hyphen and write Bispanti. One line. If you know that much, it's okay. Bispanti, idol worship, rituals, idol worship plus rituals plus temples. Just like Hinduism. Bispanti is just like Hinduism. Idol worship, rituals and temples. Terapanti rejects idol worship. Rejects idol worship and focuses on teachings. Terapanti rejects idol worship and focuses on teachings. Okay, last one. Samyas or Taranapanti, these put an hyphen and write followers of Acharya Tarana Swami. Followers of Acharya Tarana Swami. Followers of Acharya Tarana Swami. Tarana Swami. So whatever teachings Tarana Swami says, they follow that. That particular sect is known as Samyas or Taranapanthi. Okay. So overall, these are the different sects. Okay. Now come to Shvetambars. Again, there are three sects here. You have Murti Pujakas, Stanakvasis, and this is one more. Don't get confused. There is one more Terapanthi here. There is one more Terapanthi here. Murti Pujakas, Stanakvasis, and Terapanthis. Okay, as the name suggests, Murti Pujakas. Okay, yeah, put a hyphen and write idol worship, temples, rituals. Murti Pujakas means idol worship, temples, rituals. Broadly, if you take Jainism, in South India you have Bispanthi, in North India you have Murti Pujakas only. This Terapanthi, Taranapanthi are all very strict asceticism. It requires your dedication and sacrifice, okay, which common man cannot do. Okay, so basically they are this one. These are all monks who do it. Okay, anyways, Murti Pujakas is temples, rituals, and idol worship. Stanakvasis reject idol worship, follows pure teachings of Jainism, reject idol worship, and follows pure teachings of Jainism. Idol worship and follows pure teachings of Jainism. The next is Terapanthi, followers of Acharya Bhikshu. Terapanthi, Shvetambar. This is Shvetambar, followers of Acharya Bhikshu. Followers of Acharya Bhikshu. Okay, that's all. This broadly finishes what exactly is Jainism. When you read more or when you solve more tests and if you come across any new things, keep adding on to this. Okay, because Jainism is an important theme where the questions keep coming. So, we are done with Jainism. I'm again going to go back to this table. So, we learned that in the Vedic period, you have the early Vedic period, you have the later Vedic period. Later Vedic period becomes very, very rigid. In order to undo all the negativities of that rigidity comes the rise of heterodoxy. In that rise of heterodoxy, we saw what is Jainism. Now, let us look what is Buddhism. Okay, let us go back to the explanation and write. Sorry, it's okay. Let us write Buddhism. Write on Buddhism. Founder is Gautama Buddha. All those things I will not tell. Write down. Buddhism talks about the Four Noble Truths. Buddhism talks about the Four Noble Truths. Dukkha, Samudaya, Nirodha, and Magga. It talks about the Four Noble Truths. Dukkha, Samudaya, Nirodha, and Magga. Dukkha, Samudaya, Nirodha, and Magga. Dukkha, the world is full of suffering. Dukkha, put an hyphen and write. The world is full of suffering. The world is full of suffering. World is full of suffering. Samudaya, the reason for the suffering is desire. Samudaya, the reason for the suffering is desire. Reason for the suffering is desire. Nirodha, cessation of suffering is possible. Cessation, C-E-S-S-A, cessation. Okay, cessation means stop. Cessation of suffering is possible. That is what is Nirodha. Cessation of suffering is possible. Next, Magga, path to liberation. Path to liberation. Path to liberation in the form of Ashtanga Magga. In the form of Ashtanga Magga, that is eightfold path. In the form of Ashtanga Magga, that is eightfold path. Next point, write on the eightfold path. for attaining liberation are, the eightfold path for attaining liberation are Prajna, Sila, Samadhi. Samadhi means meditation. Sila means ethics. Prajna means knowledge. Okay. So you have, here you have right intent, right thought, or you can say right view. Ethics you have right action, right speech, and then right livelihood. Samadhi, you have right effort, right concentration, and right mindfulness. That's all. This is what is Ashtanga Magga or eightfold path. It can be divided into these: Sila, Samadhi, and Prajna. So in Jainism also you learned how liberation is attained. In Buddhism also you learned how liberation is attained. In Jainism you have to take off all the karmic matter, whereas in Buddhism you have to follow this eightfold path. Only then your soul will stop that desire. When you stop the desire, suffering stops. Okay, I'll tell you, it is not yet done. How exactly? So you understood following this eightfold path will help you that four noble truths. Now, next point, write down. This is the eightfold paths. The next is doctrines of Buddhism. Doctrines of Buddhism. Doctrines of Buddhism. Okay. First one, Anitya. Anitya. In bracket, doctrine of impermanence. Anitya. Doctrine of impermanence. Doctrine of impermanence. Put an hyphen and write. Everything in this universe is impermanent or non-permanent. Everything in this universe is not permanent. It's exactly opposite of Jainism. Okay, there they say universe is eternal. Here they are telling everything in the universe is not permanent. Next one, everything is constantly changing. Everything is constantly changing. Everything is constantly changing. Everything is constantly changing. So this is the first doctrine. Next. The next is doctrine of Anantaman. The doctrine of Anantaman. Doctrine of Anantaman, in bracket, no soul doctrine. No soul. See, Buddhism tells there is no soul. No soul doctrine. No soul doctrine. Put an hyphen and write. This doctrine says that there is no concept of soul. This concept says there is no concept of soul. There is no concept of soul. Next one, individuals are made up of 5 attributes. Individuals are made up of 5 attributes called Panchaskandavas. Individuals are made up of 5 attributes called Panchaskandavas. Panchaskandavas. Write down these Panchaskandavas. Form, feeling, mental construct, perception, and the last is very important, consciousness. Form, feeling. See, there is no soul here. So individuals are not made up of soul. That is what they are telling. Okay. Individuals are made up of 5 attributes, Panchaskandavas: form, feeling, mental construct, perception, and consciousness. Okay. Now, third one. When you read all the three doctrines, then you will understand the entire philosophy. Doctrine of Pratitya Samutpada. The third is the doctrine of Pratitya Samutpada. Pratitya Samutpada. Put an F and write. This doctrine explains how karma works. First of all, they're telling no soul, but they're telling karma is there. So you have to understand. This doctrine explains how karma works. How karma works. How karma works. Next point. This doctrine explains the cycle of death and birth. This doctrine explains the cycle of death and birth. The cycle of death and birth. Next, according to this school, comma, it is the stream of consciousness. According to this school, comma, it is the stream of consciousness. It is the stream of consciousness that moves from one life to another. It is the stream of consciousness that moves from one life to another. Stream of consciousness that moves from one life to another, and not the soul itself. And not the soul itself. And not the soul itself. Okay. Next, why does the stream of consciousness move? Why, when they ask why does it move, they'll tell like this. Look at this. Next, stream of consciousness. Stream of consciousness. Will create impressions in the present life. Stream of consciousness will create impressions in the present life. Will create impressions in the present life that will have consequences in the future life. Will create impressions in the present life that will have consequence in the future life. That will have consequence in the future life, which makes them move from one life to another. Which makes them move from one life to another. Makes them move from one life to another. Next, when that life, next point, when that life breaks the Trishna, when that life breaks the Trishna, in bracket craving, breaks the Trishna, craving or desire. When that life breaks the Trishna, breaks the Trishna, that is craving or desire, comma, the stream of consciousness, loses its purpose, and stops transmigration. Loses its purpose and stops transmigration, resulting in liberation of life. Resulting in liberation of life. Okay. Next point, write down. According to Buddhism, liberation means ceasing to exist. That's all. According to Buddhism, liberation means ceasing to exist. You will not go to any heaven or hell. Okay, you just cease to exist. Why do you cease to exist? Because that, see, at the end of the day, what Buddhism says is there is nothing called soul. There is just the data. So the data that you have created, that data will get transferred from one place to another. That data that is getting transferred is what is called consciousness. That is all they are trying to tell. They are telling that there is, see, the moment I tell soul, soul will become permanent. At the end of the day, other theory says there is soul. The soul will attain liberation. When the soul attains liberation, that doesn't mean that the soul is destroyed or nothing is happening. The soul is there, but it has attained liberation. That's all. When it is attained liberation means what? That soul is not put in the cycle of life and death. When you come out of the cycle of life and death, that is what is called soul, liberated. But this school does not, it will not tell soul at all. It will tell karma is there, cycle of life and birth is there, but cycle of life and birth is mainly due to consciousness and it is not soul. Why they tell like that? Consciousness, you take it as impermanent soul. When I say soul, it becomes permanent. These people are telling there is nothing called permanent, there is nothing called soul, there is impermanent soul in the form of consciousness. Once that consciousness breaks the desire, why will it go to the next life? It does not have any desire only. You understanding this? When you don't have desire, when you break the Trishna, you don't have that purpose to go to the next life, you stop being. So that is the entire edifice of Buddhism. I hope you understood this. So this is what is the philosophy of Buddhism. Next, school of Buddhism. Next, schools of Buddhism. The next is schools of Buddhism. Okay, schools of Buddhism. Vaibhashika school. Vaibhashika school. School of realism. Vaibhashika school is school of realism. School of realism. It says that the external world is real. External world is real. External world is real and we are part of the external world. School of realism. External world is real and we are part of the external world. External world is real and we are part of the external world. This is what is told by Vaibhashika school. Okay. Important proponent was Vasubandhu. Important proponent was Vasubandhu. Vasubandhu. Okay, I'll tell this in Gupta period also. Vasubandhu comes in Gupta period. But one thing, he is the one who is an important proponent. Right, one more point there only. Vasubandhu was later converted by Asanga. Vasubandhu was later converted by Asanga to Yogacara school of Buddhism. To Yogacara school of Buddhism. Both Asanga will come in Kumaragupta period. Vasubandhu will come in Chandragupta period. I'll tell in Guptas also again. Okay, but you should know that Vaibhashika school, Vasubandhu was the proponent. Vasubandhu was later converted by Asanga to Yogacara school. What is Yogacara school? You will get to know now. Okay, this is Vaibhashika. Exactly the opposite of this Vaibhashika is Sautantrika school. Exactly opposite of this is Sautantrika school. Sautantrika school. Put a hyphen and write. According to them, reality does not exist. According to them, reality does not exist and the external world is unreal. According to them, reality does not exist and the external world is unreal. External world is unreal. External world is unreal. You can continue. External world is unreal. But reality is made by our perception. But reality is made by our perception. Reality is made by our perception. Okay. In bracket you can say it is doctrine of representative reality. This Sautantrika, doctrine of representative reality. Representative reality. That means they are telling there is nothing called real. Everything is made up in our mind. That is what is this Sautantrika school. Third one is Yogacara school. Sautantrika, there is no one person, it is a huge school. I will tell you in the different sects how they came. Sautantrika, then comes Yogacara school. Okay, Yogacara school. Right on. They say that whatever exists is consciousness. They say whatever exists is consciousness. Whatever exists is consciousness and it is the consciousness that makes the reality. Whatever exists is consciousness and it is the consciousness that makes the reality. Consciousness that makes the reality. Consciousness that makes the reality. Okay. Proponent is Asanga. Proponent is he writes a book called Yoga Bhumi Shastra. Okay, that book I'll tell later. Not now, it's not required. Yogakara Bhumi Shastra. This book name is Yogakara Bhumi Shastra. Okay. Anyways, the next you learn these three. The last one is Sunyavada school. The last is Sunyavada school. Sunya means emptiness, not nothingness. Write down. Sunya means emptiness, not nothingness. Sunya means emptiness, not nothingness. Shunya means, next point, Shunya means nothing in this world can exist independently. Shunya means nothing in this world can exist independently. Nothing in this world can exist independently. Hence they reject the idea of Chatuskoti. Hence they reject the idea of Chatuskoti, which tells existence, non-existence, both, neither. They reject the idea of Chatuskoti, which tells existence, non-existence, both, neither. Both, neither. Okay, what does it mean? To just simplify this, see, they say that anything in reality cannot exist independently. Everything is dependent on other. When everything is dependent on other, you cannot tell that one is absolutely existing, one is absolutely not existing at all. It will always be somewhere in the middle. The moment it gets a purpose, it is existing. The moment it loses the purpose, it is non-existing. Okay, it cannot be both, it cannot be neither. It can be any one of the following on the basis of what dependency it has. Okay, I'll give you one more example. See, a pot exists until someone uses it. Okay, the pot will not exist when I stop using it. Now see, it can exist also, it can not exist also. I cannot tell one thing for sure every time. Every time I cannot say the pot exists. The pot will exist until someone is dependent on it. The moment I stop depending on it, the pot is no more existing. So you can say that existence also is there, non-existence also is there. You can tell both is there, neither is also there. But Chatuskoti tells that you can only opt for one. Either you exist or you don't exist. That is, you live, you die. Or you take both or you take neither. So that is what is this Chatuskoti. So this Sunyavada school says that they reject this idea of Chatuskoti. They say that you cannot take extremes. Everything can exist on the basis of the context, on the basis of the interdependency. That is why Sunyavada school is also known as Madhyama philosophy. This Madhyama, don't confuse it with Gautama Buddha's Madhya. Okay, you should always follow moderate lifestyle. That is different Madhya. Okay, this Madhyama, why do they call Sunyavada as Madhyama philosophies? They never accept extremes. Both can be true, hence it becomes Madhyama. Here also both can be true, hence it becomes Madhyama. That is why Sunyavada is called Madhyama philosophy. Okay, the greatest proponent of Sunyavada, you should have heard a lot of time in the court of Nagarjuna is in the court of whom? Kanishka. Okay, Nagarjuna is in the court of Kanishka. That clarity should be there. Okay, anyways, we will come to that. So Nagarjuna is the greatest proponent of this Sunyavada school. Okay, so you understood what is Buddhism, what is its philosophy, what are its different schools. Now let us come to the last part, sects of Buddhism. Give the heading as sects of Buddhism. Oh no, I have not written council, correct? Let me do the councils, then we will go to the sects, because you should understand the divisions. Sects of Buddhism, councils of Buddhism, then we will go to sects. Because the sect will be done in councils only. Sects of Buddhism, write down. First council, 500 BC. First council, 500 BC. Ajatashatru is the patron. Patron is Ajatashatru. Presiding monk is Mahakasapa. Outcome. Compilation of Sutta Pitaka and Vinaya Pitaka. Okay. Sutta Pitaka means sermons of Buddha. Vinaya Pitaka are rules for the monks. Sutta Pitaka means sermons of Buddha. Sermons of Buddha. Vinaya Pitaka are rules of the monks. Vinaya, that means how to behave. Rules of the monks. Okay. There only Sutta Pitaka was divided into Sutta Pitaka was divided into 5 groups. Was divided into 5 groups. Diga Nikaya, Samyuta Nikaya, Majjhima Nikaya, Angutara Nikaya, Kadaka Nikaya. I'll repeat again. Diga Nikaya, Samyuta Nikaya, Majjhima Nikaya, Angutara Nikaya, Kadaka Nikaya. Sutta Pitaka is divided into these many different groups. All this consists of sermons of Buddhism or Buddha. Sermons of Buddha. Have you heard Jatakas? They are derived from this only. Kudaka Nikayas, the Jataka stories are derived from this Kudaka Nikaya. Have you heard Mahajanapadas? We say that there are 16 Mahajanapadas. This is what will provide us the information of the 16 Mahajanapadas. 16 Mahajanapadas. Okay, so all this happened in the first Buddhist council. Ajatashatru. Next, second Buddhist council. Second Buddhist council. Again, there only 400 BC you can write, somewhere there only. It is done by Kalashoka. Shishunagas, he comes in Shishunagas. We will explain that, don't worry. Kalashoka. Presiding monk is Sabakami. Sabakami. It happens in Vaishali. First one happens in Rajgir. This happens in Vaishali. It happens in Vaishali, which is a Mahajanapada of Vaji. Okay, anyways, don't go there. It happens in Vaishali. Next, there is a conflict between monks of Vaishali and Ujjain. There is a conflict between the monks of Vaishali and Ujjain. Monks of Vaishali and Ujjain, which results in the emergence of 2 subsects. Which results in the emergence of 2 subsects. 2 subsects. Who are they? Mahasangikas. Who are here? Very good. Sthaviravadins. Mahasangikas, Sthaviravadins. Mahasangikas and Sthaviravadins. I'll link this. What do they do? I'll link later. Okay. So this is the second Buddhist council. Third Buddhist council. Ashoka. Okay, it is done by Ashoka. Pataliputra. The presiding officer is Mogaliputta Tissa. Okay. Outcome is compilation of Abhidhamma Pitaka. Compilation is Abhidhamma Pitaka. That is philosophy of Buddhism. Abhidhamma Pitaka means philosophy of Buddhism. Philosophy of Buddhism. Now, here, philosophy of Buddhism, two people will come here. They will say, no, that philosophy, this philosophy. Write down. Emergence of two subsects. Emergence of two subsects. Emergence of two subsects. Sarvastavadin. Sarvastavadin and Lokottaravadin. You have Sarvastavadin on one side, Lokottaravadin on the other side. Sarvastavadin and Lokottaravadin. Both have different interpretation of the philosophy of Buddhism. Okay, what is it? We'll discuss later. Okay, this happens in Third Buddhist Council. Next. Fourth Buddhist Council. Kashmir. Kanishka is the patron. Vasumitra is the presiding officer. Vasumitra. Don't confuse with Vasubandhu. Vasubandhu comes in Gupta. Vasumitra comes in Kanishka. Vasumitra. People say Mahavibhasa is written by him. It is not written by him. I will tell you now. Okay. He is the one who was presided. Write down outcome. Outcome. Emergence of Mahayana Buddhism. Outcome is emergence of Mahayana Buddhism. Outcome is one is emergence of Mahayana Buddhism. Second, concept of Bodhisattvas. Concept of Bodhisattvas. Concept of Bodhisattvas. Third one, compilation of Mahavibhasa. Compilation is done under his presidency. He does not do it. Okay, compilation of Mahavibhasa. Put an hyphen, which gives birth to what is that school? Vaibhashika. It gives birth to Vaibhashika school. Which gives birth to Vaibhashika school. Which gives birth to Vaibhashika school. Continue there only. To oppose this school, Sautantrikas are also emerging. To oppose this school, Sautantrika also emerges. One says everything is real, another says no, everything is not real, it is just a perception. That is all. Okay. One is Vaibhashika, everything is real. Another is it is just a perception, that is Sautantrika. So two schools emerge. In bracket write down, there only what has happened is Sarvastavadins. I have split into two groups there. What has happened overall is in bracket Sarvastavadins. Sarvastavadins. Here, I know that it is confusing, but when I go to sect, I will try to simplify it. Okay. Sarvastavadins, whoever are there, they will split into two groups here. Vaibhashika school, Sautantrika school. Okay, Vaibhashika, Sautantrika. This happens in the Fourth Buddhist Council. Vaibhashika, Sautantrika. Vaibhashika and Sautantrika. Clear with this? Now, these are the different councils that has happened. Now give the heading as sects of Buddhism. Now let us interlink everything. Give the heading as sects of Buddhism. Sects of Buddhism. Okay, in the Second Buddhist Council under Kalasoka and Sabakami, they will split into whom? One is, they will split into Sthaviravadins, and these people will split into Mahasangikas. Sthaviravadins and Mahasangikas. Okay. Again, during the philosophical interpretation, that is when they were making Abhidhamma Pitaka, philosophical interpretation, again those two monks, they were almost like this school only. Those two monks told no, one is true and one is false. So here Sthaviravadins, you had what is it? Sarvastavadin. Okay, Sarvastavadin. What is Sarvastavadin? Understand? Past, present, future. Everything is happening together. This is Sarvastavadin. Sarva, Kala is happening together. That is what is Sarvastavadin. Okay. Lokottaravadin tells what Loka is happening today in present. That is what is happening. That is the difference between them. But overall, they come under this only. This is Lokottaravadins. See, this two has no relation. I am not writing like this. Okay. So one side is Stavaravadins, one side is Mahasangikas. In the next third Buddhist council, there is Sarvastavadins, there is Lokottaravadins. Okay, why am I writing it in same categories? Overall, their philosophy is same. Here, all their philosophy is same. That's why I'm writing it in the same line. They are different schools, subsects. Okay, so Saviravadins, Mahasangikas, Sarvastavadins, Lokottaravadins. In the fourth Buddhist council, this Sarvastavadin will split into two schools. One is Vaibhashika. Yes, this will split into Sautantrika. This is on the basis of realism. One will interpret realism as different, another will interpret realism as different. So, Sautantrika. This is Sautantrika, that is Vaibhashika. In the fourth Buddhist council, this is how they will split. Okay. Apart from that, you have, here you have Hinayana and then you have Theravada. Here you have Mahayana and Vajrayana. So broadly, these are the different subsects. You have Sarvastavadins, Staviravadins, Sarvastavadins, Hinayana, Theravada. Here you have Mahasangikas, Lokottaravadins, Mahayana, Vajrayana. Okay. Now, why have I segregated this ways? More or less their philosophy is the same here. More or less their philosophy is the same here. Now, let us write down the philosophy. Go down. Let us talk about here. Okay. Here, write down. They do not believe Buddha is supernatural. This side. They do not believe that Buddha is supernatural. They do not believe that Buddha is supernatural. The Staviravadins. They do not believe that Buddha is supernatural. This side, they believe that Buddha is God and supernatural. They believe that Buddha is God and supernatural. Mahasangikas. They believe that Buddha is supernatural or God. Next, here they follow the teachings of Buddhism. They follow the teachings of Buddhism and reject idol worship. They follow the teachings of Buddhism. They follow the teachings of Buddhism and reject idol worship. They follow the teachings of Buddhism and reject idol worship. Here, they follow idol worship and temples. The Mahasangikas, they follow idol worship and temples. Idol worship and temples. Here, liberation through eightfold path. Liberation through eightfold path. Liberation through eightfold path. Here, liberation is helped through bodhisattvas. Liberation is helped through bodhisattvas. Liberation is helped through bodhisattvas. Who are bodhisattvas? Write down in bracket. Bodhisattvas are monks who have achieved enlightenment. Bodhisattvas are monks who have achieved enlightenment. Monks who have achieved enlightenment. Monks who have achieved enlightenment, but stay back to help others achieve enlightenment. But stay back to help others. But stay back to help others achieve enlightenment. Stay back to help others achieve enlightenment. These are bodhisattvas. Okay. Again, here only. This is very simple. This is okay. Here only you write down. Next one. Buddha is reborn. Hey, here, this side. Okay, write it in Mahasangikas. Buddha is reborn many times. Buddha is reborn many times. Example 1, Amitabha. One is Amitabha. Put an hyphen, ultimate Buddha. Amitabha is ultimate Buddha. Second is Maitreya, is future Buddha. Maitreya is future Buddha. Tara is female bodhisattva. Tara is female bodhisattva. Okay, Tara. Then there is other bodhisattvas, Padmapani, Vajrapani, all these are bodhisattvas only. Okay, all this comes in this class. Next, come back to this. This sect spread along the sea route. This sect spread along the sea route. This sect spread along the sea route to Sri Lanka, Thailand, Burma, and Southeast Asia. This sect spread along the sea route to Sri Lanka, Burma, Southeast Asia. It can be Indonesia, Singapore, all these things. Okay, Southeast Asia. Mahasangikas, it spread through land route. It spread through land route covering China, Japan, Korea. It spread through land route covering China, Japan, and Korea. Okay, very good. So, we understood what is Vedic age. There was more egalitarianism in the early Vedic period. It became more rigid in the later Vedic period. To undo this rigidity came the heterodoxy school. In the heterodoxy school, we learned what is Buddhism and what is Jainism. Okay, take 2 minutes, go through this, we'll go to the next one. 2 minutes, just go through Jainism and Buddhism quickly. The difficult part is done. The next is easy. Okay. Last minute. Alright guys, let us continue. Okay, come back to the timeline. Come back to the timeline. Settle down, settle down. Shall we start? Okay, listen to this carefully. So, the early Vedic period was called as Jana. It is called the period of Jana because the allegiance was mainly with the clan or the tribe. The later Vedic period is the period of Janapada. Why? Because the allegiance changes to the territory or Janapada. Now, amongst the territory, few territories will grow enormously. That is why the next timeline that you are going to draw, the next timeline is the age of Mahajanapadas. The age of Mahajanapadas, 500 to 300 BC. The age of Mahajanapadas, 500 through 300 BC. Okay. Second urban civilization in India, and this is mainly in Gangetic plains. Don't write too much in the timeline, you will get confused. Just for your understanding, age of Mahajanapada is the second urban civilization in the Gangetic plains. Second urban civilization in the Gangetic plains. Okay, now come back to the explanation part. Give the heading as Mahajanapadas. 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 Write down. According to Anguttara Nikaya. According to Anguttara Nikaya. According to Anguttara Nikaya, comma, there are 16 Mahajanapadas in the Gangetic Valley, in the Indo-Gangetic Valley. According to Anguttara Nikaya, there is 16 Mahajanapadas in the Gangetic Valley, Indo-Gangetic Valley, Indo-Gangetic Valley. Next point. Development of Mahajanapadas was possible due to development of Mahajanapadas. Development of Mahajanapadas was possible due to write one below the other. First one, fertile soil was possible due to fertile soil, which helped in agri surplus. I told you only when there is surplus you will have urban society. Fertile soil which provided agri surplus. Second, forest. Second is forest, which provided wood for building material. Forest which provided wood for building material. And elephants for the army. Forests which provided wood as a building material and elephants for the army. And elephants for the army. Rivers. Third one is rivers, which provided water and easy navigation. Rivers which provided water and easy navigation. Which provided water and easy navigation. Minerals. Minerals. Put an hyphen. They learn the smelting of iron. Minerals. They learn the smelting of iron. They learn the smelting of iron. Next, new technologies. New technologies such as paddy transplantation. New technologies such as paddy transplantation. Paddy transplantation and iron plow and the use of iron plow. Use of iron plow. Next, emergence of urban society. Emergence of urban society. Obviously, if urban society is there, what should they do? Trade. Next one. Rise of trade and commerce. Rise of trade and commerce. Rise of trade and commerce. If trade is there, you have to use barter system or currency. So now comes In IVC, they were using seals. They will not use seals, they will use punch-marked coins. Write down. Emergence of a currency called punch-marked coins. Emergence of a currency called punch-marked coins. Currency called punch-marked coins. Currency called punch-marked coins. Obviously, if trade is the most important activity, there should be some guilds. Okay, next. Emergence of guilds or shrenis. Emergence of guilds or shrenis. Guilds or shrenis. Okay, so all these things happened during the age of Mahajanapadas. Okay, next. Important Mahajanapadas are, I will not write all the 16. Important Mahajanapadas are, you have Gandhara, Avanti, Kuru, Magadha, Kosala, Kasi, Vaji, Vatsa, Anga. Capitals. Okay, you have Takshila, Ujjain, Hastinapura, Rajgir and Pataliputra. One more I'll write. These are all important ones that you should remember in the exam. Others are not at the same. So these are all the Mahajanapadas. I have not drawn the India map because I have to write the capitals, it will become too clumsy. That's why I have just written like this. Okay, among these Mahajanapadas, the most important one are Magadha. So give the heading as Magadha there. Magadha. Magadha. You have 3 dynasties here. Hiranyaka, Shishunagas, and you have Nandas. Hiranyaka you have Bimbisara, you have Ajatashatru, Udayan, yes, Udayan. Shishunagas you have Kalashoka, and Nandas you have Mahapadmananda. Okay, I have already told you Ajatashatru. See, Bimbisara is the contemporary of Buddha. Okay, Bimbisara is a contemporary of Buddha. Ajatashatru is where the first Buddhist council happens. Okay, Kalashoka is where the second Buddhist council happens. Okay, Mahapadmananda is the contemporary of Alexander. Okay, just write one line. Okay, Bimbisara, contemporary of Buddha. Ajatashatru, first Buddhist council. Ajatashatru is first Buddhist council. Udayan, there is no much information. Kalashoka is second Buddhist council, and Mahapadmananda is a contemporary of Alexander. Okay. Now, Swapna Vasava Datta. Have you heard this? Basa has written Swapna Vasava Datta. In that, Udayana is the hero. Udayana is not Udayin. Udayana is the ruler of Vaji. Okay, so here, important ruler of Vaji is Udayana. Okay, this explaining this person is one second. Swapna Vasava Datta. Swapna Vasava Datta. Okay, just 1 minute. That guy is waiting there. Okay. Hiranyaka, Shishunagas, Nandas, then that is Udayana, Swapnavasavadatta by Basa. There Udayana is the ruler, I mean the hero. Okay, anyways. So this is all Mahajanapada is. Okay. Why does some emerge more than others? I have already given you the reason. Okay. But now look at this. When I say Mahapadmananda is the contemporary of Alexander, Alexander will come to the northwest part of India. So during the time of Mahapadmananda only, Alexander has entered India. That means invasion into India has started. Okay. Now let me go back to this. Look at this very carefully. Now, age of Mahajanapadas. In this age of Mahajanapadas, there is rise of Magadha. Okay, there is rise of Magadha. In Magadha period, you have Mahapadmananda. Okay, again, this is in North India. South India still as megaliths. Obviously, they are evolving. Finally, that information will come in the age of Sangam. Until Sangam, we will keep telling as megaliths only. In Sangam, I will explain what they are. Okay, but overall, this is how it is going. So you have Mahajanapadas, amongst them the strong is Magadha, and then you have megaliths. Now is very important. Now here comes the first phase of foreign invasion into India. I am talking first phase of foreign invasion into India. Okay, who are the ones who will come? First, they are Persian invasion, and the second is Greek invasion. In Persian, who will come? Darius, Xerxes, and in Greek, Alexander. And in Greek, it is Alexander. So this is happening together. Okay, both of this is happening together. How do you know it is happening together? Because Mahapadmananda is a contemporary of Alexander. Mahapadmananda is a contemporary of Alexander. Are you clear with this? Once I will tell the entire timeline, because I don't want to get, because the timeline is where the entire thing is made. Okay, once I'll tell you the entire timeline. So we started with the Paleolithic, then we went into Mesolithic, then the Neolithic. This is the Stone Age. From the Stone Age we go to the Metal Age. Here you have Chalcolithic, Indus Valley Civilization, and Megaliths. This is the Metal Age. This covers the entire India. From this Indus Valley Civilization, the next is Aryan invasion. With the coming of Aryans, the entire thing changes. So you have something called Vedic Age. In Vedic Age, you have Jana, you have Janapada. Amongst the Janapada, few will grow enormously big, and those Janapadas are known as Mahajanapadas. When these Mahajanapadas are enormously powerful, along with the Mahajanapada, in the same period, you see the first foreign invasion into India. They come in different waves. The first wave is Persian and the second wave is Greeks. Okay. Now let us go to the explanation part. Give the heading as first foreign invasion into India. Give the heading as first foreign invasion into India. First foreign invasion into India. First foreign invasion into India. Write down Persian invasion. Persian invasion. Put an hyphen and write. They invade up to northwest part of India. They invade up to northwest part of India. Northwest part of India. They make Sindh. They make Sindh part of their satrap. They make Sindh part of their satrap. Satrap means provinces. They make Sindh part of their satrap. Satrap means provinces. Part of their satrap. Okay, next. They introduce Kharosthi script. They introduce Kharosthi script. Next. They establish Takshila University or Takshashila University. They introduce or they establish Takshashila University. Tell me two people who come up from that Takshashila University. Very good. Kautilya or Chanakya, and the second one is Panini. Okay, two people who come from this university are Kautilya or Chanakya, who will help establish Mauryans, and the next is Panini, who will write Ashtadhyayi. Okay, all right, you can write in bracket there. Okay, they help establish Takshashila University. The students of this university, I am telling. Okay, one is Panini, another is Kautilya or Chanakya. Okay, come back to this Persians. Next, they introduce Persian style of architecture. They introduce Persian style of architecture, which includes bell capital and pillar inscription. Which includes bell capital and pillar inscription. So this is what Ashoka takes. Okay, so basically it is inspired from this only, Persian architecture. They introduce Persian architecture, bell capital and pillar inscription. Okay, Skylax is a sailor. Skylax finds a new sea route to India. Skylax finds a new sea route to India. Skylax finds a new sea route to India. New sea route to India. Okay, so you understood what happened because of Persian invasion. Next, Greek invasion. Give the heading as Greek invasion. Greek invasion. Alexander fought with Porus, P-O-R-U-S. Alexander fought with King Porus. King Porus. Alexander fought with King Porus in the Battle of Oedipus. Oedipus, one second. In the Battle of Oedipus. Oedipus means Jhelum. Okay, it is another name for Jhelum. In the Battle of Oedipus. Battle of Oedipus. Next one, King Saubhuti. King Saubhuti. King Saubhuti started minting Greek coins. Started minting Greek coins to please Alexander. King Saubhuti started minting Greek coins or coins with Greek gods. It will make a wrong statement otherwise. Coins with Greek gods. Tell like that. Coins with Greek gods. Coins with Greek gods. Remember, punch-marked coin was already there. So they were punching Greek gods. Okay. Coins with Greek gods to please Alexander. King Saubhuti is Punjab ruler. Okay. Porus is Kashmir ruler. Okay. Oedipus, Kashmir ruler. So Oedipus will lose, Porus will lose, but King Saubhuti will try to please Alexander, so there will not be any war. Okay, next. Alexander is a contemporary of Mahapadmananda. Alexander is a contemporary of Mahapadmananda. The story they will not ask, but know this: Alexander will not enter India because he will hear that Mahapadmananda has huge army. So that is why he will not enter India. But all these things they will not ask, but just know they are both contemporaries. Next. Two important cities were established. Two important cities were established. One is Alexandria, and the second is Bonkefala. Alexandria and Bonkefala. Two important cities were established, Alexandria and Bonkefala. Alexandria and Bonkefala. Next, Ora Shastra was introduced. Ora Shastra was introduced, which later evolved to become astrology. Ora Shastra was introduced, which later became astrology. Ora Shastra, which later became astrology. Next, Greek astronomy was introduced. Greek astronomy was introduced. Greek astronomy was introduced. And the last is Hellenistic art. Hellenistic art was introduced. Hellenistic art was introduced. Hellenistic art was introduced. You got this? So, we now understand. Again, I am going back to the timeline. Look at the timeline properly. You have the age of Mahajanapadas. In that age of Mahajanapadas, Magadhas are very important. Contemporary of Magadhas are the invasion into India. The invasion of India happens in two phases, Persian invasion and Greek invasion. So, both of this is happening together from 500 BC to 300 BC. Clear with this? Now, once this happens, I told you, from the Takshila University, who is going to come? Chanakya. Chanakya will join with Chandragupta Maurya to defeat the last ruler of Nanda, Dhanananda. Okay, Dhanananda will be defeated by Chandragupta Maurya, and now a new kingdom is established, and that is what is called as Mauryans. All this English I will not tell, so I will go to the next page. So, from this first phase of foreign invasion, whatever happened, the outcome, see, when this foreign invasion happens, obviously these people will also be in war and they will lose that power. When they lose the power, someone new should come and occupy that power. So, who will come and occupy? Mauryans. Okay, around 300 BC to around 200 AD. Sorry, 300 BC to around 150 BC. So, the next is Mauryans. Again, the exact is 322 BC to 185 BC. I am not interested in all those things. Approximately I will put. Okay, Mauryans. Okay, just put one word here: Pan-India Empire. They control the entire India. Pan-India Empire. Okay. One more thing is you should always trace what is happening in South India. So until now, if you go back here, see South India, I am only taking megaliths and coming like this. Now, this megaliths I am going to show here. When I am talking about Mauryans, look at this. If this is Mauryans, this is where I will talk about Mughals. Okay, in South India, contemporary of Mauryans. Okay, these are contemporary of Mauryans. Contemporary of Mauryans. Movendar means Cholas, Cheras, and Pandyas. So, these are the contemporaries of Mauryans. How do we know that they are contemporaries? Because Megasthenes will write a book in which he mentions Pandyas. Okay, and pillar inscriptions of Ashoka will talk about these Movendars. Okay, these Movendars are also known as Tamilakam. That is one more word they use, Tamilakam. Tamilakam means Movendar. Movendar means three. They are in the Tamil land. That is why they call it Tamilakam. Okay, so now let us come to Mauryans. Very, very important from prelims point of view. One question will always be there on Mauryans, so you should know a lot of facts. Anyways, we will get there. Alright, come to the explanation part. Give the heading as Mauryans. Give the heading as Mauryans. Right on. They controlled the Pan-India or Akhanda Bharat. They controlled the Pan-India or Akhanda Bharat. Pan-India or Akhanda Bharat. It was a centralized administration with a very elaborate bureaucracy. It was a centralized administration. It was a centralized administration with very elaborate bureaucracy. Centralized administration with very elaborate bureaucracy. Very elaborate bureaucracy. Okay. The kingdom was divided as follows. You have the kingdom with its capital in Pataliputra. Okay, it controls the power. Okay, now along with this you have this side Prachyapada. Capital is Pata, not Pada, sorry. Prachyapata, direction. Capital is Toshila, Odisha. This side you have Uttarapata, you have Takshashila, you have Avantipata, Ujjain, and you have Dakshinapata. This is Suvarnagiri. Suvarnagiri. So overall, this is how they controlled everything. So they had districts. These districts were divided into either villages or they had cities. Villages you had Gopa, you had Sthanika, here you have Nagarika. In districts, the important officers were Pradeshika, Rajuka and Yukta. This is how they controlled the entire Akhanda Bharat. They did not divide the kingdom into provinces. Everything was controlled by central and central alone. They had centralized administration. That's why they could control such vast this thing. From Guptas, they will start dividing the kingdom into Bhuktis. That is the problem. When you divide them into Bhuktis, you will see Samantas rising up. Okay, these people did not allow that to happen. It was completely centralized. If you have a centralized system, you should have a very good bureaucracy. That's why they had very, very good bureaucracy. Okay. So overall, see districts, inside the districts, look at this. Pradeshika, he is the district collector. Okay, Pradeshika is the district collector. Rajuka is revenue collector. And Yukta is accountant. District collector, revenue collector, accountant. District collector, revenue collector and accountant. Revenue collector and accountant. District head, you don't say collector, district head. Okay, he'll do everything. He's the head of the district. District collector or district head. Revenue collector is Rajuka. Yukta is accountant. Gopa is accountant. Sthanika is tax collector. Gopa is accountant. Sthanika is tax collector. Gopa is accountant. Sthanika is tax collector. Okay, apart from this, look at this. Here at the center, you had something called Tirthas. You had something called Tirthas. Okay, there were 18 Tirthas. 18 Tirthas. Put an hyphen. They were the highest functionaries. they were the highest functionaries. They were the highest functionaries. Okay, this is one. Next, there were 27 adhyakshas. There were 27 adhyakshas. 27 adhyakshas. Pautadhyaksha, Navadhyaksha, like this, there are many adhyakshas. Put a knife and right. They mainly regulate economic affairs of the state. They mainly regulate economic affairs of the state. They mainly regulate economic affairs of the state. Mainly regulate economic affairs of the state. Now, if you have to manage such huge land, you need to have spies because you need to keep collecting information. That is why the third one is Guda Purushas. You had Guda Purushas who are nothing but espionage system. Guda Purushas, you have espionage system. Espionage system. Okay. In this espionage system, there were 4 types of espionages. One is Sanchari, Sanstha, Pulisani and Prativedika. I'll write it somewhere bigger. So you have Sanstha, Sanchari, Pulisani and Prativedika. These were the important types of spies. These are all together called Guda Purushas, types of spies. Okay, now what's the difference? Sanstha means you are residing in one place and collecting information. You are there, residing there only. That is Sanstha. Sanchari means you don't reside, you keep roaming around. Okay, that is why Sanchari. Okay, so Sanstha is residing in one place. Sanchari means you are going around in different places. Pulisani is public information officer, PIO. He collects public opinion. Okay, he keeps collecting public opinion. And the last is Prativedika. These are the best spies who have the direct contact of the king. They can contact the king directly and tell the information. They are the best, the highest ranking spies. Okay, so you have Sanstha, residents or residing. Sanchari, who are constantly moving. Pulisani, they collect public opinion. They are like public information officers. Prativedika are the highest spies. They can contact the king directly. Okay, so overall, this is the the administrative setup. Clear with this? Why am I talking first about Mauryan administration? Is because that is what is they are famous for, their administration. Okay, now coming to their kings. Let us talk about their kings. The first is Chandragupta Maurya. First is Chandragupta Maurya. Okay, not that important, but what you should understand is the Kautilya. Kautilya comes with what you call as Arthashastra. Kautilya comes with what you call as Arthashastra. Okay, in Arthashastra, Arthashastra is a state craft that talks about administration. It talks about everything. Okay, slaves, king, economy, society, everything you can say, polity, okay, inheritance, punishment, everything is here. Okay, it talks about everything, inheritance and punishment. Okay, but few things in Arthashastra what you should know is, one, it will assign king to not divine, but for the welfare of the public. That is first. King is not divine, but should always work for the welfare of the public. That is what they say. Next, Saptanga theory. Saptanga theory. The next is Saptanga theory. What is Saptanga theory? Write down. There are 7 limbs. 7 limbs of any kingdom. There is 7 limbs of any kingdom. Even if one limb falls, kingdom will fall. So what are the 7 limbs? You have king, that is Swami. Then you have minister, he is the Amatya. Then you have Janapada, that is the territory. Then you have Kosa, that is the treasurer. Then you have Durga. What is Durga? Very good. Fort. Mitra, friend What else? Dandan, war. Dandan is war. Okay, so these are the 7 limbs of the kingdom. Swami, Amatya, Janapada, Kosa, Durga, Mitra, Dandan. These are the 7 limbs of the Saptanga theory. Clear with this? Next. Shall we go to the next one? Next, external affairs. External affairs. He gives Shadgunya theory. Shadgunya theory. That is following 6 policies. Following 6 policies. They are Sandhi, Asana, Samsraya, Vigraha, Yana, Dvaidi Bhava. Okay, you have Sandhi, Asana, Samsraya, Vigraha, Yana, Dvaidi Bhava. This 6 policies together is called as Shadgunya theory. Shadgunya theory. Okay, external affairs should always be followed with this policies. That is what he says. What is Sandhi? Agreement. Okay, Sandhi means agreement. Sandhi means agreement. Asana means neutrality. Sandhi means agreement. Asana means neutrality. Samsraya means seeking protection. Samsraya means seeking protection. Vigraha means declaring war. Vigraha means declaring war. Vigraha means declaring war. Yana means marching towards the enemy. Yana means marching towards the enemy. Dvaidi Bhava means dual policy. Always follow dual policy. Dvaidi Bhava means follow dual policy. It doesn't mean that you are hypocrite. He's not telling you how to be hypocrite. He's telling during the times of peace, build strength. Because that strength will help you during the times of war. That is what is dual policy. When you are having peace, don't sit comfortably. Okay, you have to build. That is what is called Dvaidi Bhava, dual policy. I'll repeat again. Agreement. Asana is neutrality. Samsraya is seeking protection. Vigraha is declaring war. Yana is marching towards the enemy. And Dvaidi Bhava is dual policy. So you understood Shadgunya policy theory as well as Saptanga theory. Next, Dandin or punishment. Next, Dandin or punishment. What does he tell about Dandin or punishment? Write on. 1. It should not be solely based on social class or status. Dandin or punishment, it should not be solely based on. It should not be solely based on social caste or class. You can tell that. Social caste or caste. It should be based on the nature of the crime. It should be based on the nature of the crime and the intent of the crime. It should be based on the nature of the crime and intent of the crime. Nature of the crime and intent of the crime. This is what he says with respect to punishment. Okay. Last one, economy. Economy. He promotes state control of all resources. He promotes state control of all resources. He promotes state control of all resources. State control of all resources. Okay. So overall, you understood Chandragupta Maurya. Not much information is there about him, but whatever is important is Kautilya's Arthashastra. So this is Kautilya's Arthashastra. The next comes, the second king comes, Bindusara. Chandragupta Maurya, you can tell Jainism. Okay. Jainism, first council, that and all is okay. We have already done. So Jainism, first council. He will go with Digambars. I forgot to tell this. Digambars, the leader is Bhadrabahu. Svetambars, the leader is Stulabahu. Okay, just add those things. Okay, Digambar, the leader is Bhadrabahu. Shvetambars, the leader is Stulabahu. Stulabhadra is different. Don't get confused. Digambar, the leader is Bhadrabahu. Shvetambars, the leader is Stulabahu. Okay, so Chandragupta Maurya will go with Digambar sect, that is Bhadrabahu, to Shravana Belagola. Okay, he will come to my town only. Okay. All right, so this is, come back to this. So we are done with Chandragupta Maurya. Now Bindusara. Again, not much is there. One, he is the proponent of Ajivika sect. He is the proponent of Ajivika sect. Proponent of Ajivika sect. Ajivika. Ajivika sect. Next, Ajivika sect is mainly found in Barabar caves. Ajivika sect is mainly found in Barabar caves. Barabar caves. Their philosophy says everything in life is predestined. Their philosophy says, Ajivika I am talking, their philosophy says everything in life is predestined or predetermined. Everything in life is predestined or predetermined. Okay, we tell no, that is coming from this only. Okay, this is what is the proponents of that particular theory. Okay, next, coming back to Bindusara, he is also known as Bindupal in China. He is also known as Bindupal in China. Bindupal in China, with whom he had extensive trade. He is also known as Bindupal in China, with whom he had extensive trade. Next, Demachus is a Syrian ambassador. Demachus is a Syrian ambassador visiting the court of Bindusara. Demachus is the Syrian ambassador visiting the court of Bindusara. Syrian ambassador. Syrian ambassador visiting the court of Bindusara. Okay, not much information. That's all that is about Bindusara. The third important is Ashoka. The third important is Ashoka. Understand this. Overall, Buddhism as a religion, it is usually the scriptures that they write is in Pali. You take Sutta Pitaka, Vinaya Pitaka, or Abhidhamma Pitaka, it is written in Pali. But Ashoka will spread Buddhism with the help of Prakrit. But if you take Jainism, the language that Jainism uses to spread is Prakrit. So don't get confused. Prakrit is mainly Jainism that uses it to spread. Pali is mainly Buddhism that uses it to spread. But Ashoka will use Prakrit to spread Buddhism. Don't get confused there. Okay. So Ashoka write down 261 Kalinga War, 261 BC. 261 BC Kalinga War. Next, he adopts Berigosha. He adopts Berigosha. That means cultural conquest. After Kalinga War, okay, after Kalinga War, he adopts Berigosha. After Kalinga War, he adopts Berigosha or cultural conquest. Next, he spreads Buddhism in Prakrit, mainly Prakrit. He spreads Buddhism in mainly Prakrit. He spreads Buddhism in mainly Prakrit. In mainly Prakrit. Next, he sends missionaries. He sends missionaries for the spreading of Buddhism. He sends missionaries for the spreading of Buddhism as follows. As follows. You have Sanghamitra and Mahendra. Then you have Rakshita, Maharakshita, Dharma Rakshita. Then you have Majjima. Then you have Majjantika. Okay. They are sent to Sri Lanka they are sent to Karnataka. Maharakshita is sent to, look at this, Aparantaka region. Whenever they say Aparantaka region, it means coast. Dharma Rakshita, they are sent to Yavana region. Whenever they say Yavana region, understand that that is Afghanistan and Pakistan. Majjima, this is Himalayas. And then you have Majjantika, Kashmir. And he sends someone to Suvarna Bhumi. Suvarna Bhumi is nothing but, see, Suvarnagiri means South India. Why? Because we get gold. Suvarnagiri is South India. Suvarna Bhumi means Southeast Asia. Don't get confused. These are all ancient words that they use. Suvarna Bhumi means Southeast Asia. Suvarnagiri means South India. Yavana means Northwest India. Aparantaka means coast. Okay. So these are all different words that they use. He sends them Sana and Uttara. Okay. This is Sana and Uttara. They go to Suvarna Bhumi. These are different missionaries. These are different missionaries. Come again? Karnataka culture. Rakshita is a missionary sent to Karnataka. Okay. Maharakshita, Dharma Rakshita. Okay. Okay, so you understood the missionaries. Next, Ashoka uses rock inscriptions to communicate with his subjects. Ashoka uses rock inscriptions. Ashoka uses rock inscriptions to communicate with his subjects. To communicate with his subjects. To communicate with his subjects. Continue. There are 14 major rock inscriptions. There are 14 major rock inscriptions. 14 major rock inscriptions, which are found in the following regions. 14 major rock inscriptions found in the following regions. 14 major rock inscriptions found in the following regions. Write down. First one is okay, these two are in Pakistan and Afghanistan. Okay, these are in India. Okay, this is Gujarat, Odisha. This is in Uttarakhand, Odisha. Erragudi is in Andhra Pradesh. Sopara, just find out. Where is Sopara? Maharashtra. Sopara is in Maharashtra. I got confused, it's in Karnataka. So all these are rock inscriptions. Okay, all these are rock inscriptions. Okay, next point, write down. Along with this, there are 18 minor rock edicts. Along with this, there are 18 minor rock edicts. 14 major rock edicts, 18 minor rock edicts. Okay. Next, Ashoka also uses pillar inscriptions. Ashoka also uses pillar inscriptions. And that pillar is a monolith. Consisting of a shaft, a capital, a abacus, and then a figure. This is the figure. So this is how it is: a shaft, a capital, abacus, and a figure. A shaft, capital, abacus, and pillar. So basically, he's taking this idea from Persian architecture, which was introduced when they invaded. But the only difference between Persian and Ashokan architecture is Ashokan, this entire thing is a monolith. In Persian, there are different pieces that are put together. That's the only difference. Okay, but he is influenced by Persian architecture. Okay. Now, next, pillar inscriptions are mainly found in. Allahabad. They are mainly found in Allahabad. This was originally found in Kaushambi. They brought it to Allahabad. Kaushambi. Okay. Second is Topra in Haryana. This they brought it to Delhi. And third one is Meerut. This also they brought it to Delhi. The other are Lauria, Nandangad. And the fifth one is Rampurba. This two is in Bihar. So these are important pillar inscriptions. Okay, so you understood pillar inscriptions, rock inscriptions, and missionaries. Last one, Ashoka's Dhamma policy. Give the heading as Ashoka's Dhamma policy. Ashoka's Dhamma policy, put a knife and write. It is an ethical code to maintain social order. Ashoka's Dhamma policy is an ethical code. To maintain social order. Ethical code to maintain social order. It provides guidelines for subjects. Such as first, respect parents and elders. Respect different faiths. Respect parents and elders. Second one, respect different faiths. Provide charity. No non-violence. Non-violence. No non-violence becomes violence. Okay, non-violence. Practice non-violence. No animal sacrifice. Next, no lavish spendings. See, under this anywhere, he has not told anything about religion. Okay, so basically, Dhamma policy has nothing to do with religion. It is to maintain social stability in the form of social order. So he gives ethical guidelines. That is all his Dhamma policy. So I hope you understood what is Dhamma policy. So this finishes Ashoka. So we have finished Chandragupta Maurya, we have finished Bindusara, we have finished Ashoka. The last comes the weak successors of Ashoka. Overall, Mauryans will fall. Why do Mauryans fall? One, Brahminical society will start opposing them. Brahminical society will start opposing them. Why? Because they are proponents of heterodoxy. Chandragupta Maurya Jainism, Bindusara is Ajivika, Ashoka is Buddhism. So heterodoxy school will dominate, so Brahminical opposition will start. That is one. Second is the army will become weak. Why? Because Ashoka will adopt Berigosha. Okay, when Ashoka adopts Berigosha, entire focus goes on cultural conquest and not territorial conquest. So the army becomes weaker and weaker. Okay. Next, the rise of Sungas. The rise of Sungas. Okay. Obviously, there is many more. Bureaucracy means expenditure increases. All these things are different reasons. But again, these are purely English. When you read the English in the exam, you can easily eliminate it. But they will not ask you such English. But overall, you understood that Mauryans were the vast bureaucracy which is going to go down now. Okay. One other part, just write the next one. I didn't give the heading as art and culture during Mauryans. Art and culture during Mauryans. Just write that, art and culture. Art and culture during Mauryans. One is wooden palaces. One is wooden palaces. That's why they do not survive. One is wooden palaces. The second is obviously Ashoka. You have one rock inscription, two pillar inscription, and the third one Ashoka will popularize is stupas. The third one Ashoka will popularize is stupas. Highest stupas will be constructed during this time. Okay. What are stupas? These are nothing but burial mounds. Look at this. This is what is a stupa. Okay. This is the anda and this is the chatra. Okay. Inside this will be the burial mound of either Buddha or Bodhisattvas. Okay, it need not be only Buddha. In the time of Ashoka, they tell that he had taken Buddha's remains and he had distributed it to everywhere. But after that, whatever they construct, it is basically different Bodhisattvas. But what you should understand is, this burial mound concept in medieval India is what is called as tomb. Okay, and this burial mound concept, that is stupas, were there in Vedic time also. So don't think that this stupa as a concept was introduced by Ashoka. It was there in Vedic times. He took it and popularized it. So know that these are the three that comes. Okay. Apart from this, during the time of Mauryans, I am telling, you gave what you call as cave architecture. Okay, especially in the form of viharas. Viharas are places of, yes, residing for monks. The monks can be anyone. Okay, Buddhism, Jainism, or Ajivikas. So it starts now. Understand this, Mauryans, Vihara starts. Post-Mauryans, Viharas plus Chaityas starts. After Mauryans, when Guptas come, inside the cave they start painting. That is called mural paintings. So this is how it has evolved. In the Mauryans, cave starts Viharas, then comes Viharas and Chaityas, then comes inside the caves they start painting the Ajanta and Ellora. Have you seen inside? The mural paintings. So that is how the evolution happens. So don't get confused. Mauryans, now the starting of cave. So it is Viharas. Okay, post-Mauryas, we will talk about Viharas and Chaityas. In Guptas, we will talk about mural paintings. I hope you are understanding this. Okay, so overall, art and culture, this is all it is. Okay, literature, there is not much that is done. I hope you understood what is Mauryans. Okay, I will come back to this. Sorry. So, we understood the Mauryans in detail. Now, the contemporaries of Mauryans were Movendars. Give the heading as Movendars. Give the heading as Movendars. After this, I will give you 2 minutes time to revise. Because they are contemporaries, let us finish them. Movendars. Write down. If Movendars means 3, right? We will go back to this explanation. So you have Movendars. That means on one side you write Cheras, on the other side you write Pandyas, and you write Cholas. Cheras, Pandyas and Cholas. Okay. First Cheras, let us focus on Cheras. The capital is known as Vangi. Capital is Vangi. Capital is Vangi. Next, important ports. Important ports. Tondi, Mosiris and Bandar. Important ports are Tondi, Mosiris and Bandar. Tondi, Mosiris and Bandar. And important king is Sengutavan. Important king is Sengutavan. Important king is Sengutavan. Okay, so this is about Cheras. Come to this. They are on the Kerala side. Okay, they are on the Kerala side. Pandyas. The capital is Madurai. The capital is Madurai. Capital is Madurai. Important ports is Saliyur, Korkai and Arakamedu. Saliyur, Korkai and Arakamedu. Saliyur, Korkai and Arakamedu. Megasthenes describes them as, Megasthenes, he is a minister in Chandragupta Maurya's court. Megasthenes describes them as one, kingdom of pearls. Kingdom of pearls. Kingdom of pearls. Second, kingdom ruled by a queen. Kingdom of pearls. Second is kingdom ruled by a king. Queen. Ruled by a queen. Next, they build a temple. I am talking about Pandyas. They build a temple for ruler Augustus. They built a temple for the Roman Emperor Augustus. They built a temple for the Roman Emperor Augustus. Okay. Why? Because I'll tell you, all the three were doing trade with Romans. Romans were the main people now. That's why they are building the temple for Augustus. Come to Cholas. The capital is Urayur. The capital is Urayur. The capital is Urayur. Important king is Karikala. Important king is Karikala. Important ports are Puhar and Kanchipuram. Puhar and Kanchipuram. Kanchipuram. Important ports are Pohar and Kanchipuram. Mahabalipuram is not yet come. It is established by Narasimha Varma. Okay, so wait for it. Okay, only Puhar and Kanchipuram. Cotton is dominantly traded. Cotton is dominantly traded. Okay, here in Movendar you can say they are trade based kingdoms. They mainly depend on trade. They don't focus on wars. Trade based kingdoms. They mainly traded with Romans and Egypts. They mainly traded with Romans and Egypts. Romans and Egypts. Okay, now see in the timeline, megaliths, suddenly Movendars have come. Okay, so whatever information we have about megaliths plus Movendars, whatever information we get it through Sangam literature. Okay, so the next heading, give the heading as Sangam age. Give the heading as Sangam age. Sangam age. Look at this, 300 BC to 300 AD. Sangam age is 300 BC to 300 AD. 6 centuries. Okay, it is an age of 6 centuries. Don't forget. Come to the next one. It is the collection. It is an Sangam is the collection or assembly of. Sangam is the collection or assembly of. Sangam is the collection or assembly of. Yes, poets. Collection or assembly of poets in Madurai. Collection or assembly of poets in Madurai. They come from different caste, class and gender. They come from different class, caste and gender. Class, caste and gender. The literature is mainly Akam Puram. Akam means the subject is love, Puram means the subject is heroism. Akam means love, Puram means heroism. Puram means heroism. There exist religious texts within Sangam literature. there exists religious texts. You cannot say it is completely non-religious. There exists religious texts within Sangam literature. Because who's the god that they declare? In Sangam, who's the god? Murugan. Okay, in Sangam literature, the main god is Murugan. Okay, so what did I say? These, there is a religious text within Sangam literature. Next, main god is Murugan. Main god is Murugan. Next, they give details about megaliths and movendars. They give details about megaliths and movendars. Details about megaliths and movendars. They practice Veerakal. Veerarkal. Veerarkal, put an hyphen, raising a hero stone. Raising a hero stone. Raising a hero stone for soldiers who have lost their lives in war. Raising a hero stone for soldiers who have lost life in war. Raising hero stone for soldiers who have lost life in war. Okay, this is one. Next, they also practice Vittakirukal. They also practice Vittakirukal. What is Vittakirukal? It is in bracket, right? Same as Sullekana. Vittakirukal is same as Sullekana, but it is less extreme, that's all. Both will eventually lead to death only, but it is less extreme. Vittakirukal means I will leave food and I will die. Sullekana is you torture yourself also. Why? Because you want to remove the karmic matter. Okay, so Sullekana, Vittakirukal is more or less the same, but overall it is nothing but you choose to die. Okay, voluntarily. That voluntary death is what is called Vittakirukal. Voluntary death. Choosing voluntary death is Vittakirukal. Okay, next. Sangam literature classifies the Tamilakam land. Sangam literature classifies the Tamilakam land. Tamilakam land into, it classifies Tamilakam land into Kurunji, Pallalli, Mullai, Marudam, Naithal. Okay, Kurunji means hill, Pallalli means desert, Mullai means forest, Marudam means agricultural land, and Naithal means coast. Naithal means coast. Okay, next. It divides the society into following categories. It means Sangam literature. Sangam literature divides the society into following categories. You have Vallalas, Arasars, Periyars, Kadaisayars, Vanigars, and Anantanars. Okay, Vallalas, Arasars, Periyars, Kadaisayars, Vanigars, and Anantanars. Okay, these are the different categories. Vallalas, Arasars, Periyars, Kadaisayars, Vanigars, and Anantanars. Okay. Now, Vallalas, rich peasants. Vallalas means rich peasants. Vallalas means rich peasants. Arasar means ruling class. Arasar means ruling class. Periyars are agricultural laborers. Periyars are agricultural laborers. Kadasayars are lower caste. They mainly work with leather. That is, they make footwear. Okay, they are like the lower caste. Kadasayars are lower caste. They mainly work with leather. Okay. Next, Vanigars. Merchants. Vanigars are merchants. Vanigars are merchants. Anantanars are priests. Anantanars are priests, priestly class, priests. Okay, so these are the different categories that the Sangam literature will divide. Next, important Sangam literature. Important Sangam literature. You have Tolkappiyam, Tirukkural, Sillapadikaram, Mane Makkalai, Jivika Chintamani. These are the 5 important Sangam literature. Five important Sangam literature. Okay, so who have written it? Just write this side. Tolkappiyam. Put a hyphen and write Tolkappiyam. Tolkappiyar. Tolkappiyam is written by Tolkappiyar. Tirukkural is written by Tiruvullavur. Tirukkural is written by Tiruvullavur. Tirukkural is written by Tiruvullavur. Sillapa Adhikaram is written by Ylango Adigal. Ylango, Illango, Ylango Adigal. Mane Makkalai is written by Satanar, Sattanar, Satanar. Sattanar, Satanar. Next, Jivika Chintamani is written by Tirutakka Devanar. Tirutakka Devanar. Tirutakka Devanar. Tirutakka Devanar. Clear with this? So this completes the Sangam age as well as the Mauryans. Again, going back to this, I hope you understood. With the fall of Mahajanapadas, emerges the first pan-India empire of India, that is Mauryans, and their contemporaries who are known as Mohendars. Okay, take 2 minutes, revise whatever you have done. Rest becomes easy. Okay, go on, 2 minutes, revise quickly. Yaudu? Brihadrata. Decline of Mauryans happens Brihadrata. Brihadrata will be assassinated by Pushyamitra Shunga. Pushyamitra Shunga assassinates him. He is the commander-in-chief. Quickly, just glance through, and people want to take a break, 2 minutes, go, come back. That's why I give the break, so that you can relax, take a breather. As we go, it becomes more faster to finish. Don't worry. The complicated part is in the beginning only. After that, what ruler did, what achievement. What ruler did, what achievement. That's all it is there. So don't worry, we'll finish off very quickly. Last minute. Now in the next half an hour, the ancient India will get over. Okay, everything is simple after this. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನೀರು ಬೀಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ದಟ್ಸ್ ವೈ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬರೋದು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. Shall we start? Okay. Come back to the timeline. Let us go from the beginning. At the end, it will be fun because the entire thing will be in your control. We started with Paleolithic, then we went into Mesolithic, then we learned Neolithic. We understood what is the difference in the evolution of humanity. Then, after the Stone Age comes the Metal Age. In the Metal Age, you have Chalcolithic, Indus Valley Civilization, and Megaliths. So, overall, these were the contemporaries. After this comes the invasion of Aryans. When the Aryans invaded, you understood that there comes Vedic age. This is the age of scriptures. We also learn different types of scriptures. So, Vedic age can be divided into Jana, it can be divided into Janapada. Okay, Jana is the early Vedic period, Janapada is the later Vedic period. From Janapada, few Janapadas rose more, and that Janapadas that actually rose to power were known as Mahajanapadas. Among them were Magadha. In Magadha, you had Hiranyaka, Shishunagas, and Nandas. Nandas were contemporaries to the first foreign invasion in India, and the first foreign invasion happened first by Persians and then by Greeks. Greeks, it was Alexander. Alexander contemporaries Mahapadma, Nanda. Okay. Now, with this, obviously, when invasion happens, it means that a new power has to rise. That new power that rose after the invasion was Mauryans. The contemporary of Mauryans were Mughals. Now, obviously, after Ashoka, I told you different reasons why Mauryans will become weak. Brihadratha will be the last ruler. The commander-in-chief of Brihadratha is Pushyamitra Sunga. Pushyamitra Sunga will kill Brihadratha and establish the Sunga dynasty. Now, when a huge kingdom is destroyed, then the entire country is now divided into several smaller kingdoms. Okay, so look at this. That is why the next, when a huge kingdom is destroyed, it is now dividing into several smaller territories. So you call it first political disintegration of India. We call this phase as first political disintegration of India. Obviously, when there is first political disintegration of India, that means there is no good power. Anyone can invade. So, in the same phase, you will have second phase of foreign invasion. Second phase of foreign invasion. Okay, so you have first phase of political disintegration when to when? 150 BC to 250 AD. Look at this. 150 BC to 250 AD. You have first political disintegration of India and second phase of foreign invasion. Second phase of foreign invasion. Okay. So when I say political disintegration, understand that you have, in the north you have Sungas, in the central you have Satavahanas, and in the south you have Pallavas. Okay, in the south you have Pallavas. They are the one who will now take power by removing the Mughals. Mughals will always be there. It is just that the sphere of influence reduces. Okay. Second phase of foreign invasion. This will also happen in waves. Okay. The first wave is Indo-Greeks. The second wave is Parthians. Parthians means Persian. Okay. The third wave is Shakas. And the fourth wave is Kushanas. Shakas and Kushanas. So the timeline is 150 BC to 250 AD. 150 BC to 250 AD. So you understood the timeline? Let us go back to the explanation part. Come to the next page. You have the explanation here. Write down, give the heading as first political disintegration of India. First political disintegration of India. Okay, draw this map. Okay, so you have Sungas, you have Satavahanas, you have Pallavas, you have Mughals, and here you have Indo-Greeks, Parthians, Shakas, then you have Kushanas. Again, there is not much to learn. We should just understand the significance of one and go. Okay, it is not like Mauryans. You have to understand the administration. You have to understand the philosophy. There's nothing like that. It's purely English. We can go on writing. Okay, write down first Sungas. Give the heading as Sungas. Sungas. Rise of Brahminism. Rise of Brahminism. Rise of Brahminism. Second, emergence of Sanskrit, re-emergence you can say, don't say emergence, re-emergence of Sanskrit, re-emergence of Sanskrit, compilations of Ramayana and Mahabharata, compilations of Ramayana and Mahabharata, compilations of Ramayana and Mahabharata, they start the practice of temple architecture, not Guptas, they start, Sungas, they start the practice of temple architecture. They start the practice of temple architecture. Practice of temple architecture. Next, important ruler is Pushyamitra Sunga. Important ruler is Pushyamitra Sunga. He defeats Brihadatta, all that is not important for the exam. Pushyamitra Sunga. Again, in textbooks they say prosecutor of Buddhism, that, this and all. In exam, they don't give you anything controversial, they don't give anything negative. So whenever they are talking about negatives, don't read. It will not come in the exam. Okay. So leave all these things. Next, write down their contributions. Their contributions. 1. Barhut Stupa. Right here. Barhut Stupa. railings. They build the railings. Barut Stupa, they build the railings. Barut Stupa railings. Second, Sanchi Stupa Gopuram. Sanchi Stupa is actually built in Ashokan time. Sanchi Stupa, they build a Gopura. Gopura means gateway. Sanchi Stupa Gopurams. Sanchi Stupa Gopurams. Next, Chaityas are built. See, from Vihara we are also moving into Chaityas. Chaityas are built. Two important Chaityas, you can put there only, Karle Chaitya and Nasik Chaitya. Karle and Nasik Chaitya, they are very famous. Karle Chaitya and Nasik Chaitya. Okay, that's all. This is with respect to Sungas. Let us go to the next one. Give the heading as Satavahanas. The next is Satavahanas. They control the land between Krishna and Godavari. They control the land between Krishna and Godavari. They had two capitals. They had two capitals. Pratishtana. Pratishtana. This is in Maharashtra. And then Amarakantak. Sorry. What is it? Amaravati. Yeah. Amaravati. Okay. Amaravati's ancient name is Danyakataka. Amaravati's ancient name is Danyakataka. Okay, Amaravati and Parishtana. These are the two capitals. They maintain two capitals. Next, they were the first to issue. They were the first to issue Brahmadeya. They were the first to issue Brahmadeya, which means land grants to Brahmanas. Land grants to Brahmanas. They were the first to issue land grants to Brahmanas. They popularized Prakrit. They popularized Prakrit. Popularized Prakrit. Hala is a famous king. Hala is a famous king, and his work includes Satsai. His work includes Satsai. His work includes Satsai. Next, trade was emphasized. Trade was emphasized. Trade was emphasized, and important ports were. Trade was emphasized, and important ports were. Right, like this: West Coast, East Coast. West Coast and East Coast, you had Sopara, you had Chaul, you had Kalyani, and you had Barucha. These were the four ports in the West Coast: Sopara, Chaul, Kalyani, and Barucha. Kalyani. Kalyani and Barucha. Okay, this side you had Ganjam and Gantasala. Ganjam and Gantasala, Odisha. Ganjam and Gantasala were in Odisha. Okay, Ganjam and Gantasala in Odisha. Next, Gautamiputra Satkarni. Gautamiputra Satkarni was known as Venkataswamy or Vidyanaresha. Gautamiputra Satkarni was known as Venkataswamy or Vidyanaresha. Next, he conquered Ashmak and Verar. He conquered Ashmak and Verar. Okay, Ashmak is an ancient name for Hyderabad. Verar is an ancient name of Vidarbha. He conquered Ashmak and Verar. Ashmak and Verar. Okay, this is Gautamiputra Satkarni. Next, Vishishtaputra Satkarni. Vishishtaputra Satkarni. Vishishtaputra Satkarni marries the daughter of Rudradaman I. Vishishtaputra Satkarni marries the daughter of Rudradaman I. Rudradaman I belongs to which kingdom? Look at this. Satavahanas, Shakas. Rudradaman I was Shakas. So, Vishishtaputra Satkarni marries the daughter of Rudradaman I. Next, he constructs Navanagara. It's a city. He constructs Navanagara. Okay. Next, sculpture is encouraged. Sculpture is encouraged. Let me just give you the context. Look at this. Look what happens. Now, in this period, this is the period where sculpture reaches its climax. When I say sculpture reaches its climax, sculpture will develop into, one is Gandhara school of art, then you have Mathura school of art, and then you have Amravati school of art. See, it comes post-Mauryans. Why does it come post-Mauryans? Look at this. Here there is Parthians. I will tell this anyways. Don't worry about it. Parthians are there. During Parthians, there is a king called Gondophares. This Gondophares will allow Saint Thomas to enter India. He will give the permission for Saint Thomas to enter India. Saint Thomas who comes to India will come and try to spread Christianity. Later he is killed and all the thing again is not needed for the exam, but what is important is he comes and starts spreading Christianity. So now is the time where Christianity is now spread in India. Understand that Christianity, they have a practice of having huge sculptures of Jesus. Okay, so they are coming in with a practice of huge sculptures of Jesus. Until then, India had sculptures, but it was not very huge. They had small sculptures, but the moment Christianity came into India, now the Indian culture assimilated that property. The moment Indian culture assimilated that property, this huge sculptures, that adoption was done in all the Indian schools of thought, and hence emerged this Amravati, Gandhara and Mathura. I hope you understood why the climax of all these sculptures happens. That is why, see, Satavahanas, Amravati, Kushanas, Gandhara and Mathura school of art will peak. Are you understanding this? Why does the sculpture peak during this time? Mainly because of that reason only. So I hope you got the context. Okay, write down. What did I say? Sculpture is encouraged in, or sculpture is encouraged in, one, Amravati. Sculpture is encouraged is a wrong word. Okay, sculpture is encouraged in one, Amravati. The second is Nagarjuna Konda. And the third is Jagyapita. The third is Jagyapita. Okay, so these are the three where sculpture is done. Next, cave architecture is done in Ajanta and Ellora. Ajanta, Bagh caves, Ajanta, Bagh caves and Kaneri caves. Ajanta caves, Bagh caves and Kanheri caves. These are the three caves that develops. Ajanta, Bagh and Kaneri. Okay. In Sungas also, if you want, you can add Ajanta. Okay, even they have worked in Ajanta. Sungas also you can add Ajanta. Cave architecture in Ajanta was done during Sungas also. Okay, so if you understand, all these are Buddhism thematic caves. When you come to Ellora has Buddhism as well as Hinduism as well as Jainism. So that is why wait, don't write Ellora up till now. We are still following the Buddhism caves. Okay, alright. So you understood what are Satavahanas. Okay, you understood what are Satavahanas. Then we'll come to this Pallavas later. Now let us talk about Indo-Greeks. Give the heading as Indo-Greeks. Important king was Menander. Next, Nagasena converts Menander to Buddhism. Third one, Milinda Panho. Important work. Milinda Panho. That means the questions of Menander. Milinda Panho. Next, they were the first to issue gold coins. However, next, their importance was silver coins called drachma. The importance was their silver coins, which are called drachma. Gold coins were not that abundant. They issued silver coins in abundance, and that silver coins were drachma. Okay, so that's all. This is about Indo-Greeks. Next, Parthians. The next is Parthians. As I told you, Gondophares. Gondophares is an important king. Gondophares. Gondophares. Next, Kharoshthi script. Kharoshthi script re-emerges. Kharoshthi script re-emerges. Third, Saint Thomas is allowed into India to spread Christianity. Saint Thomas. Saint Thomas is allowed into India to spread Christianity. Okay, and the last is Kushanas. Sorry, the next is Shakas. We have forgotten Shakas. Right, is Shakas. Shakas. Write down. Information about Shakas. Information about Shakas. Nashk-e-Rustam inscription. Second, Siawang Chinese text. And the third is Kalakacharya. This is a Jaina text. Kalakacharya, Jaina text. So overall these three will provide information about Shakas. Kalakacharya's Jaina text. Okay. Next, Rudradaman I was an important ruler. Rudradaman I was an important ruler. Rudradaman I was an important ruler. And his Prashasti is known as, his Prashasti is in Junagadh inscription. Prashasti means what? His Prashasti is in Junagadh inscription. Prashasti means praising. Okay, they praise someone. His Prashasti is in Junagadh inscription, written in Sanskrit. His Prashasti is in Junagadh inscription, written in Sanskrit. Written in Sanskrit. Next, he restores Sudarshana Lake. He restores Sudarshana Lake. If you get time in ancient India, not now, after prelims or whenever you get, you understand ancient India, you should understand that ancient India will work whoever controls Gujarat. If you control Gujarat, you can control the ancient India. Why? Because trade. Trade from the west, horses from the west, everything will come from Gujarat. So that is why Gujarat is very, very important. Okay, anyways. So this is Rudradaman I. Okay, Sudarshana Lake he tries to restore because he wants traders to come and drink. As in they will be tired. That lake will help them to refresh. That is why he restores it. Okay, in order to improve the trade. Anyways, that is Shakas. The next is Kushanas. The next is Kushanas. The founder is Cadipses. Cadipses is the founder. Sorry. Ashk-ini system. They follow Akshini system. Next, they follow Akshini system. Akshini system, which is a fund dedicated for the welfare of the people. Ashkini system, fund dedicated for the welfare of the people. Welfare of the people. Again, if you read properly, this Ashkini system is, I will not use the principal, I will only use the interest. And I will use that interest from that fund in order to help people. So that is what is this entire thing. But overall, understand that it's a fund helping for the people. Next, important ruler is Kushana. Important ruler is Kushana. Important ruler is Kushana. Sorry, Kanishka. I'm really sorry. Kanishka. Important ruler is Kanishka. Put a knife and write. Fourth Buddhist Council. Fourth Buddhist Council. Next, he extends his empire from Peshawar to Mathura. He extends his empire from Peshawar to Mathura and also controls Ayodhya. Ayodhya's ancient name is Saketa and also controls Ayodhya or Saketa. Ayodhya or Saketa. Important court poets. Important court poets. Ashwagosha, Charaka. Then you have Vasumitra, Nagarjuna, Aryadeva, and Sangabhuti. Okay, these were the important literarians or poets. Important literarians or poets. All the 6 are important. Okay, Ashwagosha, what does he write? Buddha Charita. Ashwagosha, Buddha Charita. Charaka is Charaka Samhita. Ashwagosha is Buddha Charita. Charaka is Charaka Samhita. Vasumitra presided the 4th Buddhist Council. Okay, Vasumitra presided the 4th Buddhist Council, where Mahavibhasa was compiled. He did not write. Where Mahavibhasa, remember Vaibhashika school, where Mahavibhasa was compiled. He presided the 4th Buddhist Council, where Mahavibhasa was compiled. Nagarjuna, what is he famous for? Sunyavada. I told you, Madhyamika school. Okay, Sunyavada. He founded Sunyavada. Okay, now Nagarjuna with Sangabhuti has written Prajna Paramita Sutra. Nagarjuna with Sangabhuti has written Prajna Paramita Sutra. Prajna Paramita Sutra. Okay. Aryadeva, proponent of Vaibhashika school. Proponent of Vaibhashika school. Aryadeva is a proponent of Vaibhashika school. Okay. So overall, you understood who are the court poets of Kanishka. Okay. That's all. We are done with first political disintegration of India. Now, this is, you can give the heading. I forgot to tell this heading. This heading is what is called as Post-Mauryans. Okay, you can give the heading as Post-Mauryans. We will change it here also. The heading here is Post-Mauryans. Heading is Post-Mauryans. Okay. Post-Mauryan means first political disintegration of India, second foreign invasion of India. By default, you should understand that. Okay. So Post-Mauryans has done. Now comes the next important kingdom. After Post-Mauryans, now comes the next important kingdom, and that is Guptas. 250 to 550 AD. Okay. You have Guptas. Okay. Here you have, in South India, you have Pallavas, you have Chalukyas of Badami, and then you have Movendars. These are the 3 you have here. In the North India, you have the Guptas. Shall we start? Okay. Now let us go to the explanation part. Give the heading as Guptas. Give the heading as Guptas. First, write down land grants. Land grants has become rampant. Land grants has become rampant. Land grants has become rampant, which has resulted in feudalism. Which has resulted in feudalism. Which has resulted in feudalism. Feudalism means landlords and slaves. That relationship is known as feudalism, where you derive revenue without working. That is feudalism. Okay, feudalism has several this thing. When I say land grants has spread enormously, resulting in feudalism, next point right down, this has resulted in the rise of samantas. This has resulted in the rise of samantas. One such samantas were Guptas, who went on to become Samantadipatis. One such samantas were Guptas. One such samantas were Guptas, who went on to become Samantadipatis. Who went on to become Samantadipatis. That is, establish their kingdom, Samantadipatis. Okay, Samantadipatis. Next, Guptas were agrarian society, not a urban society. Guptas were agrarian society. Guptas were agrarian society. Next, Brahminical orthodoxy increased. Brahminical orthodoxy increased. Brahminical orthodoxy increased. Sanskrit was popularized. Sanskrit was popularized. Guptas was the golden age of literature. Guptas was the golden age of literature. Golden age of literature. Again, don't think Guptas favored Hinduism, did not favor Buddhism, they did not favor Jainism. Such questions will not come in the exam. They will never ask negative questions. Okay? They'll always, if they ask, it is wrong. You should always say Guptas were secular kings who always allowed the flourishing of everyone. Otherwise, how was Ajanta Ellora coming into picture? I hope you are understanding this. Or there is Lalita Vistara, there is so many texts that will come of Buddhism and Jainism. So, nothing negative will be asked. Okay, don't worry about negatives. Okay, now, important kings. Important kings. Important kings. First one, Samudragupta. Important kings. First one is Samudragupta. Put a hyphen and write. He is called as Napoleon of India by V.A. Smith. He is called as Napoleon of India by V.A. Smith. Napoleon of India by V.A. Smith. Next, Harisena has written a Prashasti. Harisena has written a Prashasti called, Harisena has written a Prashasti called, Prashasti in Allahabad inscription. Harisena has written a Prashasti in Allahabad inscription. Prashasti in Allahabad inscription. Samudragupta was given the title. Samudragupta was given the title Kavi Raja. He was given the title Kavi Raja. Next, Vikramanka. Kavi Raja. Next is Vikramanka and Parama Bhattarika. Vikramanka and Parama Bhattarika. Parama Bhattarika. Okay. Next, he wages Dharma Yuddhas. He wages Dharma Yuddhas. He wages Dharma Yuddhas, which includes three things, or which includes three parts. Dharma Yuddhas, which includes three parts. First is Grahana. First is Grahana. Second is Moksha. First is Grahana. Second is Moksha. And the third is Anugraha. Grahana, Moksha and Anugraha. Okay, Grahana, put an hyphen and write, capturing enemy. Grahana is capturing enemy. Grahana is capturing enemy. Moksha is releasing enemy. Moksha is releasing enemy. Anugraha is returning the kingdom. Anugraha is returning the kingdom. Returning the kingdom. Okay, next, he divided the kingdom into, so you have kingdom, you have bhuktis, you have, vishyas, and then you have grama. There is no nagarikas, only grama. Okay, so bhuktis is handled by uparikas. Vishyas is handled by Vishayapati. Okay, Grama is handled by Gaulmika. Okay, this is the entire thing about Samudragupta. Next, Chandragupta II. The next is Chandragupta II. He makes Ujjain the capital. He makes Ujjain the capital of Guptas. His Prashasti is in Meroli inscription. His Prashasti is in Meroli inscription. His Prashasti is in Meroli inscription. Meroli inscription. Fa-in, the Chinese traveler. Fa-in, the Chinese traveler, visits his kingdom. Chinese traveler visits his kingdom. He is known for the Ashtadiggajas. He is known for the Ashtadiggajas. Ashtadiggajas, who are they? Kalidasa, Amarasimha, Varamihira, Vittal Bhatta, Vararuchi, Gataparkara, Kshapanaka, Dhanvantri, and Shanku. These were the 8 important gems of Chandragupta II. Chandragupta II. Okay. There is no Aryabhatta here. Okay, Aryabhatta is in Guptas only, but he is not in this 8 gems. Aryabhatta is not there. Come again. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 are there, is it? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Navaratnas. I'm really sorry. Navaratnas. I'm really sorry. Okay. They are Navaratnas. Navaratnas. Krishna Devaraya is Ashtadiggajas. Yes. Okay. Next, Kumaragupta. Give the heading as Kumaragupta. Kumaragupta establishes Nalanda University. Kumaragupta establishes Nalanda University. Nalanda University. Next, important Jaina poet called Asanga is present in his kingdom. Important Jaina poet Asanga. Important Jaina poet Asanga is present, who converts Vasubandhu. Asanga, who converts Vasubandhu. Who converts Vasubandhu. Don't confuse with Vasumitra. Who converts Vasubandhu from Vaibhashika to Yogacara school. Who converts Vasubandhu from Vaibhashika to Yogacara school. Vaibhashika to Yogacara school. Next, he uses peacock. He uses peacock in the coins of Guptas. He uses peacock as in the coins of Guptas. His Prashastis are mainly found in Mandsaur inscription. Mandsaur inscription and Vilsad. Mansour inscription and Vilsad inscription. Mansour inscription and Vilsad inscription. Okay, so this is with respect to Kumaragupta. The last one is Skandagupta. The last one is Skandagupta. He was the last ruler to defend the kingdom against. He was the last ruler to defend the kingdom against Una invasion. He was the last ruler to defend the kingdom against Una invasion. Unas were tribes of Central Asia who were trying to invade India. Okay, and he was the last ruler to defend them aggressively. Okay, next is Prashasti. The way he defended against Una, that Prashasti is written in Bittari inscription. Prashasti is written in Bittari, Bittari, Bittari inscription. In Bittari inscription, they explain how we defended India against, not India, how we defended the kingdom against Mlechas. These Mlechas are what are known as Huns. It explains, or this Prashasti explains how he defended the kingdom against Mlechas. Mlechas are Huns, Una invasion, Huns. That's all. This is Guptas. Okay, these are the important kings, but you should learn Guptas mainly not from king's angle but from art and culture angle. Okay, so now I told you that if you take Guptas, the most important reason why they call golden age of Guptas, golden age of ancient India is Guptas is mainly because of their contribution in literature. Literature is the main thing. So give the heading as literature. If you see the last UPSC prelims, all literature questions, everyone, most of them will be from Gupta period only, somehow or the other. Okay, so literature. Okay, non-canonical. Non-canonical means non-religious. Non-canonical literature, mark like that and keep writing. First one, Kalidasa. First one is Kalidasa. Okay, write two groups. Okay, one is poems, another is dramas. Okay, one is poems. First, let us write poems. Write down Ritu Samhara. Ritu Samhara. I am talking about poems. Ritu Samhara, Meghaduta, Meghaduta, and Raghuvamsha. Ritu Samhara, Meghaduta, Raghuvamsha, Kumara Sambhava. Ritu Samhara, Meghaduta, Raghuvamsha, Kumara Sambhava. Okay, these are poems. Ritu Samhara, Meghaduta, Raghuvamsha and Kumara Sambhava. Now come to this side, dramas. Abhignana Shakuntalam, Abhignana Shakuntalam, Malavika Agnimitram, Abhignana Shakuntalam, Malavika Agnimitram, Vikramorvashiyam. Malavika Agnimitram and Vikramorvashiyam. Okay. Next, Vikramorvashiyam. Malavika Agnimitram and Vikramorvashiyam. These are dramas. So this is Kalidasa. Next, Bharavi. Next is Bharavi. Kiratarjuniya. Bharavi is Kiratarjuniya. Kiratarjuniya. Next, Basa. Next is Basa. Swapna Vasavadatta. Bharavi is Kiratarjuniya. Basa is Swapna Vasavadatta. Next, Vishakadatta. Vishakadatta. Mudra Rakshasa. Vishakadatta is Mudra Rakshasa. Mudra Rakshasa explains how Chandragupta Maurya came to power. Swapna Vasavadatta explains how Udayana came to power. Okay, it's a love story of Udayana. Udayana is, I told you, Vatsa. Okay, he is not the Udayin of Shishunagas. Don't get confused. Okay, anyways, Mudra Rakshasa, Vishakadatta, Vishnu Sharma, Panchatantra. Vishnu Sharma is Panchatantra. Dandin, Dandin, Dasakumara Charitam. Dandin, Dasakumara Charitam. Kamandaka, Dandin is Dasakumara Charitam. Dasakumara Charitam. Next, Kamandaka. Kamandaka, Niti Sara. Kamandaka is Niti Sara. Shudraka, Mrichakatika. Shudraka is Mrichakatika. Shudraka is Mrichakatika. Okay. Again, if I missed something, you can add it, but keep adding. Literature is very, very important. Okay. This is non-canonical. Okay. Next, Smritis. We are still in literature only. Smritis. Smritis. Okay. Now, one small addition I want to do. Please go back to Sungas. I forgot very important information there. Because when I say Smriti, the first thing that comes to your mind is Manu Smriti. Manu is not here. Okay. Manu is in Sungas. So I want to tell that. Go to Sungas. Add Manu. Manusmriti. He created Manusmriti. So one is Manu. The second is Patanjali. Both of them are Sungas. Okay, they come in Sunga period. Manu is Manusmriti. The second is Patanjali. He writes Mahabhashya. Patanjali writes Mahabhashya. Patanjali writes Mahabhashya, which is a commentary on Panini's Ashtadhyayi. Patanjali writes Mahabhashya, which is a commentary on Panini's Ashtadhyayi. Okay. So one thing I wanted to tell is Manu and Patanjali do not come in Guptas. Manu and Patanjali come in Sungas. Come to Guptas again. Come to Sungas again. Smriti. What is Smriti? Smriti means codification. Okay. Codification of behavior, codification of society, codification of law. All this thing together is what is called as Smriti. Okay. So two important Smritis. Write down Smriti. One, Narada Smriti. The second is Brihaspati Smriti. These two are the two Smritis that comes here. Narada Smriti and Brihaspati Smriti. Narada Smriti and Brihaspati Smriti. Next, Puranas. Puranas. Puranas come here. What are the Puranas? One important, Vishnu Purana and Bhagavata Purana. Vishnu Purana and Bhagavata Purana. Vishnu Purana and Bhagavata Purana. Next, Buddhist literature. Here only in Gupta period. Buddhist literature. Buddhist literature. First one is Lalita Vistara. First one is Lalita Vistara. Second one is Abhidharma Kosha. Abhidharma Kosha. Abhidharma Kosha. Third one is Yogakara Bhumi Shastra. Yogakara Bhumi Shastra. Asanga has written this. Yogakara Bhumi Shastra. Yogakara Bhumi Shastra. Next, Divya Avadana. Divya Avadana. Divya Avadana. And the next is Mahavastu. 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 So these are Buddhist literature that comes in Gupta period. Jainish literature. Next, Jaina literature. Jaina literature. Bhagavata Sutras. Bhagavata Sutras. Tattvartha Sutras. Bhagavata Sutras and Tattvartha Sutras. Bhagavata Sutras and Tattvartha Sutras. That came in this period. Next, 6 schools of philosophy. There only, right? 6 schools of philosophy. You have Sankhya, Nyaya, Mimamsa, Vaisheshika, Vedanta, Yoga. Yoga. Okay. Here, Sankhya. The founder is Kapila. The founder is Kapila. Sankhya, the founder is Kapila. It is dualism. It is called school of dualism because they talk about Purusha and Prakruti as two different entities. Okay, it is called dualism because Purusha and Prakruti are two different entities. Purusha and Prakruti are two different entities. Purusha, Prakriti are two different entities. Next, liberation is through knowledge. Liberation is through knowledge. I told you, everything is about liberation. Liberation is through knowledge. Liberation is through knowledge. Nyaya, the founder is Gautama. Nyaya, the founder is Gautama. The founder is Gautama. Liberation is through rational thinking. Liberation is through rational thinking. Okay, the next is Mimamsa. The founder is Jaimini. Mimamsa, the founder is Jaimini. Liberation is by following the Vedas. Liberation is by following the Vedas. Liberation is by following the Vedas. Vaisheshika, the founder is Kannada. Vaisheshika, the founder is Kannada. Kannada. Liberation is by understanding the atomic nature of the universe. Liberation is by understanding. Liberation is by understanding the atomic nature of the universe. By understanding the atomic nature of the universe. Understanding the atomic nature of the universe. Yoga, Patanjali. Yoga, Patanjali. Liberation through meditation. Liberation through meditation. Liberation through meditation. And the last is Vedanta, Badrayana. Vedanta is Badrayana. Liberation by following Upanishads. Vedanta is Badrayana. Liberation by following Upanishads. Okay, it is from this liberation by following Upanishads comes the other schools like Advaita, Dvaita, Vishishtadvaita, Dvaita, all these things come from this only. So at the end of the day, all those things will have the root from Upanishads. Okay, so these 6 schools of philosophy also emerged during Gupta period. So you just saw how they have evolved. The literature is so much. Whatever I have told is just small. You can keep adding. If you keep solving tests, you will keep getting new literarians. Okay, but very important is Guptas. Next. Okay, write down temples. 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 Put a knife and read the start of Nagara style of architecture. The start of Nagara style of architecture. Nagara style of architecture. Example. Parvati temple in Nachnakutara, Madhya Pradesh. Dasha Avatar temple, Diogad, Madhya Pradesh. Then you have Bittargoan temple, Uttar Pradesh. Then you have Udayagiri temple, Odisha. These were the 4 very famous temples. It starts Nagara style of architecture. It does not peak. It starts Nagara style of architecture. It starts Nagara style of architecture. Okay, next. Cave architecture develops. Cave architecture develops. Cave architecture develops. Example is Ajanta and Ellora. Example is Ajanta and Ellora. There only you write Vakatakas play an important role. Vakatakas. Vakatakas play an important role. Okay, why am I telling Vakatakas here is Vakatakas are contemporaries of Guptas. Chandragupta II's daughter Prabhavati marries the king of Vakatakas. Okay, so Vakatakas and Guptas are contemporaries. So actually the contribution is Vakatakas only. It is not that Guptas went to Ajanta Ellora and did something. Vakatakas contributed it, but because Vakatakas were contemporaries, they say that even during Gupta period, Ajanta and Ellora developed. Okay, next, mural paintings started inside caves. Mural paintings started inside the caves. Mural paintings started inside the caves. Okay, that's all. This is overall about Guptas. So, if I come back here, we understood Guptas. In the South India, we have Pallavas, Chalukyas of Badami and Movendars. But what you should understand is, in Guptas, Skanda Gupta is there and there is what you call as Una invasion. There is constant Una invasion happening. One more thing you should understand is, there is a lot of Samantas. Samantas are nothing but feudal lords. So overall what happens, once Skanda Gupta is gone, there comes weak successors of Guptas. They will not be able to defend against Una invasion, and different Samantas will declare their own independence. That will result in next Post-Guptas. Okay, the next is Post-Guptas. Okay, 550 AD to 650 AD. 550 AD to 650 AD, and this is what is called as second political disintegration of India. Second political disintegration of India. Now these people will continue. In South India you have Pallavas, you have Chalukyas, and then you have Movendars. You have Pallavas, Chalukyas and Movendars. Okay. Now look at this. Let me just recollect from the beginning. Let me go from the beginning. We are going back to our timeline of this. We started at 10:30 in the morning, okay, with Paleolithic, okay, and then we finished Mesolithic, and then we finished Neolithic. This is the Stone Age part. Once we are done with the Stone Age, we went to the Metal Age. There we have Chalcolithic, Indus Valley Civilization and Megalithic. Then comes the invasion of Aryans. With Aryans comes a completely different culture. That is what is known as Vedic Age. In the Vedic Age, you have Jana, then you have Janapada. Okay. In the Janapada, because it became very rigid, you saw the rise of heterodoxy schools. And after Janapada, few will rise even more further. They are known as Age of Mahajanapadas. Now, all this while in South India, there were Megaliths who continued and came. But now, after Age of Mahajanapada, you had Magadha, and you had the first foreign invasion into India, that is Persian and Greek. When they came, they destroyed everything, and that gave scope or opportunity for a new kingdom to rise, and the new kingdom that rised was Mauryans. The contemporary of Mauryans were Movendars, that is Cholas, Cheras and Pandyas. Mauryans had pan-Indian empire, but they had an elaborate bureaucracy which they could not maintain, and hence they fell, and that resulted in the first political disintegration of India and second foreign invasion into India. Okay. After this, again, everything will provide a new opportunity for someone to rise. That gave an opportunity for the coming of Guptas. Now, if there is Guptas in the North India, then there is Pallavas, Chalukyas and Movendars in the South India. Then comes, one Guptas are also gone. Because of Una invasion, the Guptas also go. Then comes Post-Guptas. Again, when a big empire goes, there is political disintegration of North India. Okay. Now, let us look at the political disintegration of North India. Give the heading as Post-Guptas. Give the heading as Post-Guptas. Give the heading as Post-Guptas. Let us go back to explanation. Let us come here. From now on, it is easy. Okay, don't worry. Okay, all right. Look at this. So you have one, this side you have Maukaris. I'll write it in numbers. You have 1, you have 2, we have 3, we have 4, we have 5, we have 6. Okay, so one you have is Maukaris of Kanauj. 2 you have is Pushyabhutis of Tanesar. 3 you have is Maitrikas of Vallabi. And 4 you have is Shashankas of Bengal. Apart from that, other things you know, that is 5 is Chalukyas of Badami. 6 is Pallavas of Mahabalipuram. Pallavas of Mahabalipuram. So now we'll learn everything a little bit about everyone. You'll be done. Maukaris of Kanauj, Pushyabhutis of Tanesar, Maitrikas of Vallabi, Shashankas of Bengal, Chalukyas of Badami, and Pallavas of Mahabalipuram. This is the second political disintegration of India. Don't forget. Second political disintegration of India. Shall we start? Okay, let's go one by one. First, give the heading as Maitrikas of Vallabi. We'll go on from importance. Maitrikas of Vallabi. Maitrikas of Vallabi. They established Vallabha University. Very famous it is. They established Vallabha University. Vallabha University. Second, I Singh, who is a Chinese traveler, visits Vallabha University. Not Yun Sang. Don't confuse with Yun Sang. I Singh visits Vallabha University. Third, Yun Sang also visits. He is also a Chinese traveler. Yun Sang also visits Vallabha University. Yun Sang also visits Vallabha University. This is Buddhist travelers. Okay, next, Kalpa Sutras, important Jaina text. Kalpa Sutras, an important Jaina text, is done in this period. Important Jaina text is done during this period. Apabramsa School of Miniature Painting. Apabramsa School of Miniature Painting. Remember Mughals, miniature painting? It actually starts here. Apabramsa School of Miniature Painting. Miniature painting. Okay, in bracket, Jain theme, Jaina. The theme is Jaina or Gita Govinda. Theme of that painting is Jaina or Gita Govinda. Jainism or Gita Govinda. Jainism or Gita Govinda. Okay, next. Second Buddhist Council. Second Buddhist Council. Sorry, second Jaina Council. Sorry, second Jaina Council is held under the patronage of Chandralekha. Is held under the patronage of Chandralekha. Queen Chandralekha. Chandralekha, who's the queen of Dhruvasena. Dhruvasena is the ruler. Okay, Chandralekha, who is the queen of Dhruvasena. Maitrikas Vallabi. Dhruvasena. Okay, this is the Jaina council. So we are done with Maitrikas. Next, Maukaris, very small, not much information is there. Maukaris, write down. Ishana Varma, Ishana Varma. Ishana Varma was the famous ruler. Ishana Varma was a famous ruler. Asirgad copper plate inscriptions. Asirgad copper plate inscription provides information about Maukaris. Asirgad copper plate inscription. Asirgad copper plate inscription provides information about Maukaris. Okay, next. Shashankas. The next is Shashankas. The next is Shashankas. Write down. Important king is Shashanka. Important king is Shashanka. Second, he destroys the tree in Bodh Gaya. Bodhi tree, Mahabodhi tree they call it. He is the one who destroys the Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya. Next, Karna Subarna was their capital. Karna Subarna is in Odisha. Though they are from Bengal, Bengal means the entire Odisha also was covered. Karna Subarna was their capital. Erga copper plate inscription. Erga copper plate inscription provides information about them. Erga copper plate inscription. Erga copper plate inscription provides information about them. Erga copper plate inscription provides information about them. Okay, so we are done with Maukaris, we are done with Shashankas. Now Pushya Bhutis of Thanesar. The next is Pushya Bhutis of Thanesar. Pushya Bhutis of Thanesar. Important ruler is Arshavardhana. Important ruler is Arshavardhana. Sets up his capital at Kanauj. Important ruler is Arshavardhana. Sets up his capital at Kanauj. Sets up his capital at Kanauj. He is known as lion to the Una deer. He is known as lion to the Una deer. Lion to the Una deer. Why? Because he is the last person to stop the invasion of Huns. Okay, after this Huns will enter India. Huns, when they breed with India, that is when you get Rajputs. That is why the next, after this period, the next period is the era of Rajputs. We will discuss that. But overall, he is the last person to defend. That's why he is called lion to the Una deer. Next, Yun Sang visits his kingdom. Yun Sang. Yun Sang visits his kingdom. In bracket, C-U-Ki. His work is known as, Yun Sang's work is known as C-U-Ki. His work is known as C-U-Ki. Next, Arshavardhana has written. Arshavardhana has written. Priyadarshika, Ratnavali, Priyadarshika, Ratnavali, Priyadarshika, Ratnavali, and there is one more. What is one more? Nagananda. Yes, Priyadarshika, Ratnavali and Nagananda. Banabhatta has written Arshacharita and Kadambari. Banabhatta has written Arshacharita and Kadambari. Arshacharita and Kadambari. Next, Arshavardhana held Kanauj assembly every year. Arshavardhana held Kanauj assembly every year to promote Buddhism. Kanauj assembly every year to promote Buddhism. And Prayag assembly every 5 years once. And Prayag assembly every once in 5 years. Every once in 5 years. which is called Mahamoksha Parishad, which is known as Mahamoksha Parishad, to encourage all religions, Next, he defeated, right one below the other. First, Bhaskara Varma from Kamrupa. He defeated Bhaskara Varman from Kamrupa. Second, Shashankas of Bengal. Bhaskara Varman from Kamrupa. Kamrupa is in Northeast India. Okay, Kamrupa. After Kamruta comes Ahoms. Okay, until Ahoms comes, it is handled by Kamrupa. Second is Shashankas of Bengal. He defeats them, Shashankas of Bengal. Third, Dhruvasena II of Maitrikas. Not one, Dhruvasena II of Maitrikas. He defeats Dhruvasena II of Maitrikas. Okay, mark everyone and say consolidates North India. Consolidates North India. Next point, but loses to Pulakesi II of Chalukyas. In that way, let us connect from Pushabhutis of Tanesar. Let us go to the next one. Give the heading as Chalukyas of Badami. Write down, Pulakesi II was an important ruler. Next, they followed centralized administration. Why this is important is, if you take the coming of next Cholas or Pallavas, all these have decentralized. Only amongst the South Indian kingdom, the only centralized administration is Chalukyas of Badami. That's why it is important. Centralized administration. Next, they have a strong navy. Important port is Gopaka Pattana. Can you guess what is this name? What is this Gopaka Pattana? It is today's Goa. Okay, important port is Gopaka Pattana. Okay, today's Goa, Gopaka Pattana. Next, Aihole inscription by Ravi Kirti. Put an hyphen, Prashasti of Pulakesi II. Aihole inscription of Ravi Kirti, Prashasti of Ravi Kirti II. Pulakesi II. Okay, next, Vesara style of architecture starts. Vesara style of temple architecture starts. In bracket, write down, it's a mix of Nagara and Dravida. Vesara style of temple architecture starts, in bracket, it's a mix of Nagara and Dravida. Next, important places. Put an hyphen and write, Aihole, Badami and Pattatkal. In Pattatkal, Virupaksha temple. And Aihole was known as cradle of temple architecture. Why? Because they experiment different types. You have Durga temple, Ladakkan temple, Vishnu temple. There are different types. Okay, Durga temple is like this, apsidal. Okay, you can see in your NCRTs. But anyways, that is enough. Aihole, Badami and Pattatkal. Okay, next, they also promote cave architecture. Ajanta, Ellora and Elephanta. Ajanta, Ellora, Elephanta and Nasik. They also promote cave architecture. Ajanta, Ellora, Elephanta and Nasik. Ajanta, Ellora, Elephant and Nasik. Pulakesi II is defeated by Pulakesi II is defeated by Narasimha Varman. Pulakesi II is defeated by Narasimha Varman. 1. Narasimha Varman 1. Who is Narasimha Varman? Yeah. So let us go to the next one. Give the heading as Pallavas of Mahabalipuram. Pallavas of Mahabalipuram. Write down. It is the start of Dravidian temple architecture in India. It is the start of Dravidian temple architecture in India. Dravidian temple architecture in India. Second one, Kushkundi copperplate inscription. Kushkundi copperplate inscription provides information about Pallavas. Kushkundi copperplate inscription provides information about Pallavas. Provides information about Pallavas. Important kings. Important kings. Mahendra Varman. Important kings is Mahendra Varman. He is known as Mattavilasa. He is known as Mattavilasa. Put an hyphen due to his work Mattavilasa Prahasana. He is known as Mattavilasa due to his work Mattavilasa Prahasana. Okay, it is a satire, humorous satire against Buddhism. Okay, this work Mattavilasa Prahasana, that is not required now. You just learn the information. Okay, Mattavilasa Prahasana. Second, he is called as Vichitra Chitta. Vichitra Chitta. That means curious mind. Vichitra Chitta. He is known as Vichitra Chitta. Third, he is famous for Mandagapattu temple. Mandagapattu temple. Mandagapattu temple, which has all the Trimurtis of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. Which has all the Trimurtis of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. He is the first to start cave temple architecture in South India. He is the first to start cave temple architecture. Cave temple architecture in South India. Cave temple architecture in South India. Okay, so this is Mahendra Varman. The next, Narasimha Varman. Narasimha Varman 1. Narasimha Varman 1. He defeats Pulakesi II and is called Vatapi Konda. He defeats Pulakesi II. He defeats Pulakesi II and is known as Vatapi Konda. Vatapi Konda. He is also known as Mamalla. He is also known as Mamalla. Mamalla. In bracket warrior. Mamalla means warrior. Pailovan they say warrior. He builds the city Mamallapuram or Mahabalipuram. He builds the city Mamallapuram or Mahabalipuram. Mamallapuram and or Mahabalipuram. Mahabalipuram. Third, he creates unique monoliths called Rathas. He creates unique monoliths called Rathas or Pagodas. Rathas or Pagodas in Mahabalipuram. Rathas or Pagodas in Mahabalipuram. Okay, so you got Mahendra Varma, Narasimha Varma 1. Next, Narasimha Varma 2. Narasimha Varma 2 is also known as Rajasimha Varma. Both are his names, don't get confused. Narasimha Varma 1 or Rajasimha Varma. Okay, Narasimha Varma 2 or Rajasimha Varma. Why is he important is, write down, he starts structural temples in South India. He starts structural temples of South India. Structural temples of South India. Until then, there was cave temples, there was monoliths, but he starts structural temples in South India. In bracket, write down start of Dravidian architecture. Start of Dravidian architecture. Start of Dravidian architecture. Okay. He constructs one shore temple at Mahabalipuram, and Kailashnath temple at Kanchipuram. Shore temple at Mahabalipuram, and second Kailashnath temple at Kanchipuram. Kailashnath temple at Kanchipuram. Okay. Next, write down. There is emergence of Bhakti tradition in South India. There is emergence of Bhakti tradition. Emergence of Bhakti tradition in South India. Bhakti tradition in South India. Bhakti tradition in South India. Okay. Write like this. Put an underline. Bhakti tradition in South India. On one side, write heterodoxy school. Orthodoxy school. Orthodoxy. Heterodoxy. So here you have Shankaracharya, you have Ramanujacharya, here you have Alvars and Nayanars. See, why am I calling orthodoxy? Orthodoxy means don't take your literal meaning of orthodox. Whenever the guidelines or teachings are derived from Veda, then you call it orthodoxy. Okay, because Shankaracharya, Ramanujacharya, whatever learning that they're taking from Upanishads. Upanishads are interpretations of Vedas. That is why they call it orthodoxy. Don't take that they were orthodox. Don't take it like that. Okay, orthodoxy school, heterodoxy school. Alvars, Nayanas, Ramanujacharya and Shankaracharya. So this is how it starts emerging. Okay. Now draw this diagram. Give the heading spread of Bhaktism in India. Give the heading as spread of Bhaktism in India. Spread of Bhaktism in India, there 8th century to 16th century. Again, almost 6 centuries it goes. 8th century to 16th century. You have on one side Shankaracharya, Ramanujacharya. On the other side, you have Alvars, Nayanars. Who do you think fused both the teachings? Who actually fused both the teachings of orthodoxy and heterodoxy? Basavana is there. He comes later. Okay, he comes later, but it is Ramanujacharya who actually fuses both orthodoxy school and heterodoxy school. Okay, so disciple of Ramanujacharya is known as Ramananda. So it is the Ramananda who carries. It is Ramananda who carries the tradition of fusion of this to North India. So from here, the entire Bhakti movement will start spreading to North India. So look at this. From here, it spreads to, this side is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You have Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This side, Northeast India, you have, who do you have? Shankara Deva. Have you heard Satriya? Satriya dance. That Satriya dance is done by the monks, and those monks are followers of Shankara Deva only. Okay, so this side there you have Kabir, you have Tulsidas, you have Surdas. This side you have Guru Nanak. This side you have Mirabai, and this side you have Eknath and Tukaram. Look at this. This is the spread of Bhaktism in India. Okay, I'll repeat again. Shankaracharya, Ramanujacharya. This side is Alvars and Nayanars. Both fuse. Ramananda is the one who will carry it forward. From there, it will spread to the entire North India. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, mainly Bengal. Okay. Then you have Shankara Deva. Then you have Kabir, Tulsidas and Surdas, Guru Nanak, Mirabai, Eknath and Tukaram. Eknath and Tukaram. Don't worry, 5:30 I've told you I'll let you go, 5:30 I'll let you go. Okay. No, I can see in your faces like I've imprisoned you. And you people are sitting in the prison. I'm going to punish you if something happens. It is like that. That's why I told. Okay, I'll repeat. Shankaracharya, Ramanujacharya, Alvars Nayanas, Ramananda will take it to North India. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shankara Deva, Kabir, Surdas, Tulsidas, Guru Nanak, Mirabai, Eknath and Tukaram. There may be many more. This is all I could remember. So you can keep adding on this. Okay. Shall we go back to the timeline? We have actually successfully finished. Shall I go back? You're done with this? Okay, alright. So, if we go back to the timeline, look at this. You had Guptas, you have Pallavas, Chalukyas and Movendars. Then you go to Post-Guptas. In Post-Guptas, you understood who are Maukaris of Kanauj, Maitrikas of Vallabhi, Shashankas, Pushyabhutis, Pallavas and Chalukyas. See, you are done with almost everything. Okay. The next comes. Okay. Now, Harshavardhana is the last person who could defend against Huna invasion. Harshavardhana is gone. Now Hunas start coming into India. They start breeding into India. And now comes the new thing that is known as era of Rajputs. 652, 1000 AD. Era of Rajputs. The next is era of Rajputs. 652, 1000 AD. Era of Rajputs is 652, 1000 AD. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Anyways. See, let us scratch this. 1 second. I forgot one thing. See, when Harshavardhana leaves, Kanauj will be very, very important. Harshavardhana will make Kanauj the capital. After Harshavardhana goes, everyone wants to capture Kanauj, because they understand that if I capture Kanauj, I can capture Delhi. It is like this, today's New Delhi is the capital of India, like that Kanauj was the capital then. So everyone wants to high on Kanauj. So one part, now comes the tripartite struggle for Kanauj. I'm really sorry. Now comes the tripartite struggle for Kanauj. Okay, after that comes era of Rajput. I'm really, Unnas are still coming in and they are interbreeding, but now comes the tripartite struggle for Kanauj, that is 652, 700 AD. Give this, okay? Write this, 652, 700 AD. Tripartite struggle for Kanauj. Tripartite struggle for Kanauj. Okay, I'll write in the next page, so I hope you understood this. Post-Guptas, you have tripartite struggle for Kanauj. Why are they fighting for Kanauj? Because Harshavardhana is gone and they want to capture Kanauj. Who are the three kingdoms who will fight for it? Who are the three kingdoms who will fight for it? Tripartite struggle. The three kingdoms are, one is Palas, the second is Pratiharas, and the third is, very good, Rashtrakutas. Now see, Chalukyas of Badami are gone now. They have removed Chalukyas of Badami, they have removed Pallavas, and who has come? Rashtrakutas have come. So these three kingdoms will fight for Kanauj. Okay, so this is from 650 to 700 AD. 650 to 700 AD. Okay, after this, then comes the next one. Then you have the era of Rajputs. Then you have the era of Rajputs. So era of Rajputs is 700 AD to 1000 AD. Era of Rajputs is 700 AD to 1000 AD. Even the board has stopped working now. 700 AD to 1500 AD. Sorry, 1000 AD. Okay. Now comes a lot of small kingdoms. Don't be overwhelmed. Just learn them by being aware about it. Don't try to buy out everything. Okay, so after Ashavardhana is gone, tripartite struggle starts. These are the three kingdoms. Along with these three kingdoms, then comes a lot of small kingdoms who are all Rajput kingdoms. Let us go to the explanation and see what is it. So first, give the heading as, oh, it is not refreshing. I have to remove this. Okay, so on one side you have tripartite struggle. Okay, let us, here it is pretty simple. You have Palas, you have Pratiharas, and then you have Rashtrakutas. Okay, now next you have era of Rajputs. Now draw the India map here. Write side by side only. I'll tell you why. In your explanation, write it side by side. Era of Rajputs. Draw the India map. Okay, so now you have Tomars of Delhi, Gahadawalas of Kanauj, Chauhans of Ajmer, Paramaras of Malwa, Kalachuris of Jabalpur, Chandelas of Bundelkhand, Senas of Bengal, Gangas of Odisha, Chalukyas of Gujarat, Kamrupa of Assam. So you have Tomars of Delhi, you have Gahadawalas of Kanauj, you have Chauhans of Ajmer, Kalachuris of Jabalpur, no. Paramaras of Malwa, okay. Why am I making you people write? Yes, I am going to tell all the important rulers here only, so that the moment you see this diagram, all the important rulers should come to you at one go. Okay, so write it a little spaciously so that we can add new things. Not the diagram here, the names. Okay, for example, Gahadawalas, I'll tell you Vijayachandra, Jayachandra. Chauhans, I'll tell you Ajaypal Chauhan, Amira Chauhan. Like that, I'll keep telling the important king's name here. So write it a little spaciously. So here you have 650 to 700, and here you have 700 to 1000. Tomars of Delhi, Gahadawalas of Kanauj. Okay, this is 10. Okay, this is 10. 10 is Kamrupa of Assam. Kamrupa of Assam. Okay, in south you have Hoysalas. In south you have Hoysalas. And this side you have Kakatiyas. And there is now emergence of Cholas. Sixth. Don't worry, I'll tell you. Chandelas of Bundelkhand, okay? Happy? Chandelas of Bundelkhand. Many things happen here. Nagara style of temple architecture, climax. Vesara style of temple architecture, climax. Dravidian style of temple architecture, climax. Bhaktism, climax. So many things will happen during this period. That is why this period is very, very important. Okay. There is incoming of Arab traders now. Arab travelers will start coming inside. Sulaimani, Al-Masudi. All this time you were learning about Chinese travelers. Now Arab travelers will start coming inside. Okay. So many changes happen now. Look at this. These Cholas are the same Movendars. Every time we were writing Movendar. Now I am not writing Movendar, I am writing Cholas. Because now Cholas become very powerful. Okay, there is a reason for it. So these are called as medieval Cholas. But Movendar Cholas only they are. But in medieval they become very powerful. That is why they are given the name as medieval Cholas. Okay. There is Prantaka, Rajendra Chola and Rajaraja Chola. They come here. Anyways, we will tell the names. What is? Sena of Bengal. Senas of Bengal. You have Tomars of Delhi, Gahadawalas of Kanauj, Chauhans of Ajmer, Paramaras of Malwa, Kalachuris of Jabalpur, Sena of Bengal, Chandelas of Bundelkhand, Eastern Gangas of Odisha, Chalukyas of Gujarat, Kamrupa of Assam. That's why geography is important. Okay, don't buy out the English there. Visualize where exactly they come. Okay, you will not forget. Okay, let us write down the important kings. First, from Palas. Keep reading from Palas. Palas, you have Gopala, he is the founder. Gopala, Dharmapala, Devapala. Gopala, Palas, you have Gopala, Dharmapala, Devapala. Devapala. Pratiharas, very important king, Mihir Boja. Is a very important king, Mihir Boja. Mihir space Boja. Mihir space Boja. Rashtrakutas. Rashtrakutas, you have Danti Durga. Rashtrakutas, you have Danti Durga. Indratri, Danti Durga, Indratri, Govindatri, and Amogavarsha. Indratri, Govindatri, and Amogavarsha. Okay, now come to Tomars of Delhi. Tomars of Delhi. Important ruler is Anangpal. A-N-A-N-G. Anangpal. Anangpal. Next, Gahadawalas of Kanauj. You have Vijay Chandra and Jai Chandra. Gahadawalas of Kanauj, you have Vijay Chandra and Jai Chandra. Vijay Chandra and Jai Chandra. Then Chauhans of Ajmer. Chauhans of Ajmer. You have Ajaypal Chauhan. He is the one who builds Ajmer. He finds the city of Ajmer. Ajaypal Chauhan. Second, Amira Chauhan. In Muhammad bin Tughlaq's dynasty, Nayachandra Suri will write a book, Amira Mahakavya. That is on this only. Amira Chauhan. Okay, Amira Chauhan. Then, third one, Vigraharaj IV. Third ruler is Vigraharaj IV. Vigraharaj IV. Why is he important? I'll tell you later. Vigraharaj IV. This is Chauhans of Ajmer. Next, Paramaras of Malwa. Okay, Paramaras of Malwa. Write down Raja Boja. Mihir Boja is different, Raja Boja is different. Paramaras of Malwa, Raja Boja. Next, Kalachuris, you have Kokkal. He is the founder. Kokkal is the founder. Kalachuris, Kokkal is the founder. Gangadeva. Gangadeva is very important ruler. Gangadeva. Gangadeva. Sena, Somanatha Sena, he is an important ruler, not much important. Somanatha Sena. Sena, Somanatha Sena. Chandelas of Bundelkhand, very important. Chandelas of Bundelkhand. Nanuka is the founder. Nanuka is the founder. Jayashakti, very important ruler. Jayashakti. Danga, Dhanga, Danga. And Vidyadhara. Danga and Vidyadhara. They are the ones who create Khajuraho temple complex. Okay, again very important. Chandelas is done. Eastern Gangas. Write down. Anantavarman. Sorry. Eastern Gangas. I'll tell you. Eastern Gangas. Anantavarman. Second one is Anantavarman, and the second one is Narasimha Deva. Anantavarman, and the second one is Narasimha Deva. Anantavarman, Narasimha Deva. Okay. Anantavarman is the one who constructs Puri Jagannath. Narasimha Deva is the one who constructs Sun Temple Konark. Again, that's why all important people are here. Okay. Next one is Chalukyas of Gujarat. Chalukyas of Gujarat. Mula Raja. M-U-L-A. Mula Raja. Mula Raja. Second, Kumarapal. 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 Third, Bhima I. The third is Bhima I. Have you heard Sun Temple of Modera? He constructs it. His wife Udayamati constructs Rani Ki Vav, the step wells. Okay. So again, very important. Next, Kamrupa of Assam. Important ruler is Bhaskara Varman. Remember, Harshavardhana defeats him. He is only Bhaskara Varman. After that, no important ruler, Bhaskara Varman. Did I miss any? Have I covered everything? Okay. Somanatha Sena. I told no. Senas of Bengal is Somanatha Sena. Again, not much significance. Somanatha Sena. Okay. So overall, this is the glimpse of tripartite struggle and whatever happened here. Okay. Now let us write the English part. Give the heading as Palas. Let's write some exam-oriented content. Palas. Palas. Put a hyphen and write. Gopala. Gopala built a Mahavihara in Odantapuri. Gopala built a Mahavihara in Odantapuri. Gopala built a Mahavihara in Odantapuri. Second, Dharmapala built Vikramashila University. Dharmapala built Vikramashila University. Vikramashila University and helped revive Nalanda University. Vikramashila University and helped revive Nalanda University. And helped revive Nalanda University. He gave 200 villages for the maintenance of Nalanda. That is how he helped revive Nalanda University. Okay. Last one is Devapala. Write down Devapala. He had good relationship with Shailendra dynasty of Suvarna Bhumi. He had good relationship with Shailendra dynasty, Indonesia. Shailendra dynasty of Indonesia. And Arab traveler Sulaimani comes during his period. Sorry. Sulaimani, Arab traveler, comes during this period. Okay, so you are done with Palas. Then let us go to Pratiharas. Give the heading as Pratiharas. Pratiharas. Mihir Boja. Pratiharas, under Pratiharas, write down Mihir Boja. Al-Masudi comes during his period. Mihir Boja, Al-Masudi comes during his period. Second, Gwalior Prashasti. Second is Gwalior Prashasti. Third, important Sanskrit poet called Rajashekara. Important Sanskrit poet called Rajashekara. He sent Indian scholars to Baghdad. He sent Indian scholars to Baghdad. Indian scholars to Baghdad. And also successfully stopped Arab invasion into India. And also successfully stopped Arab invasion into India. Okay, that is Mihir Boja. That is Mihir Boja. So the last one, Rashtrakutas. 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 Danti Durga was the founder. Danti Durga was the founder. Next, Amogha Varsha. Amogha Varsha had taken up cultural conquest. Amogha Varsha had taken up cultural conquest. Author of Kaviraja Marga. He himself, Amogha Varsha, is the author of Kaviraja Marga. Important poets during Amogha Varsha were Jinasena and Mahaviracharya. Important poets were Jinasena and Mahaviracharya. Indra III. Put an hyphen. Al-Masudi reaches his kingdom. Indra III. Al-Masudi reaches his kingdom. Important poets were Somadeva. Important poets were Somadeva and Trivikrama. Important poets were Somadeva and Trivikrama. Next, Rashtrakutas helped in the flourishing of Jaina literature. Rashtrakutas helped in the flourishing of Jaina literature. Example, one Pampa. One is Pampa. I know that if you are reading from Karnataka, you will tell that they were in Chalukyas under Arikesari king and all. But overall, when you look at the national level, those Chalukyas are feudatories of Rashtrakutas only. Okay. So overall, they will come under Rashtrakutas. Okay. Pampa, put an hyphen and write Adi Purana. What was the other work? Pampa Bharata, right? What is another work of Pampa? Which one? Vikramarjuna Vijaya. Okay. Vikramarjuna Vijaya. Adi Purana and Vikramarjuna Vijaya. Next is Ranna Ajita Purana. Ponna is Shanti Purana. These three poets come here. Pampa, Ranna, Ponna. These three poets come here. Shanti Purana. Okay, next. Temple architecture. Temple architecture develops. Example, Kailash Temple at Ellora. Temple architecture develops. Kailash Temple at Ellora. Example is Kailash Temple at Ellora. Okay. So, I have tried to cover the exam angle of the tripartite struggle. Overall, who defeated whom, who went and captured, how long, all this is not important. Overall, I have covered the cultural angle. Now, give the heading as Era of Rajputs. Again, let us go one by one and talk about important. Era of Rajputs. Write on. Tomars. Anangpal establishes a city in Haryana called establishes a city in Haryana called Dillika. Today's Delhi. Establishes a city in Haryana called Dillika. Dillika. Full stop, continue. Constructs a fort. Constructs a fort and calls it Lal Killa. Constructs a fort around Dillika. He constructs the fort around Dillika and calls it Lal Killa. Okay. Anangpal gives his kingdom to Prithviraj Chauhan. Anangpal gives his kingdom to Prithviraj Chauhan. Gives means he gets defeated and he gives the kingdom to Prithviraj Chauhan. Okay, so that is with respect to Anangpal. Next, Gahadawalas. Okay, Gahadawalas. Vijayachandra patronized Sri Harsha. Vijayachandra patronized Sri Harsha. Gahadawalas, Vijayachandra patronized Sri Harsha. Next, Jayachandra patronized Bhatta Kedara. Jayachandra patronized Bhatta Kedara. Prithviraj Raso. Next, Prithviraj Raso is a book that talks about the conflict between Jayachandra and Prithviraj Chauhan. Prithviraj Raso is a book that talks about the conflict between Jayachandra and Prithviraj Chauhan. Next, Chauhans of Ajmer. The next is Chauhans of Ajmer. Ajaypal Chauhan is the founder of Ajmer city. Ajaypal Chauhan is the founder of Ajmer city. Next, Hammira Mahakavya. Hammira. Hammira Mahakavya is written by Nayachandra Suri. He is a Jaina monk. Hammira Mahakavya is written by Nayachandra Suri in the court of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. About Hammira Chauhan. Okay, one more important ruler is Prithviraj Chauhan. Anyways, I will talk about the Battle of Tarin later. Okay, come to this Paramaras of Malwa. Okay, give Paramaras of Malwa. Raja Bhoja. Okay, Paramaras of Malwa is Raja Bhoja. One moment. Write down. Why is important is 1. Their capital was Daranagar. He was known as Parameshwara Parama Bhattarika. That means he is the first disciple of Parameshwara. If you remember Samudragupta, okay, he is also given the same name. Okay, why is he also taking the same name is, write down. He was known as, or he is compared to Samudragupta. Raja Bhoja is compared to Samudragupta. Next, he establishes Bhojashala. Center of Sanskrit Studies. Bhojashala, Center of Sanskrit Studies in Daranagar only. Bhojashala, Center of Sanskrit Studies in Daranagar. Bhojeshwara temple. He also constructs Bhojeshwara temple. Bhojeshwara temple. He has written Samarangana Sutradhara. He has written Samarangana Sutradhara. Samarangana Sutradhara. Samarangana Sutradhara. Okay. Next, we are done with Paramaras of Malwa. Next, Kalachuris of Jabalpur. The next is Kalachuris of Jabalpur. Important ruler. Kokkala is there, but he is not. He is the founder. Kokkala is the founder. Gangadeva. Okay, Gangadeva is known as. Gangadeva is known as Trikala Linga. Gangadeva is known as Trikala Linga. Trikala Linga. Trikala Linga. I'll tell you why. Trikala Linga, because he commissions a temple in Amarkantak. He commissions a temple in Amarkantak with Trimurti Linga. He commissions a temple in Amarkantak with Trimurti Linga. Commissions a temple in Amarkantak called Trimurti Linga. In bracket, it is the first Trimurti Linga temple in India. After that, many comes. It is the first Trimurti Linga temple in India. Okay. Next, other temples constructed where? Other temples constructed where? Virateshwara temple. Virateshwara temple. Machendranath temple. Virateshwara temple. Machendranath temple. Pataleshwara temple. Virateshwara temple. Machendranath temple. Pataleshwara temple. And Chausat Yogini temple. And Chausat Yogini temple. Chausat Yogini temple. Virateshwara, Machendranath temple, Pataleshwara temple and Chausat Yogini temple. Okay, so these were in the time of Kalachuris. Again, Senas of Bengal, there is nothing significant. Somanatha Sena was an important ruler, that's all. Chandelas of Bundelkhand. Give the heading as Chandelas of Bundelkhand. Founder is Nanuka. Founder is Nanuka. Jayashakti resisted Ghazni's invasion. Jayashakti resisted Ghazni's invasion. Jayashakti resisted Ghazni's invasion. Jayashakti resisted Ghazni's invasion. Next one. Danga, D-H-A-N-G-A, Danga commissioned. Danga commissioned Vishwanatha temple at Khajuraho. Danga commissioned Vishwanatha temple at Khajuraho. Vidyadhara commissioned. Vidyadhara commissioned. Vidyadhara commissioned Kanderiya Mahadeva temple at Khajuraho. Vidyadhara commissioned Kanderiya Mahadeva temple at Khajuraho. Kanderiya Mahadeva temple at Khajuraho. Okay, next. Khajuraho temple complex is attributed to Chandelas. Khajuraho temple complex. Khajuraho temple complex is attributed to. Khajuraho temple complex is attributed to Chandelas, which received World Heritage Site tag in 1986. Which received World Heritage Site tag in 1986. World Heritage Site tag in 1986. So Chandelas are done. Next, Eastern Gangas of Odisha. The next is Eastern Gangas of Odisha. Okay, again, Anantavarman. Eastern Gangas of Odisha, Anantavarman. Anantavarman. Put an hyphen and write. Commissioned Puri Jagannatha temple. Anantavarman commissioned Puri Jagannatha temple. Anantavarman commissioned Puri Jagannatha temple. Narasimha Deva commissioned Sun temple at Konark. Narasimha Deva commissioned Sun temple at Konark. Commissioned Sun temple at Konark. Sun temple at Konark. Next, Chalukyas of Gujarat. Chalukyas of Gujarat. Okay, Mula Raja was its founder. Mula Raja was the founder. Second, Bhima I commissioned Sun Temple at Modera. Bhima I commissioned Sun Temple at Modera. Commissioned Sun Temple at Modera. His queen Udayamati constructed Rani Ki Vav. Step wells. His queen Udayamati constructed Rani Ki Vav. Step wells. Okay, again, Kamrupa, Bhaskaravarman was there. After that comes Ahoms. Okay, after Bhaskaravarman comes Ahoms. There is nothing special there. So overall, you saw how different people are building different temples. Okay, last one, write down. Hoysalas. Hoysalas. We will complete off that also. Hoysalas. Founder is Veeraballala II. Hoysalas. Founder is Veeraballala II. Veeraballala II. Second, important ruler is Vishnuvardhana. Important ruler is Vishnuvardhana. Important ruler is Vishnuvardhana. Important temples. Important temples. Important temples. Put an hyphen. Hoysaleshwara temple at Alebeedu. Hoysaleshwara temple at Alebeedu. And Channakeshava temple at Belur. And Channakeshava temple at Belur. The peak of Vesara style of temple architecture. The peak of Vesara style of temple architecture. Vesara style of temple architecture. Ramanujacharya and Madhvacharya were patronized. Ramanujacharya and Madhvacharya. Ramanujacharya and Madhvacharya were patronized. Important Jaina poets. Important Jaina poets were Asti Malla, Kshameshwara and Bhavabhuti. Asti Malla, Kshameshwara and Bhavabhuti. Billana founded Chalukyas of Kalyani. Billana founded Chalukyas of Kalyani by declaring independence from Hoysalas. Chalukyas of Kalyani by declaring independence from Hoysalas. Okay, there only Chalukyas of Kalyani, underline that, write down. Important king is Simhana I. Important king is Simhana I. Important king is Simhana I. Okay. Next, Simhana I. Under this, write down Billana. Bhillana. Billana was a Kashmir poet. Billana was a Kashmir poet who has written Vikramaditya Charitam. Who has written Vikramaditya Deva Charitam. Sorry, Vikramaditya Deva Charitam. Okay. The last part is give the heading as Cholas. The last part is Cholas. Last part is Cholas. They rise to power under the king Prantaka I. They rise to power under the king Prantaka I. Prantaka I. Second, they expand under the king Rajaraja I. They expand under the king Rajaraja I, who destroys Anuradhapura, capital of Sri Lanka. Who destroys Anuradhapura, capital of Sri Lanka. Who destroys Anuradhapura, capital of Sri Lanka. constructs Rajarajeshwara temple at Tanjore. Constructs Rajarajeshwara temple at Tanjore. Rajarajeshwara temple at Tanjore. Rajarajeshwara temple at Tanjore. Next, Rajendra Chola. Rajendra Chola, put a knife and say, conquers Ceylon. He goes one more ahead. Conquers Ceylon. Conquers Andaman and Nicobar. Conquers Ceylon. Conquers Andaman and Nicobar. The next, he also conquers Sumatra and Java. Also conquers Sumatra and Java. He defeats the Senas of Bengal. He defeats the Senas of Bengal and calls himself Gangaikonda Chola. He defeats Senas of Bengal and calls himself Gangaikonda Chola. Gangaikonda Chola. He builds a city called Gangaikonda Cholapuram. He builds a city called Gangaikonda Cholapuram. Okay. He builds a temple called Brihadishwara temple. Builds a temple called Brihadishwara temple. Temple called Brihadishwara temple. Okay, that's all. This completes the hard part of ancient India, medieval India. Okay. Look at this. Why do you think all of a sudden Cholas are coming off and becoming more powerful? All these days they were just Movendars, they were just petty kingdoms. All of a sudden they are becoming very powerful is because up to the era of Rajputs, India mainly traded with the West. Why did India mainly trade with the West? Because they were Persians, they were Greeks and they were Romans. They traded with the West. Once there is Arabs that coming, along 700 AD, you see the rise of Arabs. When Arabs come into picture, now the trading of India stops to the West. Why? Because they control all the routes. We have to pay them more tolls. So the trade of India drops completely to the West and now we will start looking to the East. So remember, when we are talking about the before this 700 AD, we were talking about Sopara, Choal, Arak, all these West Coast, Gopata Patana, all these were very important. Okay, but now the West Coast becomes non-important, the East Coast becomes important. So next, write down. In the era of Rajputs, right, one below the other. In the era of Rajputs, one, trade with Suvarna Bhumi is important. Suvarna Bhumi means Southeast Asia. Trade with Suvarna Bhumi becomes important. Second, trade with China becomes important. Why do you think Rajendra Chola is conquering so many places? It is not that he is doing it for the fun of it. He wants to have the domination of trade with China. He knows that if I don't conquer Java and Sumatra, I have to pay tolls to do trade with China. That is why he is conquering everything. Okay. Why? Because you cannot trade with the West. You can only trade with the East. Okay. So trade with China. Third, East Coast develops important ports. East Coast develops important ports. East Coast develops important ports. Right, one below the other. First is Tamralipti, Bengal. Tamralipti, Nagapattinam, Masulipattinam, Tamralipti, Nagapattinam, Masulipattinam, Kaveripattinam. All these become important. Next, Tamralipti, Nagapattinam, Masulipattinam, Kaveripattinam. Okay, all this becomes important. Next, Bhakti movement flourishes. Bhakti movement flourishes. Bhakti movement flourishes. Next, the climax of temple architecture in India. The climax of temple architecture in India. Temple architecture in India. In bracket, write down Nagara, Vesara and Dravida. Nagara under Rajput kingdoms, Vesara under Hoysalas, Dravida under Cholas. Okay. So the peak of or the climax of temple architecture in India. So all these things happen in the era of Rajputs. But now see, something happens. The temples are so famous. Within the temples, everyone will understand that there is so much gold. Now people outside India will start hearing that there is more gold in the temples. So what will happen now? they'll be the next phase of invasion. Okay, so if I go back, we don't have the timeline, that's gone, but anyways, okay, if I go to the timeline, so we discussed that this is Guptas. After Guptas came Post-Guptas. In Post-Guptas, Harshavardhana. After the going of Harshavardhana comes the tripartite struggle. The tripartite struggle comes, then comes the era of Rajputs. After the era of Rajput comes, give the heading as Age of Conflicts. Timeline, go back to the timeline. Age of Conflicts. Age of Conflicts. Age of Conflicts. Okay, in here you can write Ghazni and Ghori invasions. Age of Conflicts. You can write Ghazni and Ghori invasion. Ghazni and Ghori invasion. Ghazni and Ghori invasion. Okay, very brief it is. They are not going to ask any question on that, but you should understand the context. So come back to the explanation part. Come back to the explanation part. Very quickly, briefly, I will just explain. Look at this. If let us say this is India. If let us say this is India. This is the Turkmenistan. Okay, this is India. This is Persian Empire. In Persian Empire, you have Abbasid Caliphate. Abbasid Caliphate, and then you have Samanids. Okay, these are two different kingdoms. Now, these Turkmenistan will consider the Abbasid Caliphate as loyal because they follow them as religious heads. Okay, so they want to protect them. If they want to protect them, they have to defeat the Samanids because Samanids wants to acquire Persian Empire. So, first one is Ghazni. So, Ghazni want to defeat Samanids. So, if he wants to defeat Samanids, he needs money. And he will hear, at that point of time, he will hear that there is era of Rajputs where there are a lot of beautiful temples with a lot of gold inside. So, what will he do? He will start invading India, take the gold, use that gold as money to campaign his war in Persia. That is why he does not come and settle down here. He just comes, plunders, goes back. And he keeps doing it for many number of times. Okay. Now, after Ghazni comes, there is one more empire that rises that is called Ghurid Empire. Ghurid Empire will defeat Ghazni. And the important ruler of Ghurid Empire is Ghori. So, Ghori comes. His main job also is mainly to defeat here. His main job is not to come in India and settle down. But he also keeps invading India, plundering, going back. Now, what happens? You have Chauhans here. And then you have Gahadawalas here. Gahadawalas, the ruler is Jayachandra. Chauhans, the ruler is Prithviraj Chauhan. Okay. Now look at this. Prithviraj Chauhan will become more powerful because one, he occupies Delhi. Because Anangpal will give him the kingdom. He occupies Delhi. Next, he goes and occupies Gujarat. He will defeat Bhima too and he will occupy Gujarat. Now, Prithviraj Chauhan is becoming very strong. Jayachandra knows that the next is his target. He is going to come next there. So what will Jayachandra do? He will invite Ghori to defeat Prithviraj Chauhan. So that will result in 1191 Battle of Tarain. In Battle of Tarain, Prithviraj Chauhan versus Ghori. Yeah, first battle, second battle, all that is fine. Prithviraj Chauhan will be defeated by Ghori. Okay. After defeating Ghori, Prithviraj Chauhan is gone. Sorry, after defeating Prithviraj Chauhan is gone. Ghori will not keep quiet. In 1192, he will go on to defeat in Battle of Chandawar Jayachandra. So, with the defeat of both Jayachandra and Prithviraj Chauhan, now there is no important kings in India. So, this will allow Ghori to establish what you call as slave dynasty under whom? Qutbuddin Aibak. This starts the era of Delhi Sultanates. Okay, I will write this in paragraph, but I hope you understood the context. Write down next. Age of conflicts only. Write down. First Battle of Tarain. First Battle of Tarain, 1191. First Battle of Tarain, 1191. Sorry, don't say first battle. Battle of Tarain. First and second doesn't matter. Battle of Tarain. Don't write first. First Prithviraj wins actually. Okay. Battle of Tarain, 1191. Put a knife and say Prithviraj versus Ghori. Prithviraj versus Ghori. Prithviraj versus Ghori. Prithviraj loses. Okay, there you put X. Prithviraj loses. Next, Battle of Chandawar. Battle of Chandawar. Jayachandra versus Gori. Battle of Chandawar. Jayachandra versus Gori. Jayachandra loses. Jayachandra versus Gori. Jayachandra loses. Right on. These two battles will result in the establishment of Turkish rule in India. When I say Turkish, not Turkey, Turkmenistan, Turkey. Okay, these two battles will result in the establishment of Turkish rule in India. Turkish rule in India with the start of slave dynasty. Turkish rule in India with the start of slave dynasty. Okay, now go back to the timeline with the start of slave dynasty. Go back to the timeline. Era of Rajputs, then comes age of conflicts. Okay, from this age of conflicts you go straight. Okay, from this age of conflicts you go to the next timeline, that is Delhi Sultanates. Okay, Delhi Sultanates 1206 to 1526. You have slave dynasty. You have Khilji dynasty. You have Tughlaqs dynasty. You have Sayyids, and the last is Lodi. So basically it starts from 1206, okay, and it ends with 1526. Okay, you don't have to remember the exact numbers. This is how you remember: plus 90, plus 30, plus 90, plus 40. If you remember like this, you will get the timelines. Okay, along this year only, South India come like this. 1336, there is Vijayanagara along with Bahamanis. 1336, there is Vijayanagara along with Bahamanis. Vijayanagara along with Bahamanis. Okay, shall we start? Give the heading as Delhi Sultanates. Give the heading as Delhi Sultanates. Right on. Indo-Islamic architecture. Give the heading as Indo-Islamic architecture. Indo-Islamic architecture. Under this, write down arcuate style of architecture. Arcuate style of architecture. Arcuate style of architecture. Use of arches and domes. Use of arches and domes. Use of arches and domes. Then you have use of gardens. Use of gardens. Use of gardens. Next, there is no sculptures or paintings on the wall. There is no sculptures or paintings on the wall. There is no sculptures or paintings on the wall. Next, there is Quranic sayings. There is Quranic sayings. Quranic sayings and arabesque design. There is Quranic sayings and arabesque design. Quranic sayings and arabesque design. Arabesque design means a plant going like this in different shapes. Arabesque design. Okay, next, tomb architecture starts. Tomb architecture starts. Tomb architecture starts. Next, Sufism. Sufism and Dargahs develops. Sufism and Dargah develops. Sufism and Dargah develops. Okay, this is Indo-Islamic architecture. Now, administration. Give the heading as administration. Administration. The kingdom is divided into kingdom, Shik, Paraganas, villages. The kingdom is divided into kingdom, Shik, Paraganas, villages. Okay, kingdom, obviously the king is there. Here you have the officer is Shikdar. Okay, here you have Amils. Okay, villages, you have Mukaddams. Mukaddams are village headmen. So Shikdar, Amils, Mukaddams. Shikdar, Amil and Mukaddams. Next, they established several departments. They established several departments. They established several departments. Diwan-e Arz, Rizalat, Insha, Kairiyat, okay, Wazir, Koi, not Wazir, Bandagan. This is Barid. Diwani Arz, Diwani Rizalat, Diwani Insha, Diwani Kairiyat, Diwani Bandagan, Diwani Koi and Diwani Barid. These are all different departments they establish. Different departments they establish. Okay, right, one by one. Military department. Diwani Arz is military department. It is headed by a Wazir. Diwani Arz is a military department headed by a Wazir. W-A-Z-I-R, Wazir. Prime Minister, yes. He is like a commander in chief. He'll handle everything. Okay. What we used to in ancient India call Mantri. That is what is Mantri. Next, Diwani Rizalat. Diwani Rizalat handles religious affairs. Rizalat handles religious affairs. Insha handles external affairs. Insha handles external affairs. Kairiyat handles charity. Kairiyat handles charity. Bandagan, slaves, department of slaves. Bandagan is department of slaves. Koi is agricultural department. Koi is agricultural department. Barid is intelligence department. Barid is intelligence department. Intelligence department. Okay, all right. Apart from that, let us just focus on important kings. The first one, give the heading as slave dynasty. Important kings, slave dynasty. Slave dynasty. Slave dynasty, under this write down Qutb-ud-Din Aibak. Qutb-ud-Din Aibak constructs. Qutb-ud-Din Aibak constructs one Qutub Minar. He constructs Qutub Minar. See, it is dedicated for Qutb-ud-Din Bakhtiyar Kaki. He is a Sufi saint. He is not constructing that Qutub Minar for himself. It is a dedication for a Sufi saint called Qutb-ud-Din Bakhtiyar Kaki. Qutb-ud-Din Bakhtiyar Kaki. Okay, that Qutub Minar is constructed for the dedication of Qutb-ud-Din Bakhtiyar Kaki. Second, he constructs Adai Din Ki Jonpra. Adai Din Ki Jonpra. This is a mosque. Adai Din Ki Jonpra. by destroying the Sanskrit. This is in Qutub Minar is in Delhi. Adai Jinpi Chopra is in Ajmer. Okay, Adai Dinki Chopra is in Ajmer. Put a knife in and write. Why they call it Adai Dinki Chopra? It says that he constructed it in 2.5 days. But that is all, they will not ask such things. Okay, Adai Dinki Chopra is a mosque reconstructed after removing Sanskrit library constructed by Vigraharaj IV. Do you remember? Constructed by Vigraharaj IV. In Chauhan's, I have told you that name. Okay, Vigraharaj IV. He had constructed this Sanskrit library. Okay, so that is what. Today is not the day where you have to remember everything. Today is the day you are aware of different things. When you revise it many number of times, things will click. Okay, but every interconnection I have written while telling only. So the moment you do many number of readings, you will start interconnecting different dots. Okay, so it is necessary that you revise. Okay, coming back to this. He constructed Adai Dinka Chopra by destroying the Sanskrit library constructed by Vigraharaj IV. Okay, who is Chauhan's king. Next, this is Qutbuddin Aibak. Next, Iltutmish. Iltutmish introduces the concept of bandagans. Royal servants put in high offices. Bandagans means royal servants put in high offices. That is bandagans. He introduces Chahalgani system. Chahalgani system. Put an hyphen. A group of ulemas or nobles. Helping in decision making. Chahalgani system, a group of ulemas or nobles that help him in decision making. Okay, so this is about Iltutmish. And one more. Iltutmish was a contemporary of Genghis Khan. He was a contemporary of Genghis Khan. Okay, but Genghis Khan will not invade because the Sindh ruler will come inside India and Iltutmish will not give any refuge. And as a goodwill, he will not invade. But all these things are not important for the exam. I just told you the story. Next, Razia Sultan comes next, but not much significance. Balban. Okay, you can write Razia Sultan there, but after Razia Sultan comes Balban. Come again? I'll tell. Don't worry. Okay, Razia Sultan. The next comes Balban. Write down. He extends the kingdom outside Delhi. Introduces Sajda or Paibos. Introduces Sajda and Paibos, not or. Sajda and Paibos. Sajda is bending of knees in front of the ruler. Sajda is bending of knees in front of the ruler. Paibos is kissing the arm of the ruler. Sajda means bending of knees in front of the ruler. Paibos is kissing the arm of the ruler. Next, he also introduces Navroz, Persian New Year. Persian New Year. Okay, so this is with respect to Balban. Okay, next, Khalji or Khilji. The next is Khilji. One is Jalaluddin Khilji, not much is there. Jalaluddin Khilji, you can write just name Jalaluddin Khilji. Second is Alauddin Khilji. And the second is Alauddin Khilji. Write down Alauddin Khilji. I am talking about Alauddin Khilji. First is Chittor campaign. Chittor campaign resulted in Mongols occupying Delhi for 2 months. Chittor campaign resulted in Mongols occupying Delhi. For 2 months. Under the leadership of Taragai. under the leadership of Taragai, Taraghai, Taragai. Next point is Ranthambore campaign. Is Ranthambore campaign resulted in the ending of Chauhans? Is Ranthambore campaign resulted in the ending of Chauhans? Is Southern campaign under the commander Malik Kafur? Is Southern campaign under the commander Malik Kafur ended Hoysalas and Kakatiyas? Ended Hoysalas and Kakatiyas. Ended Hoysalas and Kakatiyas and provided an opportunity for the emergence of. Ended Hoysalas and Kakatiyas and provided an opportunity for the emergence of Vijayanagara. And provided allowed emergence of the kingdom of Vijayanagara. Emergence of Vijayanagara. Okay. Next, Khilji against Mongols. Give the heading as Khilji against Mongols. Khilji against Mongols. Right, one below the other. First, establishes a Siri fort in Delhi. Establishes a Siri fort. Siri fort. S-I-R-I. Siri fort in Delhi to defend against Mongols. Siri fort in Delhi to defend against Mongols. Controls the prices of the Delhi market to prevent inflation. Controls the prices of the Delhi market to prevent inflation. Collects cash as tax collection. Collects cash as tax collection. Establishes mandis. Establishes mandis to store food and control food supply. Establishes mandi to control and store food and control food supply. To store food and control food supply. The officer in charge was known as Shana-e-Mandi. The officer in charge of that mandi is Shana-e-Mandi. Banjaras were assigned to supply food grains to Delhi. Banjaras were assigned to supply food grains to Delhi. Banjaras were assigned to supply food supply to Delhi. Okay, this is about next. Amir Khusro. Amir Khusro was an important court poet. Amir Khusro was an important court poet. We are done with the Mongols. Okay, I am still in Khilji only, but we are done with Mongols. Whatever difference is there. Amir Khusro was an important court poet. Was a follower of Nizamuddin Auliya. Was a follower of Nizamuddin Auliya. He is also a Sufi saint. Nizamuddin Auliya. Sufi saint Nizamuddin Auliya. He has written Nur Sifir. His work is Nur Sifir. Nur Sifir. He has also promoted Qawwali, Tarana, Ghazals and Khayals. Ghazals and Khayals. Qawwali, Tarana, Ghazals and Khayals. These are all different musics. Ghazals and Khayals. He mainly writes in Persian literature. He mainly writes in Persian literature. He mainly writes in Persian literature. But also popularized Indavi and Urdu. Also popularized Indavi and Urdu. Indavi is Hindi plus Sanskrit plus Apabhramsa. Urdu is Hindi plus Persia. Hindavi and Urdu. Hindi plus Persia is Urdu. Hindi plus Sanskrit plus Apabhramsa is Hindavi. Okay, so this is with respect to, we have completed Khilji. Now let us go to Tughlaq. Give the heading as Tughlaq. Tughlaq. Important ruler is Muhammad bin Tughlaq. And don't say important ruler, Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Okay, write down Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Nayachandra Suri was a Jaina poet. Nayachandra Suri was a Jaina poet. Next, Ibn Battuta, Moroccan traveler. And Ibn Battuta, a Moroccan traveler, comes during his period. Ibn Battuta, Moroccan traveler, comes during his period. His experiments, right, one below the other, his experiments. 1. Shifting the capital to Devagiri or Daulatabad. Shifting the capital to Devagiri or Daulatabad. Devagiri or Daulatabad. Second one, releasing bronze coins. Releasing bronze coins with the same value as Tanka. Tanka. With the same value as Tanka. Releasing bronze coins with the same value as Tanka. In bracket, silver coins. Tanka, in bracket, silver coins. There only you write, this Tanka was introduced by Iltutmish. This Tanka was introduced by Iltutmish. So he released bronze coins and told that will have the same value as Tanka, but it will not work. People start counterfeiting it. Okay, that is why it didn't work. Okay. Third, Khorasan project. Khorasan project. Khorasan project. Put an F and write, to go on the offensive and attack Mongols. To go on the offensive and attack Mongols. He is the first person to think like that. All these days, Indians were defending the Mongols. So he thought, why not I will only go and attack? Okay, that was his experiment. Okay, that is, it didn't happen, but that was Khorasan project. So these were his experiments. Okay, right, one more. We are done with the experiment. Next, Karachil expedition. This was successful. Karachil, Chil. Karachil expedition. Karachil expedition. He defeats Kumahun ruler in Himalayas. He defeats Kumahun Uttarakhand. Kumahun means Uttarakhand. Kumahun ruler. Kumahun ruler in Himalayas. Okay. Apart from this, he establishes Diwan-e-Koi. He establishes Diwan-e-Koi. Diwan-e-Koi, agricultural department. Diwan-e-Koi is agricultural department. He releases Takkavi loans. He releases Takkavi loans, agricultural loans they are, Takkavi loans, and promotes cultivation of high value crops. And promotes cultivation of high value crops. Promotes cultivation of high value crops. Promotes cultivation of high value crops. Okay, so these are contributions of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Okay, next, Sayyid's, the founder is Khizr Khan. Important ruler is Mubarak Shah. He finds Mubarak city. Only 3 words. If you want, you can write Sayyid's. The founder is Khizr Khan. The founder is Khizr Khan. Important ruler is Mubarak Shah. He finds, he establishes Mubarak city, or he finds Mubarak city. One more thing, in Tughlaq dynasty there is one more person, Firoz Shah Tughlaq. You have to know about him. Write down Firoz Shah Tughlaq. I forgot about him, sorry. Go back to Firoz Shah Tughlaq. In Muhammad bin Tughlaq, after Muhammad bin Tughlaq comes Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Okay, write down Firoz Shah Tughlaq. He introduces jizya tax. He introduces jizya tax. Firoz Shah Tughlaq introduces jizya tax. He makes Iqtidari system hereditary. I will explain what is Iqtidari in some time. He makes Iqtidari system hereditary. Next one. He builds more than 1,200 canals. He builds more than 1,200 canals. 1,200 canals. Next. He establishes Department of Public Works. He establishes Department of Public Works. Department of Public Works. And the last is he establishes Diwan-e-Khairiyat. That is charity department. Diwan-e-Khairiyat. Diwan-e-Khairiyat. He establishes Diwan-e-Khairiyat. Okay. Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he establishes a city called Janapana. He establishes a city called Janapana. This is Tughlaq, Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Janapana. And Firoz Shah Tughlaq establishes a city called Firozabad and Isar. He establishes two cities. Firozabad and Isar. He establishes two cities. Firozabad and Isar. Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Okay. Now, come to Sayyids. I have already told Sayyids. Khizr Khan is there. Then you have Mubarak Shah. City is Mubarak city. Okay. The last is Lodhis. The last is Lodhis. The last is Lodhis. Put an hyphen and write. Bahalul Lodhi. Bahalul Lodhi was the founder. Bahalul Lodhi for the founder. Ibrahim Lodhi is defeated by Babur. Sikandar Lodhi was a good ruler. Okay, Ibrahim Lodhi was defeated by Babur in the Battle of Panipat. In the Battle of Panipat. In the Battle of Panipat. Okay. Now, we are almost done with Delhi Sultanates. Just one word we will add. Slave dynasty, whatever architecture they followed, there only you write Mameluke architecture. They followed Mameluke architecture. There is one more word for it. It is called Mameluke architecture. Or Spolia architecture. Mameluke architecture or Spolia architecture. That means they don't build anything from scratch. They just reconstruct what is there. That is what is Mameluke or Spolia architecture. Okay. Next, Khilji dynasty is what is called Seljuk architecture. Khilji dynasty is Seljuk architecture. Example is Alai Darwaza. Seljuk architecture. Example is Alai Darwaza. Alai Darwaza. Okay. Tughlaq dynasty is Tughlaq architecture only. Okay. Tughlaq architecture. Sayyids, Lodhis, they are all Sayyid architecture, Lodhi architecture. Okay. Now, in the Delhi Sultanates, here write down Persian became the official language. Delhi Sultanates, Persian became the official language. Persian became the official language. Next, illuminated manuscripts became dominant. There was no painting, there was no literature or scripture. Illuminated manuscripts became dominant. Illuminated manuscripts became dominant. Tawarikhs. Tawarikhs. Any name that starts with Tawarikhs, okay, Tawarikh-e-Alamgiri, Tawarikh-e something. So anything that starts Tawarikhs, put an hyphen. It was written by ulemas. Tawarikhs were literature written by ulemas. Tawarikhs were literature written by ulemas. Okay, overall this completes what you call as Delhi Sultanates. Let us go to the last topic. Mughals. Another 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes. Okay. I have to finish. I cannot let you go. Okay. I am doing it for people online also. So we have to finish. Okay. Right on. Mughals 1526 to 1707 to 1857. What happens? Why am I telling it 3? death of Aurangzeb. Okay, first war of Indian independence. This is Mughals. Important rulers: Babur, Humayun. Then you have Sher Shah Suri, who will rule for 15 years. Then again comes Humayun. The next comes Akbar. The next comes Jahangir. Then comes Shah Jahan, and then comes Aurangzeb. That's all. We will try to just summarize. Everyone would have heard everything. So we will just summarize in the table only. Okay? Summarize in the table. It is okay. Babur. Okay, we have told first battle of Panipat is Ibrahim Lodi versus Babur. Okay, next Battle of Kanwa. There only write down Battle of Kanwa. Battle of Kanwa. He defeats Rana Sangha of Mewar. Babur. Battle of Panipat, Ibrahim Lodi he defeats. Battle of Kanwa, he defeats Rana Sangha of Mewar. Rana Sangha of Mewar. Okay. Next. He has written a book, Tujik-e-Babari. 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 It's an autobiography. Tujik-e-Babari. It's an autobiography in Turkish language. It is not in Persian language. It is in Turkish language. Turkish language. Okay. Next, Humayun. Humayun. Okay. There is no much contribution. What you should understand is he brings Persian painters. He brings Persian painters. Right? Two people. Mir Sayyid Ali. He brings Persian painters. Mir Sayyid Ali. Mir Sayyid Ali. And Abbas Samad. Second one is Abbas Samad. Mir Sayyid Ali and Abbas Samad. Now starts the era of miniature painting because of Humayun only. He brings these two people. Okay, Mir Sayyid Ali and Abbas Samad. So that is Humayun. Next, his widow builds Humayun's tomb. There only you write down his widow builds Humayun's tomb. His widow means in bracket you can say Amida Banu Begum. She is the widow. Amida Banu Begum. She is the widow. Next, Gulbadan Begum. His sister. Gulbadan is his sister. Gulbadan Begum writes Humayun Nama. Gulbadan Begum writes Humayun Nama. Gulbadan Begum writes Humayun Nama. Clear? Okay, that's all. This is Humayun. Now, Akbar. Akbar. Okay, put a knife and write. First, second battle of Panipat against Hemu. Second battle of Panipat against Hemu. I am talking about Akbar. Second battle of Panipat against Hemu. Battle of Haldigatti. 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 Battle of Haldigatti. Put a knife and write. Mansingh. Mansingh versus Rana Pratap. Mansingh versus Rana Pratap. Okay. Next to Mansingh, below Mansingh, representing Akbar. Mansingh is representing Akbar there. Mansingh versus Rana Pratap. Okay. Why is this battle important? Put a knife and write. Rajputs. Rajputs henceforth will agree to obey Akbar. After this battle, Rajputs will agree to work under or obey Akbar. Okay. Next. He builds Fatehpur Sikri. He builds Fatehpur Sikri. He builds Fatehpur Sikri. Just write one below the other. What all is there in Fatehpur Sikri? Write down. He builds Fatehpur Sikri. One, Buland Darwaza. One is Buland Darwaza. Second, Salim Shishti Tomb. Second is Salim Shishti Tomb. Salim Shishti Tomb. Third is Jodhabai Palace. Jodhabai Palace. Fourth is Panch Mahal. Fourth is Panch Mahal. Fifth is Diwan-e-Am. Diwan-e-Am. That is General Assembly. Diwan-e-Am. Next is Diwan-e-Khas. Special Assembly. Khas means special. Am means general. Diwan-e-Am. Diwan-e-Khas. Maktaba Khana. M-A-Q. Maktaba Khana. Maktaba Khana. Department of Translations. Maktaba Khana is Department of Translations. Tasvir Khana, Department of Paintings. All these are in Fatehpur Sikri. Tasvir Khana. Tasvir Khana, Department of Paintings. And Ibadat Khana, Religious Discourses. Ibadat Khana is Religious Discourses. Ibadat Khana is Religious Discourses. It speaks with different religious head. Okay, this is all in Fatehpur Sikri. Next, he promotes a policy of Sul-e-Kul. He promotes a policy of Sul-e-Kul. Promotes a policy of Sul-e-Kul. Next, he finds a religion called Din-Ilahi. He finds a religion called Din-Ilahi. Finds a religion called Din-Ilahi. Todarmal was his first disciple. Todarmal was his first disciple. Todarmal was his first disciple. Okay, done with that also. You are done with Akbar. Okay, next Jahangir. Jahangir. Portrait painting develops. Portrait painting. Portrait painting develops. Portrait painting develops. Next, Captain Hawkins requests. Captain Hawkins requests establishment of factory. Captain Hawkins requests establishment of factory. It is not successful. He will not agree. Okay, next, Thomas Roe. Both are East India Company representatives only. Thomas Roe requests establishment of factory at Surat. Thomas Roe requests establishment of factory at Surat. Establishment of factory at Surat, which is accepted. Which is accepted. Which is accepted. Okay, next, you have Shah Jahan. You have Shah Jahan. Architecture, tomb architecture reaches its peak. Tomb architecture reaches its peak. Tomb architecture reaches its peak. Put a knife and write. Use of white marbles and Pitradora. Use of white marbles and Pitradora. White marbles and Pitradora. Pitradora in bracket write down. Use of semi-precious stones in walls. Pitradora means use of semi-precious stones in walls. Semi-precious stones in walls. Next, use of bulbous dome. Bulbous dome. Okay, bulbous dome. It has a broad base. Bulbous dome. Next, riverfront gardens. Bulbous dome. Riverfront gardens. Riverfront gardens. Okay. Last one, Aurangzeb. The last is Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb. Adopt the title Alamgir, world conqueror. Adopt the title Alamgir, which means world conqueror. Masir-e Alamgiri. Alamgiri, written by Mustad Khan. Alamgiri, written by Mustad Khan, throws light on Aurangzeb. Throws light on Aurangzeb. Throws light on Aurangzeb. Okay. All this thing is done. Just put Mughal period. Give the heading as Mughal period. Mughal period. Mughal period. 1. Translations reaches its peak. Translations reaches its peak. Translations reaches its peak. Under this, write down Abu Fazl writes Razmanama. Abu Fazl writes Razmanama. Put a hyphen. Translation of Mahabharata. Razmanama, translation of Mahabharata. Dara Shikoh, son of Shah Jahan. Dara Shikoh, son of Shah Jahan, writes Sir-e Akbar. Dara Shikoh, son of Shah Jahan, writes Sir-e Akbar. Put a hyphen. Translation of Upanishads. Translation of Upanishads. Translation of Upanishads. Okay, so this is first feature. Next, read on. The next important feature is the evolution of miniature painting. The evolution of miniature painting. Evolution of miniature painting. Under this, write down subpoints. First one, Humayun. Humayun introduces Persian painters. Humayun introduces Persian painters. Second, Akbar introduces Yashwant and Daswant. Akbar introduces Yashwant and Daswant. Yashwant and Daswant. Next, there only Akbar, 3D painting. He introduces 3D painting. 3D painting. Next, Indo-Islamic style. Indo-Islamic style. Indo-Islamic style. Next comes Jahangir. There only 3D. We are talking about miniature painting. Jahangir, put an hyphen. Portrait painting. It's a type of miniature painting. You put it in a portrait. That portrait will have itself a design. That is what is portrait painting. So portrait painting is nothing but miniature painting only. Okay, portrait painting. Next, he focuses on naturalism. Jahangir focuses on naturalism. He focuses on naturalism. Okay, the last is Shah Jahan. The last is Shah Jahan. Put an hyphen and write. Artificial elements increase. Artificial elements increase. There is European influence. There is European influence. There is use of pencils, then coal. There is use of pencils and not coal. There is use of pencils and not coal. Again, Pitradora techniques. Using semi-precious stones. Pitradora techniques. Pitradora techniques. Okay, so this is one is translation, another is miniature painting. The last one is Hindustani school of music. Hindustani school of music develops. Hindustani school of music develops. Next, Kathak. Kathak as a mode of court dancing develops. Kathak as a mode of court dancing develops. Last one, tomb architecture develops. The last one is tomb architecture develops. With that, we will complete today's ancient, medieval and art and culture. Okay. Now, okay. Thank you. Okay. But we are done with this. Once you can ask, sir, you did ancient, you did medieval, where did you do art and culture? That should be the next question. Okay. So now we are going to go one last time. We will take 10 minutes. You don't write anything. Listen to what I tell, but listen how I integrate art and culture into what I tell. Okay. And make sure that you add this to your timeline whenever I keep telling you. Okay. The same thing, whatever you have already written, I am going to write it again. But now I am going to integrate the art and culture into it. You will be surprised that art and culture is already done. Okay, let us see how to do. But you also make sure that it is a revision for you from Paleolithic till the Mughals. Whatever has happened in one glimpse, let us do it. Will you do it? 5 to 10 minutes. Just listen to this. I told you, right? Unfortunately, I lost that particular page, so I have to write it again. So let us start. You have Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic. You learned what is Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic. What is the takeaway from this for the exam? The takeaway from this exam is sites. That is the art and culture angle of this. Okay. From Neolithic, we went into Chalcolithic, Indus Valley Civilization, Megalithic. What is the takeaway from this? Sites. What is the takeaway from this? Features. I hope you understood this. Sites is also important, whereas in Indus Valley Civilization, features are very important. They'll ask you directly, features. So from this Stone Age, we went into what you call as Vedic Age. What is important in this? Scriptures. What are they going to focus on? Scriptures. Okay. So that is the art and culture angle of scriptures. It can be Rig Veda or it can be later Vedic period. Scriptures are very important. Okay. From here, we go into the rise of heterodoxy. What is important here? Very, very important. Every year one question comes, and that is Buddhism and Jainism. Okay. Rise of heterodoxy also we have done. The next, coming to this, what is the next? The rise of Mahajanapadas. Okay. Again, in the rise of Mahajanapadas, they don't ask much there, but what they can ask you is capitals and kingdoms. So that is very, very important. What are the different Mahajanapadas and what are the different capitals? So that is what is important here. And Magadha, there is not much information. They usually not ask about Ajata, Shatru and all. So don't worry about it. But anyway, I have done. So you can revise it. So this is rise of Mahajanapadas. After this comes what? Here is the first foreign invasion into India. Here you have Persians and Greeks. Again, understand the contributions. Don't understand who defeated whom. It really doesn't matter. Okay. Now, when the invasion happens, India is now ground for a new kingdom to come up. Who will come now? Mauryans. And when Mauryans come in the north, who will be there in the south? Not Muvandars. It is Muvendars. Okay, Muvendars. Okay. Mauryans and Muvendars. When I talk about Muvendars, what is very important here? Very, very important is Sangam. Not only literature, understand the terminologies, understand the different classifications that they have done. Sangam is very, very important. Coming to Mauryans, what is important? Everything is important. Okay. So whatever information you read, everything is important in Mauryans. One question will actually come indirectly. Okay. If literature comes from Guptas, they will tell you this term used in ancient India where? This only they'll ask. Okay, it will always be Mauryans because some or the other way it is interlinked to Mauryan administration. Okay, so Mauryans, you take Arthashastra, you take Ashoka, you take inscriptions, you take Buddhism, you take cave stupas, everything is important. So Mauryans, everything you should learn very well. Okay, so Mauryans came, Muvendars came. What is next? The next is Post-Mauryans. Who are the Post-Mauryans? You have, when I say Post-Mauryans, you should understand it is the first political disintegration, second foreign invasion. Okay, so when I say first political disintegration, Sungas, Satavahanas, Pallavas. When I say second foreign invasion, you have Indo-Greeks, Parthians, Shakas, Kushanas. Okay, again focus on their contribution, don't worry about who won against whom. Okay, focus on their contributions. Okay, one you should understand from the art and culture angle is when this invasion happens, this is where there is climax of sculpture. Yes or no? Climax of sculpture means Amravati, Mathura and Gandhara. The school of sculptures come in this period only. Why? Because of the coming of Christianity. As a response to Christianity, even these sculptures will develop. So that you should know. That is the art and culture angle. So you went from this post-Mauryans, again Satavahanas, Sungas, Satavahanas, these two are also very, very important. I have told you what are the important points that they bring. Okay, many thinkers will come here. It can be Manu, it can be Patanjali. Okay, all these people will come here. So after post-Mauryans, who will come? Then comes Guptas. Okay, again, what are important in Guptas are temples, literature and kings. Apart from this, there is nothing. They have done cave and now I remembered one point. I'll add later. If I tell you now, you'll get irritated. Okay. Anyways, so this is with respect to Guptas. But what you should understand is the most important part of Guptas is literature. There can be Puranas, Upanishads, Smritis. There are Sanskrit, Sanskrit. There is Buddhist. There is Jain. So many literature comes here. So make sure that you are learning with Guptas. When there are Guptas there, who are there at the bottom? You have Pallavas, you have Chalukyas, and you have Mohenjodars. Okay. So after Guptas, the Post-Guptas. Who are there in Post-Guptas? Can someone tell? Maukaris, Maitrikas, Shashankas, Chauhans. Sorry, no, not Chauhans. Pushyabhutis. This side you have Chalukyas of Badami and Pallavas of Mahabalipuram. See, this is what is Post-Gupta. I hope you understood this. Okay. Again, not much is done, but individual contributions is more. For example, Maitrikas of Vallabhi. There only there is many contribution that happens. Okay. So make sure that the individual contributions matter here. Okay. So Post-Guptas is done. What is the next one? Tripartite struggle. Yes, tripartite struggle comes here. Okay. Again, individual contributions are very important. I have made you write the individual contributions. From this comes the next is era of Rajputs. Era of Rajputs, what is important? Temples reaches its climax. What is the next important? Okay, the entire Bhakti movement starts from here. Now, one thing, let me just come back here. See, one thing what I forgot to tell is, in Mauryans, you have cave architecture that starts in the form of viharas. Okay, next. In the Post-Mauryans, you have viharas and chaityas. Okay, now in the Guptas, you have viharas and chaityas and mural paintings. So, when you are reading Mauryans, Post-Mauryans and Guptas, have a very good eye on caves. Many caves will come there. Kanheri cave, Baga cave, okay, Baja cave, Udaigiri caves, many caves will come. You should have a very good eye on caves. Okay, I am talking about the art and culture angle. Okay, coming back to this. So, tripartite struggle, then comes the era of Rajputs. In era of Rajputs, two things, temples as well as Bhakti movement starts. Okay. After this comes the age of conflicts. Nothing happens in age of conflicts, but then comes the Delhi Sultanates. Delhi Sultanates, mainly you have to talk about individual contributions. They don't ask much. Individual contribution means what is slave dynasty, have they built anything? Tughlaqs, Khuljis, like that you have to focus. They are not going to ask in general any philosophy here. Okay. But one thing what you should understand is there is coming of Sufism. In Delhi Sultanate, there is coming of Sufism into India. Okay, that is one thing I forgot to tell. Please understand, make that a inclusion. The next comes Mughals. Again, I have already told you, translations. Okay, then you have architecture, and then you have miniature paintings. Okay, that's all. Overall, if you are able to study and this entire Delhi Sultanate, including the Mughals, Persian is the official language. So whatever literature comes, mainly the literature will be Persian literature. Whatever literature that you see, mainly the literature will be Persian literature. Okay. So whenever you are studying from Paleolithic till Mughals, if you focus on the cultural contributions and go like that only, that is how you have to study art and culture. You should not study art and culture separately. The moment you start studying separately, let us say that today I will take class on cave architecture. I will talk about Ajanta, Ellora, Bagh, Kaneri. You don't know which kingdom, what happened. Okay, if you do like that, you will not understand the relationship or the context between one another. Always make sure that you integrate art and culture with ancient and medieval. Okay, are you satisfied? Yes. Shall we finish here? Thank you guys. Thank you. Okay guys, today you can take a rest, but what I want you to do is tomorrow, when you get up and when you start, I want you to, for the next 2 days, make a sprint of this 2 times. Otherwise what happens, if you don't open this book for the next 1 week, let us say you open this book after 1 week, you will not study because you would have forgotten this timeline. At the end of the day, the entire subject is made easy because of the temporal analysis. Someone had asked me, how do you remember so many names? You will also remember so many names, provided you understand the context behind. If you read in isolation one chapter and I will read that chapter who is the king and go, you will not remember. If you read this subject, you start from the first page, send in the last page. Don't tell that today I will read Indus Valley, tomorrow I will read Vedic age, day after tomorrow I will read Mauryans, after that I will read, don't do like that. If you start with Paleolithic, you have to end with Mughals. If you do that 10 times, you will remember everything like I remember. You will do that? All the best guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Carry on. Hi Sanjay. Okay, online guys, thank you so much for the wishes. Study well and get back to me on the Telegram if you have any doubts. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir, for listening. Actually, I had requested you to think 3 times.
Hey, no problem. Study well.
Sir. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, sir.